Kanagi Minato had always longed to obtain the power that once belonged to one of the legendary heroes. He dreamed of possessing strength so great that he could bring down an entire army with nothing more than a simple wooden stick, or cast devastating spells with a single thought. Yet reality, as cruel as it could be, struck hard when Minato joined the Hunter Academy. There he was branded as the weakest of the weak, a complete failure who couldn't even pass the qualification test. His peers mocked him endlessly, especially the academy's top student, Hisaki, whose behavior was nothing short of vile. For Hisaki and his friends, their favorite pastime was tormenting Kanagi Minato. They did it relentlessly day after day, and even went as far as taking every coin he had. But one fateful day, everything changed. Hisaki and his gang decided to plunder an ancient mausoleum of heroes, dragging Kanagi along against his will. Once inside, they began looting ancient relics and treasures. Kanagi, desperate, tried to stop them, but his pleas were answered with savage blows until he was half dead. And then they hurled him into a lake, leaving him to drown. Deep within those dark waters, hundreds of ancient legendary heroes appeared before him, offering him a single chance to choose the power of one among them. He could become anything: a mighty swordsman, a brilliant mage, a summoner, an archer, an alchemist, or something else entirely. But this man had endured too much pain to settle for just one path. With fierce determination, he chose them all. The heroes warned him of the consequences, but he didn't care. Thus, Kanagi Minato obtained the power of 1,000 ancient heroes. When he finally rose from the depths of the lake, he was no longer the same Kanagi Minato those cruel men once knew. They were stunned to see him alive, like a ghost, or a cockroach that refused to die. Kanagi quietly picked up a stick from the ground and swung it before Hisaki's men. Naturally, they burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Hisaki grew irritated and commanded his men to finish Kanagi once and for all. One of them, an A-rank swordsman, charged forward, confident that the fight would be over in seconds, only to lose his life in an instant. Another, a mage, began chanting his spell, reciting a long incantation filled with complex words. But before he could finish, Kanagi raised a single finger and unleashed a bolt of lightning, electrocuting him on the spot. Now only Hisaki remained. As he stepped closer, Hisaki trembled, unable to accept the nightmare unfolding before him. That Kanagi had absorbed the souls of the founders through the crest of nothingness. Within Kanagi's body, the spirits of the founders rejoiced, feeling an exhilarating freedom after centuries of imprisonment. They chattered among themselves, boasting and competing over who would take control of his body. Among them, the great swordsman Hinoki Reikaru spoke directly to Kanagi, asking what his next move would be, while coldly dismissing Hisaki as nothing more than an insignificant insect, and points Kanagi's gaze towards something far more dreadful lurking behind him. Kanagi, now alert and steady, turns his attention toward Hisaki. Hisaki trembles in fear, stuttering as he warns Kanagi not to underestimate an A-rank hunter like himself. But Kanagi doesn't waste a second. He drives a fierce punch straight into Hisaki's face, sending the man hurtling through the air like a ragdoll. With Hisaki down, Kanagi's focus shifts toward a strange bag radiating a sinister, dark aura. As his eyes fix on it, a surge of overwhelming energy bursts forth from within, catching him momentarily off guard, though Hinoki, ever composed, only smirks faintly as if he expected it. Meanwhile, in the heart of the city, a massive three-headed wolf rampages through the streets, spreading chaos everywhere. A voice shouts for Kisaragi, urging him to subdue the beast immediately. Without hesitation, Kisaragi leaps into action, descending upon the monster with a devastating waterfall strike from above. The crowd bursts into applause, astonished by his power to fell an A-rank creature in an instant. Kisaragi, an S-rank hunter, accepts their admiration with quiet humility. But as his team prepares to file their report and celebrate with a drink, the city trembles, an immense aura erupts, flooding the streets with crushing pressure. Terror spreads, civilians collapse to their knees, and even hunters struggle to breathe. Kisaragi turns sharply, seeing his squad faltering under the invisible weight. He quickly realizes the truth. Not even A-rank or B-rank hunters can withstand this presence. The pressure belongs to something far beyond, a monster of S-rank or higher. Across the streets, people fall one by one, unable to endure the overwhelming force, all of it radiating from the ancient mausoleum of the founders. Back in the jungle, Hisaki trembles violently, barely managing to sit upright. His eyes widen in utter disbelief as a colossal creature begins to emerge from the cursed bag. He mutters shakily, wondering if it's a demon, questioning what horror they've unleashed. Kanagi, calm but firm, explains that Hisaki's reckless greed has broken a seal, releasing one of the tower's ancient boss monsters that had been sealed for centuries. In that instant, Hisaki understands the full magnitude of his mistake. By disturbing the relics, he has shattered a powerful seal, freeing a dormant monstrosity from the tower's depths. Hinoki, his sharp eyes analyzing the beast's form, identifies it without hesitation. It is the very embodiment of nothingness, a being ranked far beyond S rank in danger. Hinoki explains that its poisonous aura can kill countless humans within kilometers, and that such creatures once roamed freely in their era. Horror consumes Hisaki. He abandons all logic, choosing flight over reason, certain that death awaits if he stays. Kanagi, recognizing the creature's predatory instincts, warns him not to move. Running will only seal his fate, but Hisaki ignores the warning the moment he bolts. The monster reacts with lightning speed, driven by primal instinct. Its massive tentacles lash out toward Hisaki. He barely raises his sword in time to block, yet the strike pierces his chest effortlessly, impaling him. The same blade that once felled a dragon now proves useless. Powerless against this ancient abomination, the creature envelops Hisaki's body, draining his essence as his agonized screams echo through the jungle. Kanagi watches in silence, unsurprised, having foreseen this inevitable outcome. Beside him, Hinoki places a calm hand on Kanagi's shoulder, seizing the moment to make his move. He suggests taking full control of Kanagi's body, asking if Kanagi would like to witness his fabled one-handed sword style firsthand. But before his words can tempt Kanagi further, the other founders intervene, grabbing Hinoki by the hair, accusing him of plotting to monopolize such a powerful vessel. Exposed and surrounded, Hinoki tries to diffuse their fury, though his attempt fails miserably. Kanagi steps forward, silencing their quarrel with his own declaration. He refuses to hand control to any single founder. Instead, his body will be shared equally among them. He vows that he will surpass them all and rise to their divine level. He declares that only strength will determine worth. If they wish to command his body, they must first prove their true power. Hinoki stares in disbelief at Kanaga's defiance, gripping his sword tightly in response. Then with a smirk, he moves first, initiating the fusion process to merge with Kanaga's body, while the other founders follow his lead, rallying together to do the same. As Hinoki raises his sword high, Kanagi mirrors his movement, their motions synchronized like shadow and light. Together they aim for the creature's limbs. Hinoki's blade, steered by the precision of another ancient founder, cleaves through one of the demon's arms in a single, decisive slash. The monster retaliates with a furious strike, yet Kanagi, his body now imbued with another founder's agility, dodges effortlessly, moving with speed beyond human limits. Strength upon strength builds within him, layer after layer, as each founder takes their turn guiding his every motion, merging skill and will in perfect unity. Under the influence of an old master's power, Kanagi grips the creature's writhing tentacles, channeling raw might to slam its enormous body into the ground. The impact sends the beast flying through the air, and without pause, Kanagi seizes a bow lying nearby. With expert precision, he looses an arrow that pierces straight through the monster's hide. Then, drawing upon every skill granted to him, he unleashes a flurry of attacks, whirlwind strikes, blazing fire breath, and freezing bursts of ice. Hinoki, reclaiming control once more, stoops to pick up Hisaki's shattered sword from the ground. Just as the demon lashes upward in a desperate counterattack, Kanagi's eyes flare bright yellow, as the great wizard within him seizes command, electrocuting the monster mid-assault with a surge of lightning. Leaping skyward, Kanagi positions himself above the thrashing beast, and Hinoki, now fully in control, prepares his ultimate technique, the one-handed sword art known as the Gekuru Takai Wave. In one fluid motion, the blade releases a sweeping wave of energy, cleaving the demon cleanly in two and ending its rampage for good. A triumphant smile spreads across Kanagi's face as the colossal creature collapses, lifeless. From a distant perch, a lone raven watches the entire scene unfold in silence. Somewhere in the city, a man standing atop a tall tower answers a ringing phone, only to learn, to his disbelief, that the monster has already been slain before he could even intervene. He demands to know if any powerful hunters were present. The voice on the other end explains that, based on footage from the Raven, the one responsible is actually a student from the academy. That man's name is Chihara Midori, the strongest awakened being in the world, who now expresses a deep interest in meeting this mysterious student. The following morning, Midori sits upon a heap of monster corpses, calmly calling the academy's director. He reports the defeat of the S-rank monster, but clarifies that it was not his doing. Based on the Raven's footage, the one who struck the final blow was Kanagi Minato himself. Midori finds it hard to accept, recalling that Kanagi had failed the hunter's qualification exam 3 times. Even so, he requests a personal favor from the director. Back at the academy, students buzz with excitement about the previous day's events. Many still recall the crushing aura that left them paralyzed, and now everyone speculates about who could have slain such a beast. One student jokes, claiming he was the hero responsible, but his friend scoffs, reminding him it's been over 10 years since an S-rank hunter last appeared. Still, rumors persist that the mysterious slayer is indeed one of their own classmates. Meanwhile, Kanagi, leaning on a wooden stick for support, limps through the campus, his body trembling. He overhears the excited chatter around him, astonished that the entire academy is now consumed by talk of the incident. Suddenly, someone collides into him, knocking him down and sneering at the idea that a failure like Kanagi could ever be the so-called S-rank slayer. Kanagi says nothing, he knows the truth. He alone defeated the demon, though it was only possible by surrendering his body to the founders. Now every inch of his body throbs in pain, the recoil of their immense power leaving him barely able to stand. As he struggles to rise, a voice echoes in his mind, teasing him. It is Hinoki, reminding him of his vow to surpass them all. His tone carries both challenge and encouragement, pushing Kanagi to steady himself and aim even higher. Kanagi recalls the words he spoke the previous night, replying softly, reaffirming his unshakable resolve. He forces his weary body upright, ignoring the ache that burns through every limb. Hinoki's faint chuckle resounds within, urging him to show his strength. As Hinoki surveys the students around them, disappointment flickers through his voice. The awakeners of this age, he muses, seem barely stronger than ordinary humans, a pitiful contrast to the warriors of his own era. He quietly laments that if the tower were to reappear now, the world would surely face ruin. But his reflection halts abruptly, as he senses a powerful aura emerging nearby. Kanagi notices Hinoki's sudden unease and asks what's wrong, but Hinoki brushes it off, though the lingering presence of that immense energy continues to trouble him. Just then, a professor calls out, summoning Kanagi to come quickly. Assuming it concerns his resignation letter, Kanagi approaches with hesitation. He knows well that he has already failed the hunter's qualification test 3 times, and that failure means starting from zero once more. But to his astonishment, the professor instructs him to head to the field for a re-examination. Such an offer is nearly unheard of, leaving Kanagi stunned. Meanwhile, students crowd near the windows, whispering in disbelief. No one can recall a retest ever being granted before. On the training field, Kanagi takes his position for the first challenge, a 100-meter sprint. Though his body is still weak, determination blazes in his eyes. The standard average is 3.6 seconds, with the best record at 2.7. The same student who mocked him earlier sneers again, calling him a hopeless failure. But as Kanagi begins to run, the entire crowd falls silent, as he blazes past the finish line in just 1.2 seconds. The next test, a 3,000-meter sprint, has an average time of 4 minutes and 20 seconds and a record of 3 minutes and 17 seconds. But Kanagi obliterates them both, completing it in only 1 minute and 17 seconds. The following challenges, push-ups, bench presses, and various strength trials produce the same shocking results. Kanagi breaks every record, often doubling the previous best with ease. The watching students are left speechless, some even cheering in awe of his sudden transformation. Kanagi himself wonders if the founders are still helping him, but Hinoki calmly assures him that this strength is his own. In the headmaster's office, Midori receives Kanagi Minato's complete record. As he studies the files, he can't help but be impressed by Kanagi's unprecedented physical statistics. Yet the headmaster admits his initial reluctance to approve this reevaluation. Though Kanagi's body exhibits extraordinary physical power, his magical capacity remains a mystery. Across 3 years of tests, his mana levels have always registered as non-existent. To the headmaster, Kanagi once seemed entirely unworthy of the academy's attention. Midori's secretary, unbothered by the revelation, remarks that the results were predictable, though he hints that the situation may not play out as expected. Outside on the training grounds, Kanagi prepares for his final test, measuring his magical output. The professor explains the process. Kanagi must channel mana into a large fan, causing it to spin for 30 seconds. The number of rotations will determine his score. The average count is 1,513 spins, and the record stands at 4,022. As Kanagi steadies his breath, memories of failure flash before him. No matter how hard he tried in the past, the fan had never moved, not even once. His inability to sense mana had always chained him down. But this time, something feels different. For the first time, he senses mana flowing through him, starting from his right foot, spiraling through his body, and looping back again. He realizes that his breathing rhythm can amplify the flow, allowing him to release the gathered energy through his right palm. As the professor signals the start, Kanagi channels his mana and releases it all at once. Instantly, the fan roars to life, spinning at a blinding speed. The counter struggles to keep up with the increasing velocity, while the sheer wind pressure makes it nearly impossible for anyone to see the display. The speed climbs higher and higher until the machine explodes. The detached fan shoots across the field like a deadly blade, sending students screaming as it hurtles toward the main building, crashing violently into the headmaster's office with an ear-splitting impact. Inside, the headmaster barely escapes the incoming wreckage, collapsing to the floor in pure shock. Midori's secretary stands frozen, unable to comprehend what just occurred. Meanwhile, Midori remains composed, a faint smile forming. To him, the resemblance between Kanagi's power and his own is unmistakable. He remarks that only one other person has ever achieved an immeasurable result before himself. The professor, still reeling from what he's seen, announces with disbelief that Kanagi has passed the hunter's examination. The students erupt in cheers, the air electric with excitement. Kanagi has not only broken every record but completely rewritten what they thought possible. Looking down at his trembling hands, Kanagi can hardly believe it himself. For years, he thought he was incapable of magic, yet the power had always been within him. From within, Hinoki observes with quiet satisfaction, as though he had foreseen this very moment. Kanagi now understands. By surrendering to the founders, he has awakened the dormant potential that slept within him all along. Hinoki laughs softly, amused. The boy before him is no ordinary being. With the crest of nothingness etched into his fate, it's as though destiny itself has been waiting centuries for this moment to arrive. But before Hinoki can dwell on the thought, something new begins to stir. A crushing presence suddenly descends upon them, rippling through the air with a violent shockwave. The immense pressure leaves him momentarily speechless. His thoughts scatter as he tries to comprehend the explosion, yet Hinoki instantly identifies that overwhelming aura. It is the very same power he had sensed earlier that morning. Emerging from that pressure itself, a figure materializes, the legendary hunter Midori. Kanagi stands frozen, disbelief written all over his face, realizing that before him stands the strongest hunter alive. As Midori lands gracefully, he addresses Kanagi directly, commending his remarkable achievements during the hunter examination. Though his words carry genuine respect, Kanagi can barely form a reply. Midori then issues a new challenge, an additional test. He declares that Kanagi must land a single blow upon him, the world's mightiest hunter. The very thought leaves Kanagi paralyzed in shock, unable to process what he just heard. Midori, only 23 years old, had already become a full-fledged hunter at the tender age of 9. His legend is unmatched, his feats transcending history itself. He has reduced thousands of demons to ash within seconds. His might is so absolute that no other hunter dares to challenge him. A decade ago, he single-handedly ended the pandemonium outbreak, and 5 years later, he quelled the Kyushu crisis alone. Midori is, quite literally, a living singularity. As Midori lays out the challenge, Kanaga's disbelief deepens. Meanwhile, Hinoki can hardly contain his excitement, urging Kanagi to surrender control of his body immediately. But Midori continues calmly, explaining the rules in the simplest terms. Kanagi has exactly 1 minute to land a single strike. Success or failure would bring no penalty. Midori would attack only once every 10 seconds to ensure fairness. There was no reason to hesitate, no reason to fear. Any ability or weapon Kanagi desired was allowed, while Midori himself vowed to use none of his own as proof of his sincerity. In the next instant, Midori conjures an immense armory, filling the field with countless weapons and offering Kanagi his pick. The sudden appearance of so many legendary arms only makes the situation feel even more surreal. Confusion clouds Kanagi's thoughts as he realizes he is truly about to face the legendary Midori one-on-one. Still uncertain, he hesitates before asking whether he truly may use any weapon of his choice. In answer, Midori casually lifts a katana, his hands steady yet relaxed. With effortless grace, he slices the blade in half as if it were made of paper, calmly stating that his body surpasses the sharpness of any weapon forged by man. Kanagi has barely a moment to process this display of impossible strength. Before he can, Hinoki's frustration flares. His voice seethes with anger as he demands to take over, unable to bear Midori's confidence. His fury boils over as he declares Midori's arrogance intolerable, and Kanagi can feel Hinoki's energy rising, power swelling like a storm about to break. In that instant, Kanagi realizes that Midori's might rivals even that of the founders themselves. Against such strength, victory is utterly impossible. Yet even as that truth settles in, he knows there is no time left for doubt. Around them, students begin gathering, anticipation thick in the air. Without warning, Midori starts the countdown, a faint smile tugging at his lips as he signals the beginning of the test. Kanagi grips his sword tightly and rushes forward, ready to strike. Hinoki protests, insisting it's unfair to fight alone, but Kanagi ignores him and continues his charge. Though he knows it's a hopeless effort, Kanagi believes that true legends are born from one's own strength, not borrowed power. His blade cuts through the air toward Midori, but the man dodges effortlessly, barely moving at all. Even as Kanagi attacks again and again, Midori seems almost distracted, glancing at his phone and asking casually which social platform Kanagi prefers, remarking that this entire event will surely go viral. The watching students are speechless. The strongest hunter alive is dodging every blow without even trying. Yet Kanagi continues his relentless onslaught undeterred. One student suddenly notices something odd about Kanagi's movements. They watch intently as Kanagi raises his sword. Feinting a downward strike, he shifts into a swift horizontal slash aimed at Midori's legs and throat. The movement flows perfectly, and Kanagi marvels at how naturally his body moves, how effortlessly his strength responds. He realizes he's not even growing tired. He wonders if this sensation comes from yielding himself to the founder's power. His thoughts vanish when Midori places a finger on his forehead, preparing to flick him. With a calm tone, Midori remarks that 10 seconds have already passed. Kanagi barely dodges, but the power that bursts forth annihilates the field behind him. Seeing the devastation, Kanagi realizes that had that flick connected, his head would no longer exist. Midori glances at his own hand, puzzled, sensing no hostility from Kanagi. He wonders if perhaps he misjudged his own power. Panic grips Kanagi. At this rate he'll die. Desperately, he tries to recall the feeling of his stronger self. Focusing his will, a fierce aura surges from within him. The burst catches Midori off guard. Kanagi charges again, his speed now blinding. The students gasp, shouting that even the cameras can't track their movements. Midori notices the shift in energy and wonders whether this power has conditions, or if Kanagi is deliberately hiding its secret. Realizing that another 10 seconds have elapsed, Midori decides to strike back, but only lightly. He crouches low. His finger rises once again. This time he flicks Kanagi in the chest. The impact sends Kanagi crashing violently into the wall. He coughs up blood, yet amid the pain he finds himself awestruck, exhilarated by the chance to face the world's strongest awaken. He knows that if his body were still as weak as yesterday, that single hit would have ended him. The thought brings a faint smile to his lips, proof that he's growing stronger. Stealing his resolve, he lunges forward again, choosing brute determination over fear. But before he can strike, Midori vanishes and reappears beside him with impossible speed. Kanagi halts in astonishment. With an apologetic smile, Midori tells him he has seen enough, announcing that 30 seconds have passed. Then he taps Kanagi gently at the nape. As Kanagi collapses, Midori observes that he truly is a genius, but not yet at the level of his peers. In the end, Kanagi still cannot draw out the full power Midori had sensed within him. Calling out to his secretary, Midori instructs her to prepare their departure, his tone heavy with disappointment. But before he can leave, Kanaga's hand grips his sword once more. A sudden, fierce aura erupts from behind Midori. Turning slightly, Midori sees Kanaga's entire body radiating energy. From within, Hinoki's voice emerges through Kanagi, mocking that the stubborn boy has finally fallen asleep, giving him control. Stepping forward confidently, Hinoki suggests they continue the fight a little longer. Meanwhile, Kanaga's spirit, now separated from his body, panics as he watches Hinoki take over. Yet Midori simply smiles, recognizing the presence he had sensed earlier. He wonders whether this is another being entirely or a power beyond his understanding. Whatever the case, he knows one thing for certain. Kanagi has become a monster. Under Hinoki's control, Kanagi bursts forward, shouting at Midori not to lose focus. Midori instantly notices the change. His opponent's speed and strength have multiplied drastically. A blade suddenly flashes toward Midori's face. He ducks just in time. Kanagi follows up with another slash, forcing Midori to leap backward to gain distance. Still stunned, Midori watches closely. Kanagi adjusts his stance with precision, preparing his next strike. His blade cuts through the air once more, but Midori bends low again, and the attack tears through the building behind him instead. Students inside scream and scatter in fear. Midori notes that Kanaga's slashes have become wild yet oddly rhythmic. He can still read the flow of each motion. It reminds him of an ancient sword art. Each strike surges like an unending torrent. Raising his palm, Midori chuckles and remarks that such mastery is indeed worthy of one who seeks to challenge an S-rank. Then with a calm breath, he lifts his hand once more, intending to end the fight, noting that only 40 seconds have passed. But Kanagi suddenly lunges at an incredible speed, shouting that Midori won't be able to touch him. Midori swiftly leaps backward, narrowly avoiding the swing. He laughs, admitting that Kanagi's skill is truly impressive. The students watching can hardly believe their eyes. Midori, the invincible hunter, is now on the defensive. Hinoki, through Kanagi's voice, taunts that Midori is boring and demands he stop holding back. He warns that if Midori dares look down on him again, he'll make him regret it. Without pause, Kanagi rushes in for another attack, but Midori only smiles, accepting the challenge. With a sharp motion, he delivers a swift kick, sending a stone hurtling toward the arsenal of weapons behind him. In an instant, the weapons rise and hover in midair. He leaps upward. The sudden move catches Kanagi completely off guard. Swiftly, he reaches out and seizes one of the floating weapons above them. Kanagi's eyes light up in excitement as he exclaims that Midori is finally fighting at full power. The two then collide in a fierce midair battle, striking foot against foot, leaving the surrounding students frozen in astonishment. Every weapon within their reach is taken and destroyed, shattered effortlessly by their overwhelming strength. Meanwhile, within Kanagi's body, the founders silently observe Hinoki's unleashed might. They're genuinely impressed that Midori can match him blow for blow. The old man's spirit suggests they join the battle, but another founder sharply rebukes him for being tactless. The great wizard, who has been watching quietly, suddenly realizes that Kanagi is carefully studying Hinoki's every movement, learning and adapting as the fight continues. He observes Hinoki lowering his center of gravity just before lunging upward from below. Yet again, the sword in Hinoki's grasp shatters into pieces. Frustration builds within him, angered by the frail quality of the weapons he's been given. Midori, however, feels only exhilaration and joy, finding this battle endlessly entertaining, until he notices that all the swords have been destroyed. He wonders if Kanagi will now resort to using firearms. With a teasing grin, Midori calls out that only 10 seconds remain and mocks Hinoki, demanding to know what he'll do next. Hinoki glances toward the building behind him, then suddenly propels himself toward it. He darts straight for the man who had earlier shoved Kanagi aside, and swiftly snatches the sword from his grasp. At that very moment, Midori leaps forward, driving his fist straight toward Hinoki. The impact detonates against the building with a thunderous explosion. Thankfully, Hinoki evades in time, reappearing right in front of Midori. Their mid-air battle resumes instantly, fists and blades clashing in a relentless exchange. Laughing, Midori shouts that the fight is too fun to end, and urges that they keep going a bit longer. Meanwhile, the students watching from below notice that the building is beginning to collapse. As the duel ascends to the rooftop, Midori's secretary watches the chaos with cold indifference. Midori then places his hand upon a massive fan, gripping it so tightly that cracks begin to spread across its surface. He rips the fan free from the structure and aims it toward Hinoki. With a mighty throw, he hurls it through the air like a weapon. Yet to his shock, Hinoki, now wielding a single-handed sword, slices cleanly through the fan using his unique dice-style sword technique. The enormous fan disintegrates into countless fragments. Midori's expression shifts into one of thrilled admiration as he praises Hinoki's skill. But Hinoki wastes no breath. He immediately launches his sword straight at Midori. To his dismay, the blade shatters the instant it makes contact. Calmly, Midori raises his hand and points it at him, acknowledging in a measured tone that 60 seconds have already elapsed, before driving his palm strike into Hinoki, sending him crashing violently downward. Hinoki curses under his breath, but before he can recover, Kanagi suddenly lands on his back, pushing him back toward the place where the founders dwell within. As Midori's next attack approaches, Kanagi gently redirects it with a subtle movement, narrowly evading the devastating strike. The unexpected counter leaves both Hinoki and Midori momentarily stunned. However, the immense force of the clash fractures one of Kanagi's hands. Despite the injury, he stays resolute and unyielding. With his remaining good hand, he throws a powerful punch straight into Midori's face. From within, the clash between these two singularities feels eternal, an endless collision of will and power. A fierce struggle unfolds, not over dominance or destruction, but over the smallest of outcomes, much like a chess match between two masters of equal skill. Yet despite its overwhelming intensity, Hinoki is fully aware that the entire clash has lasted only a fleeting moment. Watching with a quiet sense of pride, he realizes that Kanagi has successfully carved open a new path toward victory. Kanagi, however, stands frozen in disbelief as he witnesses Midori stopping his fist mere inches from impact. Frustration wells up inside him when he understands that he failed to deliver a clean hit. But to his surprise, Midori suddenly smiles, deliberately pulling Kanagi's fist closer to his face, as though acknowledging the young man's effort and resolve. Without hesitation, Midori calmly declares that Kanagi has passed. Before either can move or speak, both of them collapse to the ground in exhaustion. The students watching from below murmur in confusion, struggling to grasp what has just transpired before their eyes. Still holding Kanagi's unconscious body, Midori calls for his secretary Rin and tells her that it's time to leave. Rin rushes to his side and asks about the result. Midori confirms that Kanagi has indeed passed and admits that he finds him rather intriguing. Yet he also acknowledges that he accidentally broke Kanagi's arm and requests Rin to heal him. She agrees immediately without question. The students, overhearing their conversation, find it nearly impossible to believe that Kanagi has succeeded, but the truth soon sinks in. Moments later, cheers erupt across the grounds as everyone celebrates the fact that Kanagi managed to land a hit on Midori. The noise stirs Kanagi awake. As Rin tends to his injuries, she warns him not to move. He obeys, quietly thanking her. With a faint smile, Rin congratulates him for passing the test. Still in disbelief, Kanagi sits up abruptly, asking whether he truly managed to strike Midori. Before he can even process the thought, Midori appears beside him once more, amused by his stunned reaction. Without lingering on the moment, Midori assures him that a pass is still a pass. He admits that midway through the battle, he began to take the fight seriously. Midori goes on to commend Kanagi's skill, his sharp instincts, his ability to evade even the strongest attacks, and the precision of his movements. He urges Kanagi to take pride in his accomplishment, Regaining his composure, Kanagi accepts the praise with gratitude. Then, without hesitation, he shifts his focus toward what lies ahead, eager to learn what comes after passing the test. His question momentarily puzzles Rin, who glances uncertainly toward Midori. Midori himself looks just as uncertain, pausing as he tries to think of an answer. Later that night, Kanagi is back home, helping his mother clean up while she prepares dinner in the kitchen. She casually asks how many guests will be coming over. Kanagi, still unsure, answers that perhaps only one will arrive. His mother reflects warmly on the events of the day, remarking that it has been an extraordinary occasion. Not only has her son passed the hunter's examination, but he has also drawn the attention of Midori himself. She expresses unwavering faith in Kanagi's potential, insisting that through effort alone, he has always been capable of achieving anything. Kanagi listens quietly, taking in her words with humble appreciation. But her expression soon turns worried as she wonders aloud if having such a famous guest visit their humble home might cause misunderstanding. Someone might even mistake it for a doghouse. Exasperated, Kanagi quickly waves off the idea, insisting that Midori isn't the type to care about such things. After finishing his chores and helping his mother, he finally collapses onto his bed, his mind still wandering back to the day's events. His eyes drift toward the card Midori had given him, and a cloud of uncertainty fills his thoughts. He can't help but question why Midori seems to be taking the situation so lightly. His mind flashes back to the battlefield earlier that day, the moment when Rin had taken Midori down and twisted his leg. He can still vividly recall Midori's pained scream as Rin confronted him. At that time, Midori had reminded Kanagi of his earlier words, implying that he had agreed to become one of his comrades upon victory. Kanagi, confused, had denied ever making such a promise. Growing impatient, Rin had tightened her hold on Midori's leg. Midori had calmly told Kanagi that there were too many eyes watching them. He then suggested visiting Kanagi's home later that night to discuss matters privately. He promised to explain the choices available and reveal who their true enemies were. Kanagi pondered the meaning of his words, wondering who these enemies could be. He knew that the tower had already been destroyed by the founders, and that hunters now focused on eliminating the monsters that escaped from the dimensional rift. He began to question if there was a deeper reason behind it all, but sleep soon overtook him. Suddenly, a loud shout from Hinoki jolts him awake. He opens his eyes to see Hinoki and the founders gathered in his room. Confused and startled, he asks why they are there and what's happening. But Hinoki simply answers that they were having a discussion and have just finished. Still bewildered, Kanagi instinctively pulls his blanket up to cover himself, nervously asking if they have decided who will take over his body. Before Hinoki can utter a word, the doorbell suddenly rings, cutting through the tense atmosphere. Apologetically, Kanagi assumes it must be Midori and suggests they continue the discussion later. As he walks toward the door, he notices the darkness outside and feels an uneasy chill crawl down his spine. But when he opens it, to his utter shock, he finds his mother collapsed on the floor. Panic surges through him as he calls out desperately to her. He rushes forward but freezes when he notices someone sitting casually in the kitchen. The stranger is calmly eating the food his mother had prepared, praising the taste as though nothing is wrong, completely ignoring the chaos around him. With a sneering tone, the man remarks that Kanagi should discipline his mother better and adds mockingly that if they wish to impress guests, they should serve higher quality food. Trembling with fury, Kanagi demands to know who the man is and what he has done to his mother. Unfazed by the accusation, the man barks at him to watch his mouth and introduces himself as Heitani Goru, an S-rank hunter and one of Midori's comrades. He then orders Kanagi to pack his things, announcing that they are moving to their base. Rage boils up inside Kanagi's chest. Without hesitation, he lunges forward and throws a furious punch at Heitani. Yet Heitani easily sidesteps, appearing behind him in an instant, tauntingly asking if Kanagi truly intends to challenge him. Kanagi doesn't respond, his silence heavy with anger. His mind flashes with his mother's words, how she had vowed to raise him proudly on her own after his father's death. He remembers the worn-out shoes she refused to replace, insisting that he buy himself new sneakers instead. He recalls her gentle smile earlier that day as she congratulated him, promising to make his favorite tonkatsu for dinner. Determined, Kanagi fixes his glare on Heitani and demands again to know what he has done to his mother. Watching the scene unfold, Hinoki recognizes the man immediately, Heitani, an S-rank hunter from the previous era. Annoyed by his arrogance and resemblance to Midori, Hinoki mutters that it's time to intervene. The founders, having witnessed Kanagi's growth during his battle with Midori, now understand how they must treat him from here on. Heitani, amused by Kanaga's defiance, mocks him, saying his angry face looks pretty cute. He raises his hand high, ready to slap him across the face. But Kanagi doesn't flinch, he stands perfectly still, eyes locked on him as the strike approaches. At the very last moment, Kanagi effortlessly catches Heitani's hand, and with shocking ease, swings him around in a smooth, practiced motion. The old grandpa founder looks on in disbelief, recognizing that technique. It's one they once used against monstrous foes. A heartbeat later, Heitani is hurled out the window, smashing through the backyard wall with tremendous force. Yet even after being flung out, Heitani lands on his feet before hitting the ground, swiftly regaining his stance and stepping forward once more. He processes what just happened, muttering to himself in disbelief. Had he just witnessed a Quido? Recalling Kanagi's earlier fight with Midori that afternoon, Heitani remembers not only Kanagi's immense aura and swordsmanship, but also a strange, distinct power. He acknowledges Kanagi's strength and comments with a sneer that the boy is sturdier than his Aki. Kanagi, his patience reaching its limit, demands an answer. He presses Heitani to tell him exactly what he's done to his mother, who inside is still writhing in agony as poison courses through her body. Heitani bursts out laughing, mocking Kanagi for being oblivious to the truth. Then with a sinister grin, he finally admits it. His mother was simply in the way, so he put her to sleep using poison. Smirking, Heitani adds that if she's lucky, she'll only suffer minor side effects. Kanagi, stunned and trembling, asks in disbelief why. He doesn't understand. His confusion makes Heitani tilt his head, intrigued by the boy's innocence. Kanagi then asks, voice breaking, why they would harm the family of someone who might one day be their comrade. Heitani laughs darkly at the word comrade, and in the blink of an eye vanishes, reappearing behind Kanagi, his weapon ready to strike. Kanagi barely manages to evade the sudden attack, but Heitani doesn't stop. Blow after blow rains down as he sneers that Kanagi will never be their comrade. He's nothing but a puppet forced to obey their orders. With a cruel grin, Heitani taunts him further, saying that once his loved ones become hostages, he'll have no choice but to submit, calling him naive for ever thinking otherwise. Before Kanagi can react, Heitani stomps on his foot and slashes him across the body, mocking him as he asks if his words weren't exactly right. He swiftly creates distance between them, the searing pain on his cheek flaring up as he moves. The burning sensation deepens, forcing him to touch his face in alarm. The moment his fingers brush the wound, he realizes the dreadful truth. The poison has already begun to spread through his body. Heitani grins wickedly, raising his fingers now bristling with fine needles glistening in venom, smugly announcing that the poison has already entered his system. He then boasts that his ability allows him to generate countless toxins within his own body, a sinister art known as the phantom bug's poison, a truly deadly curse. With an annoyed sigh, Heitani laments how troublesome this mission has become, adding that if he wished, he could unleash a poisonous gas capable of wiping out everything within a 5-kilometer radius. But releasing it here in the middle of the city would be reckless. Calmly, he declares that the toxin will kill him within a minute unless he agrees to join their organization, promising an antidote only if he submits. Otherwise, death is inevitable. The thought of such a lethal poison runs through his mind. He understands that for any normal human, there would be no possible escape from such a fate. Gazing down at his trembling hand, he calls upon the god of medicine, Valentine, asking if she still dwells within him. The founders around him shift their attention toward Valentine's presence. She appears startled and confused, stammering as he apologizes for summoning her so suddenly and asks if she might teach him later how to neutralize this poison. Blushing slightly, she nods in agreement. Heitani, irritated by his muttering, unleashes another wave of venom while demanding to know what nonsense he is spouting. He evades effortlessly, explaining that the technique he used earlier, Aikto's method, was borrowed from the god of hands, Kyujuhuma. The elder spirit residing within him is taken aback. He realizes in awe that Kanagi has mastered his technique after witnessing it only once. Next, Kanagi calls upon the might of the 10,000 army slasher, Hinoki, the blue spear of destruction. Then comes Schemer Kalkas and the heavenly bow Market. He declares that he has studied and memorized each of their arts through the sacred records. Turning to Heitani, he states with calm certainty that all the founders Heitani once worshipped now live within him. The revelation leaves Heitani momentarily stunned, but instead of fear, pure rage fills him as he roars that he will show Kanagi a true world of agony. Heitani lunges forward, both hands armed with venom-tipped needles. Kanagi leaps back just in time, narrowly dodging the fatal strike. The spot Heitani's attack lands, a sturdy tree instantly withers and crumbles to dust. Undeterred, Heitani launches another flurry, shouting that if Kanagi kneels and begs, he might at least grant him an antidote to lessen the pain. He warns that once the agony takes hold, the mind will fall into madness with no return. Yet Kanagi remains silent, standing still as Heitani's hand inches closer. Then, just before impact, Kanagi slips to the side with incredible precision. He presses his palm against Heitani's chest, activating the sacred fist of Saint Wantak. The blow lands hard, forcing Heitani to cough up blood from the sheer impact. Even Wantak himself, whose power was invoked, is astonished. The force sends Heitani crashing violently into a nearby streetlight. Without pause, Kanagi follows up with a strike empowered by the feet of light, Eilerson, sending Heitani hurtling through the air. Eilerson, dwelling within him, watches in awe at the display of strength. Yet somehow Heitani stands again, regaining his balance. In the blink of an eye, he reappears right before Kanagi. His hands strike out simultaneously in a flurry of poison-coated attacks. Kanagi weaves through them, shattering several of the venomous needles mid-motion. Then, channeling the sharp beak corral, he strikes Heitani square in the stomach. Following up instantly, Kanagi slashes with the dragon's claw, a signature skill of Rowan. Inside him, Rowan himself gasps, stunned that his art has been replicated so flawlessly. Heitani, refusing to back down, grabs Kanagi and activates Flipper of Lilac. The technique sends Kanaga's body spinning uncontrollably through the air. Suspended midair, Heitani wonders in disbelief what is happening. The poison should have already paralyzed his nerves and clouded his mind. Yet Kanagi remains sharp, moving with unbroken strength. Then Kanagi calls upon the divine art megas of truth. The invocation of Maltia Silentius radiates from within him, and he releases it upon Heitani, detonating in a deafening blast of pure energy. The explosion leaves everyone present speechless and shaken. Hinoki turns to the other founders and asks in awe if they all witnessed what just happened. He explains that right after defeating Heitani, Kanagi began mimicking all of their techniques, both physical and magical alike, and he admits he doesn't care if Kanagi's ability stems from the crest of nothingness. What matters to him is that Kanagi intrigues him. The founders share the same sentiment. Hinoki proposes that they train Kanagi themselves, confident that under the founders' guidance, he could one day become the most powerful awakener alive. Elsewhere, a group of hooded figures dashes across the rooftops, leaping from one building to another. One of them urges the others to pick up the pace, warning that the guilds from Nemers are also after Kanagi. They must act fast and seize him before their rivals do. Suddenly, Midori appears silently behind one of them, asking in a calm voice if there are truly that many of them. The man whirls around, startled and enraged, but Midori coolly tells him that if there are 15 in total, then he will be the last one standing. With that, he drives the man's head down into the rooftop with tremendous force. Midori then uses his raven's call to contact Rin. She answers at once, reporting that she has already arrived and that no awakeners are nearby. However, her next statement makes him pause. Someone else has already been there. Midori remains quiet, waiting for her to continue. Rin explains that the intruder was Heitani, an S-rank hunter infamous for his poisonous techniques. He had come searching for Kanagi but was completely defeated. Midori's gaze shifts toward the rooftop below, where Heitani's lifeless body lies sprawled out. His mouth hangs slightly open, leaving Midori wondering what exactly had taken place here. Sometime later, they arrive at Kanagi's home. Midori claps his hands together with a bright grin, praising Kanagi sincerely. He admits that he never imagined Kanagi could defeat an S-rank hunter. Without wasting time, he asks whether Kanagi was affected by the poison. Kanagi rubs his cheek with a shy, uncertain expression. He reassures everyone that both he and his mother are fine. Hinoki folds his arms unimpressed and reminds Kanagi that without Valentine's intervention, he wouldn't have survived the night. Hearing her name, Valentine lets out a tired groan. Hinoki, however, acknowledges her quick response, saying that completing the antidote within 5 seconds is no small task. Valentine shrugs, replying that it wasn't too difficult. Since the poison's creator was right there, she only needed a few well-placed injections to draw the necessary blood samples and create a cure. Midori sighs softly and turns his focus back to Kanagi. He apologizes for his late arrival, but assures him that he has already taken measures against the numerous organizations now targeting him due to today's incident. Still overwhelmed by everything, Kanagi finally asks the question that has been bothering him, whether Heitani was telling the truth about being Midori's ally. Midori immediately shakes his head, confirming it was a lie, explaining that many opportunists falsely use his name for their own gain. With that clarified, he shifts his attention toward Rin once again, asking if her task is complete. Right on cue, she materializes beside him and nods, reporting that all the damages have been fully restored. Kanagi stares in disbelief as he sees his house, including the window and the backyard wall, repaired as if nothing had ever happened. With a cheerful smile, Midori suggests that they go inside and discuss Kanagi's future. Kanagi remains rooted to the spot, feeling a mix of excitement and nervous anticipation swirl inside him. The following day begins. At the gate, Kanagi's mother sees him off while a car waits nearby. She reminds him to double-check his belongings, but Kanagi insists that he's fine and tells her not to worry so much. It still feels surreal to her. The child she once held in her arms is now setting out to train under Midori's care. Midori had already promised Kanagi's mother that he would protect him and help him grow into a great hunter. Hearing that fills Kanagi with eager excitement, though his mother's heart remains heavy with concern. Hiding her anxiety, she hands him his lunchbox, reminding him to eat since he skipped breakfast. Kanagi accepts it quietly, even though he doesn't really need it. Then, turning to Midori, his mother asks directly if her son will be in danger. Midori answers honestly, yes, he will. She explains that Kanagi has faced nothing but hardship until now, and it means a great deal for her to entrust him to Midori's guidance. Yet as any mother would, she cannot completely shake her unease. In a reassuring tone, Midori promises that he will train Kanagi until not a single weakness remains within him. With that assurance, she finally agrees to let Kanagi go under his care. As they get into the car, Rin, who is behind the wheel, glances at Midori and asks if he truly meant the promise he made to Kanagi's mother, since even they cannot foresee what lies ahead. Midori looks back through the rearview mirror, his expression softening as he watches Kanagi's mother giving her son a few final reminders. She tells him to wash his clothes properly and not to sleep naked or he'll catch a cold. Seeing her motherly concern, determination flickers in Midori's eyes as he silently vows to protect Kanagi and do everything in his power to guide him well. Meanwhile, Kanagi suppresses the emotions welling up inside him. He says his final goodbye. Just as he's about to step into the car, his mother calls out once more, reminding him to come home for New Year's. The car door closes, and as they finally drive away, Midori turns toward Kanagi, asking gently if he's holding up all right. Kanagi admits with a strained smile that he had to fight hard to keep his emotions in check. Midori leans back in his seat, telling him to relax and do whatever he feels like, whether it's eating or getting some rest. As Kanagi glances around, he notices the neatly packed lunchboxes beside him, the ones his mother prepared with such care. He picks one up, her voice still echoing in his head. Slowly, he lifts the lid open. His gaze falls upon a small handwritten note, a heartfelt good luck message resting delicately on top of the pork cutlet. The simple act pierces through his chest, stirring emotions deeper than he expected. He sits there silently, thinking about all the love, sacrifices, and effort she has poured into raising him. Gratitude wells up inside as he begins to eat, the taste of home mixing with the warmth of tears that never quite fall. Rin and Midori, seated nearby, exchange a glance. They remain quiet, giving him the space to savor the moment in silence as the road stretches endlessly ahead. When they finally arrive at their destination, Kanagi is left speechless by the sight of the towering anti-prophecy headquarters. Midori welcomes him with calm pride, explaining that only a handful of awakeners are ever granted access to this place. The realization weighs heavily on him. For the first time, he truly grasps the magnitude of what he's stepping into. Inside one of the upper rooms, a man stands before a wide window, his gaze fixed intently on the approaching car. Without turning, he informs another presence in the room that the newcomers have arrived. A girl, her face unreadable, asks quietly if all this fuss is really about the new recruit. A younger man beside her remarks that it's a rare thing to gain a new comrade among their ranks. But another, standing farther away with his arms crossed, voices doubt, insisting they must first prove whether this newcomer is worthy of joining the anti-prophecy. Meanwhile, outside the headquarters, Kanagi stands frozen, taking in the overwhelming scale of it all. Countless questions swirl in his mind. What is the anti-prophecy unit really, and could it be connected to the Ikehara Guild? Sensing his uncertainty, Rin admits she hasn't been able to explain everything before. She apologizes, explaining that even Kanagi's mother couldn't be told the truth, as the organization's existence is a top-level national secret. The weight of her words hits him harder than expected, leaving him silent. As they proceed toward the entrance, Midori suggests dropping off his luggage at the dorm first. Rin offers to help, but Kanagi shakes his head, insisting he can handle it himself. Just as he starts to take a step forward, a commanding voice echoes across the courtyard, telling them to stop. The sudden interruption makes his heart skip a beat. Looking up, he spots a young man standing above them. Without hesitation, the stranger declares that he will be the one to explain everything. Then, without warning, he launches himself forward with a powerful kick aimed straight at Kanagi. Reacting on instinct, Kanagi raises his arms to defend, yet the impact is so fierce it cracks the ground beneath his feet. The shock reverberates through his body, but he refuses to fall. The attacker, clearly impressed, acknowledges his resilience and offers a brief word of approval. Intrigued yet cautious, Kanagi steadies his stance and asks who he is. The man lands lightly on his feet, stepping back with effortless grace. Before introducing himself confidently, he is Hinata Hikitaru, a proud member of the anti-prophecy unit and Kanagi's future comrade. The revelation catches Kanagi off guard, but there's no time to react. Hinata has been assigned to explain everything, and whether Kanagi is prepared or not, the truth is about to unfold. Elsewhere, Midori remains calm and composed as he asks Rin to pour him a cup of tea. She nods and does so while the two younger men continue their sparring. Watching them intently, Midori's expression stays unreadable, and he questions Hinata's motives for attacking someone who's supposed to be an ally. Hinata answers without hesitation. It serves two purposes: to introduce Kanagi to the anti-prophecy unit and to test his abilities firsthand. The explanation echoes in Kanagi's mind, leaving him uncertain about the true nature of this so-called test. Without giving him time to think, Hinata moves again with sharp precision, launching another devastating kick. Kanagi responds immediately, blocking it head-on with both arms, his stance firm and unshaken. Hinata, still mid-battle, begins explaining the origins of the anti-prophecy unit between each strike and dodge. Kanagi listens carefully, but can't help doubting whether Hinata truly intends to give a full explanation while their fight rages on. Amid the clash, Hinata pauses just long enough to ask for his opponent's name before continuing. Without missing a beat, Kanagi straightens his posture and introduces himself as Kanagi Minato. Midori, meanwhile, takes another calm sip of his tea, reflecting on how Kanagi has faced trial after trial, first at the academy, then by Midori himself, and even by an S-rank hunter. Now once again, fate has placed another test before him. Turning toward Rin, Midori wonders aloud if Kanagi will always be subjected to endless evaluations. Rin, composed as ever, quietly replies that such things are inevitable. After all, Kanagi is a talent personally chosen by Midori himself. Hinata's relentless kicks continue to rain down, yet Kanagi endures, blocking each one with unwavering determination. Between blows, Hinata suddenly asks a question: what is the true duty of a hunter? Without hesitation, Kanagi answers that a hunter's role is to eliminate the monsters that emerge from dimensional cracks. Hinata gives him a satisfied thumbs up, acknowledging that his answer is correct. He elaborates, comparing hunters to pest control, a simple analogy, yet one that carries enormous weight. Then, dropping to the ground, he shifts the tone by asking a new question. He wants to know what other dangers exist beyond the dimensional cracks. The unexpected inquiry makes Kanagi falter. Unsure, Kanagi asks him to clarify what he means by other dangers. Hinata's expression turns grim as he explains that the world faces threats far greater than those found within dimensional cracks. He speaks of horrifying events: the Pandemonium 10,000 Demons Castle incident 10 years ago, and the Great Kyushu outbreak 5 years prior. Kanagi immediately recognizes those names, massive dimensional disasters that scarred history itself. Before he can form a reply, Hinata lunges without warning. Instinct takes over, and Kanagi brings his arms up to block the oncoming strike. Even so, the impact sends him sliding backward across the ground. Hinata acknowledges his tenacity, praising him for recalling such major catastrophes correctly, then adds that he'll come to understand their full truth once he begins official training at the academy. Kanagi steadies his breathing, preparing for the next move. But before he can react, Hinata suddenly appears above him in a blur of motion. There's no time to think. Hinata's leg descends like a hammer in a brutal axe kick. Kanagi barely dodges aside as the attack crashes down, splitting a nearby tree cleanly in two. The sheer power of it leaves him momentarily frozen in disbelief. Straightening up, Hinata continues his explanation, his tone now edged with gravity. The events he mentioned earlier, such as the Tower of Malevolence from 3 centuries ago, weren't merely disasters. They were full-scale invasions, direct assaults from another dimension. The meaning behind those words weighs heavily on Kanagi. He struggles to comprehend it. This isn't just history, it's a warning of what still lingers today. Hinata steps closer, expression firm. He admits that he cannot understand why modern awakeners seem so much weaker compared to those from the Tower's era. Few now possess power that rivals the original founders, a truth that troubles him deeply. Torn between curiosity and worry, Kanagi finally voices the question haunting him. What should they do? Hinata's answer is resolute. This is precisely why the anti-prophecy unit exists. Those gifted with foresight who can sense incoming catastrophes do not share their knowledge with the public. Instead, they pass it only to the elite, the ones capable of taking action. And those elites, Hinata declares, are none other than the members of the anti-prophecy unit. Midori and Rin exchange proud smiles at those words. In that instant, Kanagi grasps the true purpose of the organization, to prevent these dark prophecies from ever coming to pass. Hinata then steps forward, telling him that starting today, he is officially one of them, the first person ever to block all his kicks consecutively. With that, Hinata extends his hand in welcome. Kanagi accepts it with a firm handshake as Midori and Rin break into applause. Hinata then calls out to the other awakeners, who silently appear above the house, their presence commanding yet mysterious. Hinata asks what they intend to do next, but they only watch in silence, before vanishing from sight, leaving Kanagi startled. Midori chuckles, remarking that they disappear like villains in an old tale. Hinata simply shakes his head, explaining that they prefer to observe everything firsthand. Turning back to Midori, Hinata asks to take charge from here, and Midori agrees without protest, departing quietly. Hinata helps Kanagi carry his belongings, offering to show him to his dorm room, a gesture Kanagi gratefully accepts. That night, as he settles in, lying on his new bed in the unfamiliar room, Kanagi can't stop thinking about the weight of the organization he's now joined. an organization dedicated to confronting prophecies that shape the fate of their world. As Kanagi lies awake, he wonders if the founders had once faced a crisis similar to the one surrounding the tower. The thought that he might now be fighting something foretold fills him with unease. But before his worries can take root, a calm voice interrupts, suggesting he should focus on training instead. Startled, he quickly turns around, to find Hinoki and the other founders standing before him. He hastily apologizes for not speaking with them sooner, but Hinoki reassures him, saying they have already come to a decision. As the founders, they've decided to personally train him to become the strongest Awakener, a power that could even rival Midori's. Under their guidance, he could surpass history itself, becoming one of their chosen disciples. Kanagi, stunned, asks if they truly wish to take him in as their disciple. Hinoki nods, smiling faintly, saying it's indeed a good decision. Yet with a teasing tone, Hinoki warns it might spark a battle royale among them. Alarmed, Kanagi pleads for them not to fight over him. Hinoki chuckles and explains that while things started that way, their perspective has changed. After watching him closely, they found it far more interesting to train him rather than use him. Hinoki then recalls the battle where Kanagi defeated the poison user. Despite not matching their mastery, Kanagi had flawlessly copied their techniques, learning the fundamentals with remarkable speed. Hinoki asks if Kanagi understands the significance of what he achieved. He points out that this may be linked to his crest of nothingness. But more than that, his extraordinary learning speed is what sets him apart, an ability surpassing even the founders themselves. As Hinoki speaks, Kanagi feels his vision blur with tears. He remembers the disappointed looks of his old mentors, the harsh words telling him he had no talent, and how no one had ever expected anything from him. It feels unreal, like a dream. Memories resurface of being mocked and ridiculed after failing the hunter's qualification exam 3 times. The laughter of his classmates echoes in his mind, their cruel taunts telling him to quit. His name had been forgotten countless times, his existence fading in a world that never believed in him. Yet now 2 of the greatest heroes, Midori and Hinoki, acknowledge his potential. The realization overwhelms him, filling him with disbelief. He can't help but question if he truly deserves this recognition. For so long, he had admired them from afar, never once imagining that they would one day put their trust in him. Hinoki, seeing the tears in his eyes, steps forward and gently places a hand on his shoulder, telling him not to let emotions cloud his resolve. It is then revealed that the souls of the founders dwell within him, most vividly during his sleep, allowing him to train in a realm beyond time and space. With this, they outline his new routine: afternoons with the anti-prophecy unit, and nights spent training within his dreams. Restful sleep becomes a luxury of the past, yet Kanagi has already steeled his heart for this path. Without a hint of hesitation, he accepts their offer. His resolve shines through as he vows to follow their guidance. Morning soon arrives. In the bathroom, Hinata splashes water on his face. He glances up, noticing Kanagi enter. They exchange greetings. Kanagi's exhaustion is clear, his eyes heavy from sleepless nights. He admits that adjusting to the new routine has been tough. Hinata, smiling knowingly, recalls his own early struggles in the dormitory. But then something catches Hinata's attention. A powerful aura radiates from Kanagi. His curiosity stirs, realizing that something within the boy has already begun to change. Acting purely on instinct, Hinata lashes out with a sharp kick aimed directly at him. Yet in one effortless motion, he merely dips his head and spits out the water he had been holding in his mouth, dodging the attack with ease. Without sparing so much as a glance, he steps aside and dismisses Hinata's behavior, remarking that he has no patience for such nonsense this early in the morning, before casually stating that he's heading to the cafeteria first. Hinata stands there, stunned and speechless. He soon realizes that his attack was faster than yesterday's, yet even so, it had been avoided without the slightest effort. A short while later, inside the cafeteria, Hinata scans the room and spots a vacant seat. He approaches a woman calmly eating a piece of fruit and politely asks if she would mind if they joined her. She responds with nothing more than a curt nod of approval. Taking that as permission, Hinata sits across from her and gestures for him to take the seat beside him. As he settles down, recognition dawns. He remembers this woman as one of Hinata's comrades introduced just the day before. However, her expression remains cold and distant. She addresses him formally, making it painfully clear that she isn't particularly pleased by his presence. Even so, he offers a polite greeting and introduces himself. Her indifference is immediate and absolute. She shows no desire to learn his name, nor any intent to remember it. Pointing her fork at him, she declares that she will only acknowledge his name once he has proven himself worthy. Until then, training remains the top priority, and he will accompany her on a mission to eliminate a certain prophecy. The prophecy in question dates back to the year 1945, when the very first book of prophecy was unearthed from deep within the Antarctic ice, buried nearly 3,000 meters beneath the frozen surface. It would come to be known as the Book of Doom. Though its writing looked crude, almost like the scrawls of a child, its contents painted a terrifying picture of the future. The book predicted that 80 years later, the world would face an onslaught of apocalyptic disasters. The gravity of its words was enough to make the entire world take it seriously. As they drive together, the woman suddenly asks him a question, prompting him to think deeply about why humanity continues to believe in such ominous prophecies. He pauses in thought, glancing at her, still uncertain of her name. Before he can ask, she cuts him off, saying introductions are unnecessary and demands that he answer her question. He replies that the prophecies must be accurate, but her reaction is instant. She scoffs, questioning his reasoning. If even one of the events written in the Book of Doom were to come true, she explains, it would signal the world's annihilation. The weight of her words leaves him momentarily frozen. As their discussion continues, he turns to Hanada and asks how many prophecies have been recorded. Hanada estimates roughly 200. The number leaves him speechless. He wonders if humanity might already be doomed. But Midori calmly assures him that nearly 180 of those predictions have already been prevented, a fact that fills him with astonishment. Still struggling to grasp the enormity of it all, he circles back to his earlier question: why did the world choose to trust the book? The woman then explains that the Book of Doom was first discovered by an explorer named Bernard Russell. The instant Bernard opened it, the first words that greeted him were chillingly direct. "Hello, Bernard." What followed was a precise timestamp, March 17, 1945 at 11:35 a.m. A bright and sunny day, the exact date and moment he discovered the book. The uncanny accuracy left no room for doubt. Hours later, they finally reached their destination, Tokyo's Sumida Ward. There, an intermediate-level dimensional crack has appeared. As they approach, the guards stationed at the site block their path, firmly warning that the area is restricted. Ignoring their protests, the group rushes past with astonishing speed, leaving the guards dumbfounded. When he hesitates, uncertain if this is truly allowed, Hanada assures him it's fine. The woman then begins explaining the broader crisis, catastrophic events such as the Third World War, the dark side of the moon, the invasive pandemic, and the floating trees, all of which have been categorized as emergency-class disasters. Among them, the pandemonium outbreak, which Midori herself managed to suppress, stands as one of the most devastating examples. The Book of Doom is well known, but it is only one among numerous grimoires scattered across the globe. The Anti-Prophecy Unit exists for the sole purpose of gathering intelligence, analyzing predictions, and taking preemptive action against them. Their operations span multiple threat levels. Rank 3 involves the destruction of one or more regions. Rank 2 escalates to a national crisis. Rank 1 threatens the planet's ecosystem, and the special rank signifies the destruction of the world itself. He listens closely, his growing understanding shifting into alarm. In a worried tone, he asks if such missions are now entirely their responsibility. The woman, unshaken, confirms that these duties naturally fall to members of the Anti-Prophecy Unit. Moments later, Kisaragi and his team notice them crossing the yellow caution line and immediately confront them. Mistaking them for civilians, Kisaragi orders them to retreat, explaining the extreme danger of the area. But she dismisses his concern, calmly stating that today's prophecy has been classified as a Rank 3 event. Although the dimensional crack before them seems to be of intermediate B rank, in truth, it is far more dangerous, a Rank 3 catastrophe codenamed Yellow Journal. She insists that the crack will soon expand. And almost as if on cue, it begins to widen at an alarming pace. Kisaragi spins around, his eyes widening in horror. As the fissure rips open completely, from its depths, wave after wave of monstrous creatures begin pouring out, each one more terrifying than the last. With a sharp and commanding tone, Kisaragi orders his squad to ready themselves for combat. But the enemy's response is immediate and devastating. The horde surges forward, tearing through his ranks in a matter of moments. Hunters are cut down before they can even react. Panic grips him as he mutters a curse under his breath, realizing that even the B and C rank hunters are being overwhelmed, barely able to stand their ground. Then his eyes widen in dread as he senses an even greater menace. An immense aura radiating from deep within the rift, signaling the arrival of a boss-class monster. As the newcomers stride confidently toward the battlefield, Kisaragi makes one last attempt to stop them, shouting for them to fall back. But before he can say more, the woman places her hand firmly on the ground and invokes a spell known as Trismegistus. In an instant, countless spears of light burst upward from the earth, impaling the monsters with ruthless precision. Their bodies collapse in unison, lifeless, as crimson pools spread beneath them. Hanada follows up with his own assault. In a blur of motion, he dashes through the battlefield, his every movement controlled and deliberate, each strike felling another enemy in perfect rhythm. Kisaragi watches in stunned disbelief. He has always viewed himself as a capable S-rank hunter, yet these strangers operate on an entirely different level. Their strength defies reason. Who are they and where did they come from? The woman turns toward him and without hesitation commands him to retreat. From her point of view, Kisaragi is merely the civilian here. His eyes fall to her hand where an emblem glows faintly upon her skin. Recognition flashes across his face. Their presence isn't random, they're government operatives. But before he can process the full meaning of this discovery, a massive hand bursts out from the dimensional rift, ripping it open even further. From within steps a towering monstrosity, Jilia Ulnir, a being whose power eclipses even the S-rank. Its very existence radiates overwhelming pressure, shaking the ground beneath them. Without hesitation, the woman charges forward to engage, but Kisaragi shouts, warning her not to act recklessly. His plea goes unanswered. Together, they hurl themselves into battle, fearless before the overwhelming threat. Hanada strikes first, unleashing a rapid flurry of kicks aimed at the beastman's core. To his shock, his attacks do nothing. The creature's anti-physical armor completely nullifies every blow. Forced to retreat, Hanada narrowly dodges as the beastman counters, lunging toward the woman. Instantly, she gathers energy before her, readying a retaliatory strike. Yet before she can release it, Kanagi suddenly appears between them, intercepting the beastman's massive attack with nothing but his bare hand. The resulting impact detonates in a violent shockwave, causing the beastman to explode into fragments of energy. For a moment, everyone stands frozen, utterly stunned by what they've just witnessed. As the dust begins to settle, Hanada recognizes the technique. It's a penetration shock. What truly astonishes him, however, is that Kanagi just felled an S+ rank monster in a single strike. The realization hits hard. Kanagi's strength has surged dramatically overnight. Still, the woman scolds him, remarking that such overwhelming force wasn't necessary. But Kanagi knows better. Against enemies with immense physical resistance, striking from within is the most effective tactic. A lesson he learned from Wantage, the Fist Saint, who had taught him the fundamentals of penetration attacks just the night before. Turning toward the girl he rescued, Kanagi finally speaks, asking for her name, reasoning that since he just saved her life, it's only fair he knows it. She smiles brightly and introduces herself as Akin. Without wasting a second, Hanada refocuses on the battlefield, enhancing his body with energy before charging into the fresh wave of monsters spilling out of the rift. Undeterred, the woman joins in, conjuring a torrent of liquid mercury that engulfs her enemies. She then snaps her fingers, igniting it with her Mercurius reject skill, triggering a chain of explosions that tear through the horde. Together, they push forward, realizing that just as Kanagi had said earlier, breaking their enemies from within is the key to victory. Resolute, she signals to Hanada, and the two rush together toward the heart of the dimensional crack. Behind them, Kisaragi can do nothing but stare in disbelief. He knows that what lies beyond that rift is an entirely different world, a place of unfathomable danger. To enter it is pure madness. Yet before he can stop them, the two have already made their move. They leap through the rift without hesitation, vanishing from sight. Kisaragi is left amidst the corpses of fallen A-rank monsters, realization dawning upon him. These individuals are no ordinary hunters. They must belong to the rumored secret organization whispered about within the highest ranks. As they cross into the other side of the dimension, an overwhelming swarm of creatures immediately surrounds them. Assessing the threat, Akin lifts her hand, calmly noting that these monsters are identical to the ones outside. With swift precision, she conjures countless mercury spears, impaling the creatures in an instant, leaving nothing but silence in their wake. As Kanagi runs alongside her, his sharp eyes observe Akin's movements with growing admiration. He recognizes the immense precision and control in her technique, and finally understands why she's hailed as the strongest area of effect specialist within the anti-prophecy unit. After clearing the remaining monsters, Akin stands before a towering bear-like creature. Just as she's about to strike, Hanada suddenly leaps forward, rushing straight at the beast. Seeing him approach, the bear roars and swings its massive claws with brutal speed. Hanada evades effortlessly, jumping up onto the roof above the monster. From there, he launches a rapid flurry of kicks, striking from multiple angles as he dances around the creature. Kanagi watches in astonishment as Hanada's movements flow with grace and speed, a faint giggle escaping him in amusement. Yet, to Hanada's surprise, Kanagi suddenly charges toward the bear and mirrors the same barrage of kicks, striking in perfect synchronization. With a grin, he asks if his technique resembled Hanada's own. Caught off guard, Hanada blinks in disbelief, then bursts into a smile of approval. After defeating the beast, the trio continues deeper into the unknown. As they advance, Akin notices the number of enemies steadily declining. Eventually, they arrive at an enormous open area that resembles an ancient coliseum. A sudden surge of oppressive energy fills the air, they can feel it closing in. From above, a colossal minotaur warrior crashes down before them, its roar echoing across the chamber. Its fury is palpable, shaking the very ground beneath them. This creature is no ordinary foe, it's a blind minotaur of triple S-rank power, a monster of legend. Hinata and Kanagi both freeze momentarily, stunned by its overwhelming presence. Meanwhile, Akin stands calmly before the beast, almost unimpressed, questioning if this creature is truly the boss. From the surrounding portals, countless spears materialize, shimmering in the dim light. Akin calls out to her teammates, commanding them to unleash their most powerful attacks. She declares she'll deliver the final blow herself. Hearing this, Hinata begins focusing his energy, gathering immense power into his legs. Kanagi stands slightly behind them, watching in awe at the raw force both of them are channeling. Yet deep down, he senses something unsettling, an instinct that even this might not be enough to bring down the beast. When Hinata hears the doubt in his tone, he's momentarily stunned that Kanagi, of all people, questions their full strength. The Minotaur, unfazed by their assault, swings its gigantic weapon downward. The impact shatters the ground, forming a massive crater and unleashing shockwaves that ripple through the arena. When the dust settles, they can hardly believe what they see. The beast remains completely unharmed, unscathed even after taking their strongest attacks head-on. Bracing themselves once more, the group readies for another round as Kanagi silently steals his resolve. Just then, he hears a familiar voice echo in his mind, one praising Akin's remarkable skill. He instantly recognizes it's the voice of Kilik, the founder's spirit residing within him. Kilik, once a master alchemist, expresses his concern aloud, noting that despite Akin's purity, agility, and incredible strength, such brilliance could be wasted if she dies young in this hopeless fight. He admits she has fought admirably, giving her all, but warns that the Minotaur operates on a completely different scale of power. Akin has underestimated its full physical resistance, it's at an unbreakable 100%. Growing anxious, Kanagi asks what he should do. Kilik only chuckles in response, his tone both amused and confident. Meanwhile, Hinata and Akin continue their desperate struggle against the beast, silently regretting that they hadn't brought along someone more adept in high-tier magic. As Akin glances toward Kanagi, she suddenly freezes. The energy radiating from his body feels foreign, terrifyingly intense. Kanagi has relinquished control of his body to Kilik. Under Kilik's command, Kanagi thrusts out his hand and casts a powerful alchemical spell, Mercurius. Instantly, the spell spreads across the battlefield, freezing the Minotaur's legs solid in glimmering silver. Akin stares, speechless. She's stunned not just because Kanagi used the same mercury-based technique as her, but because he executed it with flawless precision, immobilizing the monster completely. Now fully in control, Kilik turns to Akin with a stern expression and calls her a fool. He scolds her harshly for her rigid approach, saying that to become a true alchemist, she must learn to manipulate matter in all three states, solid, liquid, and gas. Even as he speaks, he channels more mercury into the Minotaur's body until its form is entirely flooded with the silvery liquid, which begins to seep grotesquely from its mouth. Then Kilik raises his hand and casts another spell, one that boils the mercury from within. The creature's insides heat violently as toxic steam spills across the arena. The air grows thick, making it hard to breathe. Akin watches in astonishment as realization dawns. Rather than relying on brute strength, Kilik is using temperature manipulation to utterly destroy the monster from the inside out. The Minotaur thrashes and roars in agony, its massive body convulsing as the boiling mercury devours it from within. Amid the chaos, Kilik casually remarks to Kanagi that he's considering taking Akin as his disciple. Kanagi, still conscious within, dismisses the comment as one of Kilik's eccentric jokes. Finally, the mercury reaches its peak temperature and the Minotaur collapses with a thunderous crash, its form melting into silence. The battle is over. The mission eliminating the rank 3 prophetic threat ends in complete success. Akin stands frozen, her eyes wide in disbelief, unable to process the overwhelming display of power she has just witnessed. The ability Kanagi displayed should only belong to an awakener who resides within a crest. She realizes at once that Kanagi must belong to the same rare class as Hiko. Yet somehow he managed to wield alchemy at a level equal to her own. Still shaken by the revelation, she demands to know who Kanagi truly is. With an assured smile, Kanagi extends his hand and introduces himself. Akin, both irritated and intrigued, narrows her eyes. Reluctantly, she takes his hand and declares that she will remember him for this. Seeing Akin acknowledge Kanagi, Hinata can't help but grin brightly in satisfaction. Meanwhile, outside the rift, Kisaragi and his squad continue to wait. To their shock, the dimensional crack begins to close. Just before it seals completely, the trio leaps out from within, landing safely. Kanagi asks whether their mission is finally over. He's told that all that remains is to file their report at headquarters, so they begin discussing their next course of action. Kisaragi approaches them, expressing heartfelt gratitude for saving his men. He assures them that he has no intention of prying into their identities or what transpired inside the rift. Akin nods, thanking him for his understanding, and advises him to include details about the emblem in his official report. It will explain everything to the higher-ups. As the trio walks away, Kisaragi calls out, offering his help should they ever find themselves in danger. But Akin glances back, calmly replying that they will likely never cross paths again, urging him instead to return to his daily duties. Hearing her words, Kisaragi finally realizes that these people, ordinary in appearance yet extraordinary in nature, exist in a world forever beyond his reach. On May 11th, in a quiet village of N Prefecture, a crimson flash streaks through the streets. A startled guard catches a glimpse of it, but remains unsure of what he has just witnessed. Moments later, a thunderous, sky-piercing roar echoes through the entire village. At the anti-prophecy headquarters, the trio steps out of their car. Akin reminds them to finish writing their mission report, but Hinata suddenly receives a message, an urgent summons to the laboratory. It's unusual for such a call to come so soon after a mission. Curious, they make their way to the Anti-Prophecy HQ laboratory. There they find two individuals already waiting, one standing on the stage, the other seated in the stands. In a commanding tone, the man on stage remarks that Akin certainly took her time dealing with a rank 3 disaster. Kanagi immediately recognizes him, the same red-haired man he encountered earlier. Akin, however, seethes at his arrogant tone. Irritated that he speaks as if he were a superior, Hinata quickly steps in to defuse the situation, asking what Director Kurihara requires from them. The man standing before them is indeed the director himself. Once everyone settles, he plays a video recently received from the analysis team. According to him, the footage shows a prophecy grimoire discovered deep within a volcanic region, which has been under careful study ever since. Kanagi wonders aloud whether such a damaged grimoire can even be deciphered. Adjusting his glasses, the director explains that through AI reconstruction and X-ray imaging, the team managed to extract fragments of data. Though most of it remains unclear, one specific prophecy stood out. It directly references Japan. Everyone in the room is taken aback by the revelation, especially Akin, who realizes this is a completely new prophecy, something their archives have never recorded. The director continues, stating that the Anti-Prophecy Network gathers information from every corner of the world, making the discovery of an unregistered prophecy nearly impossible. Yet this case, he says gravely, is different. The red-haired man immediately understands the implication. This means the four of them are being tasked to investigate. The director praises his quick deduction, explaining that this mission would normally go to their primary squad, but those members are currently unavailable. Hearing that, Kanagi finally understands why Midori wasn't there when they return. The director orders them to depart immediately, promising that full details will be sent through secured channels. Kanagi is left speechless at how quickly they've been assigned another mission. The red-haired man merely smirks, telling him that he'll get used to it soon enough. A heavy sense of foreboding fills Kanagi's chest. This time, the fate of the world itself may truly be at stake. The red-haired man then slams his hand on the table. Rising to his feet, he boldly declares that he and his three subordinates will be taking the mission. Akin, seeing his overbearing attitude once again, sighs in visible annoyance. As they leave, the director calls out a final warning, advising them to proceed with utmost caution, for the severity of this prophecy remains unknown. Even if it begins to manifest, they are to await the arrival of the main force before making any drastic move. During the drive, Kanagi stares silently out the window, uneasy about the unknown threat ahead. From the front seat, Sue suggests that they all get some rest, reminding Kanagi that this was only his first mission. But Akin, ever prideful, refuses, snapping that he has no right to order her around. To her surprise, both Hinata and Kanagi immediately agree to rest. Within moments, they drift into sleep. Determined to stay awake, Akin struggles to keep her eyes open. But as the night wears on, exhaustion finally claims her, and she too succumbs to slumber. Sometime later, the car comes to a stop. Akin slowly awakens, noticing the seats around her are now empty. Alarmed, she rushes outside, only to find the others standing near the edge of a cliff, gazing down at a strange globe below. What she sees renders her speechless. Spread across the ground beneath them lies an enormous magic circle, vast beyond imagination, its luminous patterns pulsing with an ominous energy. Hinata immediately comprehends the severity of what they are facing. The situation is far grimmer than they had imagined. The prophecy stands on the brink of completion. From beneath the earth, skeletal figures rise, encased within enormous crystals whose ghostly glow spreads a sinister light across the entire site. A chill runs through everyone's spine as the dreadful realization sinks in. They might have already arrived too late. These skeletal remains belong to the 23 villagers mentioned in the earlier report. Suao recalls witnessing a similar catastrophe once before. 3 decades ago, the Wakayama mansion had mysteriously disappeared, nearly tearing open a dimensional rift in its wake. As he recounts this, the massive pillar positioned at the center of the magic circle erupts, releasing violent waves of energy. Seeing the danger escalate, SWO shouts for everyone to move without delay. Hinata swiftly draws his blade, demanding to know what their next course of action should be. Sa answers firmly that they must stop it at all costs. Akin interjects, reminding him that the director's orders were explicit. They were to stand by and await further command. But before they can argue further, an immense aura flares behind them, freezing them in place. Turning around, they see Kanagi enveloped in a storm of overwhelming energy. His stance and gaze make it clear he's already prepared for battle. The others quickly sense it too. Kanagi's power feels markedly greater than before. Yet Suo, calm as ever, remains unshaken by the surge. With a confident grin, he leaps forward, shouting for the rest to follow his lead. They all charge after him, with Akin calling out for him not to rush in so recklessly. Together, they descend toward the magic circle's blazing center. Suddenly, Hinoki and the mage stiffen. They recognize a strange scent in the air. One that feels disturbingly familiar, something they've encountered countless times throughout their lives. The ground beneath them then begins to quake violently. In the next instant, with a deafening roar, a colossal hand bursts up from the earth. Hinoki's eyes widen in terror. Now he understands the smell. It is the stench of a forbidden technique. This event matches perfectly with the prophecy inscribed in the Book of Scorching Heat. Hinoki recalls that during the Epsi era, an awakener named Bandu Shijima, leader of the Dark Magus, had once committed mass genocide. The Anmyojas eventually defeated and killed him. Yet during that confrontation, an entire village was annihilated as collateral. Shijima gathered the villagers' blood. Using it, he inscribed a vast magic circle, one that would guarantee his reincarnation 1,000 years into the future. His purpose was clear: to consume all life and ascend as the demon king ruling over the world. Before his death, he left behind a forbidden technique revealing the sacrifices needed for his resurrection. Now, in the present day, Shijima has returned, reborn as a boss of unclassified rank. His objective stands unchanged: to fulfill the prophecy of the scorching heat. Glancing at his own hands, he grimaces, realizing his current strength is far below expectations. He wonders bitterly if the ritual lacked enough sacrifices. As his eyes sweep over the surroundings, he chuckles softly, noting how little the world has changed even after a millennium. But when he spots the anti-prophecy unit approaching, his smirk twists into a mad grin. New sacrifices have arrived. Channeling his dark arts, he invokes the Plate of Yin. A tremendous explosion tears through the ground beneath the advancing anti-prophecy team. Kanagi's eyes widen as the blast engulfs Hinata and Akin. Yet when the dust finally clears, both stand firm and unharmed. However, Kanaga's relief fades quickly. Beneath their feet, he notices a dark sigil glowing ominously. It is the dark art known as Death Realm. From the circle, countless wailing spirits surge forth, their spectral hands clawing toward Hinata and Akin. They struggle fiercely against the ghostly grasp. It becomes clear that Shijima's mastery of magic far exceeds what they expected. As his spell takes hold, he suddenly feels movement behind him. Kanagi has launched a surprise assault, but Shijima effortlessly evades every strike, twisting and sidestepping with mocking grace. With a smirk, he derides Kanagi as nothing more than an inexperienced fool. Then, with a flick of his hand, he casts another plate of yin directly beneath Kanagi. The blast detonates, but shockingly, Kanagi steps out of the explosion without a single scratch. Kanagi retaliates, unleashing his Thunderbolt Hadid skill directly at Shijima. Yet the attack is swiftly intercepted as Shijima channels his own dark sorcery, forming a barrier of shadowed energy. Though he successfully blocks the strike, Shijima can't help but acknowledge Kanaga's impressive choice of technique. Through the fading smoke, Su silently appears behind him, moving with calculated precision. He casts the Chrysanthemum spell, summoning a flurry of razor-sharp blades that shoot toward Shijima in rapid succession. Startled for a brief instant, Shijima quickly regains composure and leaps upward, effortlessly dodging the assault. While Shijima is still midair, Suo raises his hand once more, chanting another incantation. With a calm smirk, he admits that he had never expected such a low-level spell to bring Shijima down in the first place. Driving his weapon into the ground, Suo activates the Autumn skill, conjuring an endless rain of glimmering knives that descend from the heavens. But Shijima merely laughs, deriding the attack as nothing more than a rain of light. His right arm twists and reshapes into a gleaming blade of shadow. He dives towards Suo, striking without hesitation. Suo meets the attack head-on, blocking it, though the impact sends a fierce shock through his body. From that brief exchange, Shijima immediately discerns that Suo is likely the strongest fighter among them. Kanagi, watching from the sidelines, senses the depth of Shijima's power and finds it seemingly without limit. This foe is unlike any they've encountered before. His strength even surpasses that of the legendary founders. As Kanagi contemplates the overwhelming difference, the voices of his comrades ring out behind him. Turning sharply, he sees Akin and Hinata being struck by waves of black art magic. The two narrowly evade the attack and without hesitation dash toward Shijima once more. Shijima, still locked in combat with Suo, barely spares them a glance. With a flick of his hand, he summons 3 skeleton demons to intercept Akin and Hinata, who continue to charge forward undeterred. Hinata attacks first, delivering a powerful kick to the nearest creature. To his shock, it has no effect. The monsters' bodies are as durable as the minotaurs they had fought before, unyielding and solid as stone. One of the skeleton demons steps before Kanagi, blocking his advance with an ear-splitting screech. Meanwhile, Suo and Shijima continue their frenzied exchange of strikes and spells. Shijima sneers, mocking Suo for expecting aid that will never come. But before his taunt can settle, Suo's blade slices across Shijima's shoulder in a fierce counterattack. "I don't need help," Suo declares coldly. He points his weapon toward Shijima, warning him not to take another step closer. "The only power I depend on," he adds, "is my own." Blood drips from his wound as he wipes it away, his glare unwavering. Shijima bursts into deranged laughter, shouting that he too needs no one, that he will consume every living thing himself. With a roar, he lunges at Suo with renewed fury. Suo barely manages to brace himself, blocking the strike mere inches from his chest as he struggles to withstand Shijima's relentless assault. Amid the chaos, a voice calls out from behind him. It's Kanagi, charging forward at full speed straight toward Shijima. Shijima's eyes widen in disbelief. He had sent a demon to stop Kanagi moments ago. Glancing back, he sees the others still locked in combat with their foes, while the demon meant to halt Kanagi now lies cleaved cleanly in two. Before Shijima can react, Kanagi's fist crashes into his face with devastating force, hurling him across the ground and carving a deep trail in the dirt. Suo watches in astonishment, silently impressed by the sheer power behind the strike. Kanagi, catching his breath, proposes that they join forces to take Shijima down together. Suo freezes in momentary surprise. Kanagi and Akin haven't even defeated their own enemies, and yet this man has, now standing before him offering help. But pride burns too strongly within Suo, and he immediately refuses. He declares with absolute certainty that he needs no one's aid, that he alone is enough to finish this battle. Kanagi can hardly believe his stubbornness. Before they can exchange another word, Shijima suddenly appears before them once again, closing the distance in an instant. With a furious roar, he unleashes Magatsu's breath, a devastating beam of energy that tears through the air, blasting straight toward them both. Suo barely manages to block the devastating blast, while Kanagi is struck head-on, his body hurled backward by the sheer force of the impact. He crashes violently into a tree, his vision swimming as consciousness begins to fade, slowly slipping into darkness. In that haze between life and death, Kanagi finds himself standing before the souls of Hinoki and the mages. Hinoki informs him that he has fallen unconscious, and that they have drawn his spirit into the depths of his own mind. Even as pain courses through every inch of his battered body, Kanagi struggles to rise, pleading for them to send him back. He must return to the fight. But before anyone can answer, a deep, commanding voice reverberates through the void, ordering him to stand down and withdraw from battle. Outside, the real world rages on. Suo is barely keeping himself alive under Shijima's relentless storm of attacks. Shijima grins darkly, mocking Suo while commending him for sharing the same prideful mindset, relying on no one but himself. With a wicked smirk and a hunger that seems endless, Shijima channels his vile energy into his next strike, bringing it down with such force that Suo's sword shatters cleanly in two. Shock flickers across Suo's face, but he reacts instantly. Summoning another blade in his hand, he swings at Shijima, yet the enemy bends backward with inhuman flexibility, evading every slash effortlessly. The more Suo struggles, the wider Shijima's grin grows. His enjoyment of the fight only deepens. Within the spiritual plane, Kanagi's astral form watches the scene unfold. Shijima's strength is overwhelming, far surpassing anything they have encountered. Hinoki quietly admits this battle is beyond Kanagi's limits. The mage adds that Shijima's precision is disturbingly perfect. Had more humans inhabited this land, he might already have ascended as a full-fledged demon king. She warns Kanagi that if Shijima consumes his life as well, his power will multiply and bring calamity upon all civilization. Their so-called discovery of the ancient grimoire, she says, was nothing but coincidence. Hinoki steps closer, requesting that Kanagi lend them his body so they can handle the fight themselves. To everyone's shock, Kanagi refuses outright. He apologizes, his tone firm. This is not a simulation nor a lesson. This is reality. He insists that he must overcome this obstacle by his own strength, just as he will in every trial to come. With unshakable confidence, he meets their eyes and asks if they can believe in him. The mage starts to object, but Hinoki interrupts with a hearty laugh, admitting that Kanagi has already proven himself stronger than they imagine. Placing a steady hand on Kanaga's shoulder, Hinoki reminds him of his vow to surpass the founders themselves. With a proud smile, he urges him to go forth, to use every lesson learned and fight in his own way. The words ignite Kanaga's resolve. Determination flashes in his eyes as he turns toward the battlefield once more, asking the founders to watch over him. Without another moment's hesitation, he sprints toward the waking world. On the battlefield, Shijima and Suo continue their fierce duel. Suo looks beaten and bloodied, barely clinging to his footing when Shijima strikes again, sending him soaring through the air, mid-flight. Shijima prepares a finishing blow to end it all. Suo braces for the inevitable, but at the last instant someone grabs him mid-air. It's Kanagi. With a firm grip, he catches both Suo's sword and body, saving him in a single fluid motion. With controlled force, Kanagi throws Suo toward the ground, hurling him out of the path of Shijima's oncoming magical beam. Suo lands roughly but alive. Shijima's eyes narrow as he shifts his focus to Kanagi, still suspended in midair. He unleashes another Magatsu's breath, the deadly beam tearing through the air straight toward him. But to his astonishment, Kanagi faces it calmly, wielding Hinoki's refined one-handed sword technique. His gaze sharpens with absolute concentration. In a single decisive motion, Kanagi cleaves through the torrent of energy, splitting it apart. Following through, his blade cuts into Shijima's arm, severing it cleanly. The Dark Magus stares in horror, stunned and speechless, unable to comprehend what just transpired. Trembling with rage, Shijima screams, demanding to know who Kanagi truly is. Kanagi's voice is cold and resolute as he replies, "He is the one destined to surpass the founders." The observing mage turns to Hinoki, asking whether Kanagi can truly defeat the Dark Magus, but even Hinoki cannot say for certain. Still, he asserts that Kanagi is far from reckless. He suspects that Kanagi learned something new, perhaps during that brief nap in the car on their way here. A proud smile spreads across Hinoki's face, wondering if Kanagi's newfound strength surpasses even his own comprehension. Suo, watching from below, is equally astonished. Moments ago, he had rejected Kanaga's offer for help, and now that very man has saved his life. Meanwhile, Kanagi advances relentlessly, his strikes pushing Shijima further and further back. Forced to retreat, Shijima teleports several meters away, countering instantly with a dark art technique, pomegranate. Countless energy blasts surge toward Kanagi. He tries to evade, but soon realizes they are tracking his every move. Leaping around desperately, Kanagi notices the blasts persistently tailing him. In that moment, he recalls one of the founder's techniques. Aftershock, slamming his foot down onto the ground, he summons a sturdy stone barrier ahead. The wall withstands the oncoming barrage. Shijima narrows his eyes at the sudden defense, then launches another volley of dark blasts. Kanagi reacts instantly, manipulating the shattered stone fragments to create another shield before him. Spotting an opening, he fuses two skills and flashes behind Shijima. Yet Shijima narrowly sidesteps the strike. Spinning, he fires a plate of yin blast in retaliation. The attack connects, hitting Kanagi squarely, but Kanagi absorbs most of the damage, refusing to falter. Using a floating boulder as a foothold, he propels himself straight at Shijima. His mind echoes with the founder's lessons. Shijima evades once again, but Kanagi's relentless variety of techniques leaves him momentarily stunned. Watching from afar, the founders are equally astonished by his rapid evolution. With a sinister grin, Shijima decides to escalate further, invoking his forbidden art. A massive skeletal monstrosity emerges through skeleton fusion, its presence exuding deathly power. Shijima smirks, declaring this will be the end. The towering skeleton raises its enormous palm and swings down toward Kanagi. The founders shout for him to run, yet Kanagi doesn't move, his eyes locked on the attack. He admits silently that even if he gives everything, his current strength won't suffice. What he needs now is something beyond his limits. His thoughts flash back to the teachings of the mage and Hinoki. He recalls mastering Shining Flame and Hinoki's one-handed sword technique. The memory of the Waveblade attack and elegant slashes resurfaces vividly. Drawing upon both, Kanagi channels Shining Flame into his hand, infusing his sword with Hinoki's art. The weapon transforms into a blazing blade of pure power. The mage and Hinoki watch in stunned disbelief. Kanagi has done the impossible. With unwavering resolve, he raises his flaming sword. The fusion technique, Blazing Fire Cutting Blade, ignites completely. Without hesitation, he rushes forward, cutting through the skeletal giant as Shijima looks on in shock. Remembering both Hinoki's and the mage's guidance, Kanagi's determination burns brighter, allowing him to perfect the technique mid-battle. With one powerful swing, he cleaves the skeleton from head to toe, slashing straight through Shijima as well. The entire field falls silent, astonished by the feat, combining two magic arts seamlessly. The alchemist founder is particularly overwhelmed. He calls Kanagi an irregular, awed by how easily he merges different techniques, and suspects his potential reaches even further. Suddenly, the alchemist vanishes, leaving Hinoki perplexed. The mage, having overheard his words, quietly agrees. They might have underestimated Kanagi's potential. Yet deep down, she feels a tinge of unease at nurturing such power. Hinoki, however, smiles with excitement, eager to see how far Kanagi will go. As Kanagi lands, drained but victorious, his eyes widen in disbelief. Shijima, split in half, begins to regenerate from his own blood. Enraged, Shijima snarls that had the strike reached his head, he might truly have perished. Drawing upon the darkness within him, he gathers a surge of malevolent energy, shaping it into a pulsating death ball, determined to bring everything to an end by his own hands. Yet before the final word leaves his lips, Suo suddenly appears behind him and slashes across his throat in one swift, merciless motion. Shijima's head is severed cleanly, his expression frozen in shock as his body topples lifelessly to the ground. As his form crumples, Suo rushes to catch Kanagi, whose body lies limp and unconscious beside him. Cradling Kanagi gently, Suo's mind drifts to a distant memory buried deep within his heart. Long ago, his older brother had once carried him in the very same way. It was a bitterly cold night beneath a bridge, snow blanketing the earth in silence. His brother had whispered a promise to bring food for them when morning came, and with that faint promise lingering, Suo had slowly drifted into sleep. From above the bridge, the distant echoes of a grand parade filled the air. People celebrated in warmth and laughter while the two of them shivered in the cold, their stomachs empty and hearts hollow. That memory etched into Suo's soul, the reason he chose to live in solitude. Shijima had once exploited that loneliness, twisting it to control him. But now, gazing down at Kanagi, Suo understands something profound. He is not truly alone, and even if solitude finds him again, he can endure it. And as that thought takes root, the barrier enclosing them begins to fracture, faint cracks spreading like spiderwebs across its surface. Akin and Hinata rush inside, alarmed the moment they see Kanagi unconscious on the ground. After checking his pulse, they confirm he's only fainted, relief softening their faces. But Hinata's attention quickly snaps to the barrier, noticing it collapsing from within. She warns the others they must act fast. Hinata anxiously asks what will happen if the energy inside the barrier detonates outward. Suo grips his sword with grim resolve, explaining that if that happens, the explosion will crush them all. Their only chance is to strike it with their strongest attacks and divert the blast, though his voice is steady. Deep down, he doubts whether they truly possess the strength to pull it off, but there's no room left for hesitation. As everyone braces themselves, Kanagi, still unconscious, suddenly raises his sword, channeling a brilliant energy through it. Within the depths of his mind, Hinoki seizes control, guiding Kanaga's body with calm mastery. The barrier erupts in a blinding explosion as every fighter unleashes their full might, while Hinoki performs his one-handed technique, the split cloud strike, cutting cleanly through the chaos. Beyond the shattered barrier, a red-haired man races toward the site, flanked by two subordinates. They shout warnings, saying the barrier is on the verge of collapse. In an instant, it bursts apart with a thunderous crack. The men fear they've arrived too late. But then, to their astonishment, a radiant beam of blue light surges toward the heavens. Streaming from Kanaga's sword, the red-haired man gazes upward in awe, recognizing that light. It is a flawless sword technique, pure and without hesitation. His name is Makoto, captain of the anti-prophecy unit. Witnessing this miracle, he silently wonders whose power could have achieved such perfection. Sometime later, aboard a plane soaring above Peru, Midori speaks with Makoto over a call, marveling at the news that the team's newest member has stopped an unknown prophecy. Meanwhile, in Japan, Makoto remains on the line, facing a rank 1 prophecy, one far more powerful than any they have confronted before. Midori, rather than sitting inside the aircraft, rests casually atop it, letting the wind rush past as he listens. A smile plays across his face as he reflects on how much the anti-prophecy unit has grown, even without his direct presence. The one responsible for the recent miracle was none other than Kanagi, the same Kanagi who had joined their ranks just 2 days earlier. Shocked beyond belief, Makoto demands to know who Kanagi truly is. Without hesitation, Midori replies with conviction, Kanagi is the one destined to end all prophecies. They have long awaited his arrival, a beacon of hope foretold to bring balance. A quiet anticipation had always surrounded his name. Makoto, still doubtful, questions whether such faith in a single person can truly be justified. Rather than argue, he is simply told to witness it himself. Then, shifting the conversation, Makoto urges Midori to return. The current opponent is equally strong and his presence is crucial. Midori lets out a soft chuckle, offering a lighthearted apology before his tone hardens once again. Before him looms a monstrous being, a super-rank prophecy, the very source of the suicidal infection. Its grotesque form towers above, radiating overwhelming malice. And with a deafening roar, it charges straight toward him. Midori tells Makoto to hold tight, assuring him that he will wrap things up quickly. Then, extending his hand, he unleashes a storm of divine wind turbulence. At that exact moment in the infirmary, Kanagi's eyes fly open. A sharp gasp escapes him as he jerks upright. A nearby nurse rushes over, startled by his sudden movement, and gently reassures him that he's finally awake. She explains that he's been in the anti-prophecy unit's medical ward, unconscious since the end of his mission. Kanagi listens, confused, wondering if he had merely blacked out. His slumber had been so deep that even the Founder's realm of training felt distant and unreachable. Smiling kindly, the nurse tells him not to worry, pulling the curtain aside before reminding him to call if he needs assistance. As the curtain rises, as Kanagi's vision clears, he spots Suo sitting nearby with his arms crossed, silently observing him. The sight makes Kanagi wonder if Suo has been keeping watch over him the entire time he lay unconscious. Looking around the room, Kanagi realizes that Hinata and Akin are nowhere to be seen. Curious, he asks about their whereabouts, and Suo calmly explains that they're out training. Frustrated by how useless they felt during the last battle, they've been pushing themselves relentlessly to improve. Hearing such acknowledgement from a man like Suo catches Kanagi off guard, but before he can even process the compliment, Suo abruptly stands, his expression darkening, and demands to know who Kanagi truly is. In just under 2 days since joining, Kanagi has already defeated both a rank 3 and what could have become a rank 1 boss. And he did it while using a rare fusion spell that Suo had never seen before. With growing intensity, Suo presses him again, demanding the truth about his identity and asking how he could ever reach such power himself. Suo's insistence fills the room with heavy tension. At that moment, Makoto enters. He glances around and asks directly if Kanagi is the one he's been looking for. Kanagi nods in confirmation, but Suo freezes, stunned by the sudden appearance of his older brother. Makoto walks right past him without so much as a glance, his focus fixed entirely on Kanagi. Kanagi, uncertain, hesitantly asks if Makoto truly is Suo's brother, and the instant those words leave his mouth, Makoto unsheathes his sword and swings it in a sharp arc, the blade slicing through the air mere inches from everyone present. Both Suo and Kanagi flinch in shock, caught completely off guard. They dodge back instinctively, hearts pounding from the sudden strike. Kanagi's mind races, wondering if this is some kind of test. Meanwhile, Makoto's eyes narrow in intrigue, impressed that a mere trainee could evade his attack so effortlessly. Lowering his blade, Makoto confirms that it was indeed a test, and Kanagi has passed. Without hesitation, he introduces himself properly as Su Makoto, captain of the Su squad. The realization hits Kanagi like a bolt. Makoto truly is Suo's elder brother. After a short pause, Makoto announces that, due to Kanagi's remarkable display during the Rank 1 disaster, he will temporarily be assigned to Makoto's squad. The declaration leaves Kanagi speechless. But it's Suo who looks the most shocked. A sharp sting of jealousy twists within him. Despite being Makoto's own brother, even he hasn't been allowed to join that elite team. Without wasting a moment, Makoto orders Kanagi to follow him for the mission briefing. Behind them, Suo clenches his fists so tightly that his knuckles split, blood dripping from the strain of his frustration. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the training area, the anti-prophecy unit duo trains with fierce determination. Akin wields multiple weapons in rapid succession, while Hinata concentrates on blocking and countering her every strike. Yet no matter how intensely they push themselves, both know deep down that catching up to Kanagi's level borders on impossible. As their session continues, the door opens and Midori strolls in casually. With a grin, he announces his arrival, while holding out a box of chocolates he brought from Peru. To his surprise, they completely ignore the sweets. Instead, they rush over, excitedly asking how long he'll be staying in Japan. When Midori mentions he'll remain for a week, they immediately plead to train under him during that time. There's no way they'll let Kanagi outshine them without putting up a fight. Midori blinks, a bit taken aback by their fierce resolve. Amused, he agrees to train them, but then glances around and asks where Suo is. Wondering aloud if he intends to join as well, Midori barely finishes the sentence when Suo steps into the room, his expression hardened with determination, confirming that he too will be joining the training. The group is taken aback, surprised to see Suo's usual composure replaced by raw drive and focus. Suo then explains that Kanagi has been personally recruited by his older brother to temporarily serve under his squad. The revelation stuns Akin and Hinata. They both realize just how far Kanagi has come. Being handpicked by Makoto himself is no trivial honor. Meanwhile, down the hallway, Kanagi turns to Makoto, curious about their upcoming meeting. Makoto reveals that it concerns their next mission, which will commence at dawn the following morning. He then asks if Kanagi considers himself close to his younger brother. Remembering their last battle when Suo had lent him his sword, Kanagi nods eagerly, saying that he does. Makoto maintains a calm facade, but beneath it, he quietly worries about his brother, though he never lets it show. That silence has led Suo to believe that Makoto despises him and feels nothing but cold indifference. But the truth is far more painful. During his last visit, Makoto never ignored Suo out of hate. He simply couldn't bring himself to look upon his brother's scars. Yet this painful misunderstanding convinces Suo that his brother has long stopped caring for him, igniting a desperate resolve to risk his own life and grow stronger, just to make Makoto notice him once again. Makoto, on the other hand, never wished for Suo to become stronger. What he truly desired was for his younger brother to remain safe and far from danger. This deep miscommunication becomes the fuel that drives Suo's determination to surpass Kanagi, believing that only by outshining him will Makoto finally acknowledge his worth. Someday he vows he will defeat Makoto himself. Meanwhile, Kanagi, still filled with curiosity, presses Makoto further about his feelings. With a faint sigh, Makoto finally admits that he truly does care about his little brother. Kanagi finds this confession heartwarming. Akin, however, can't help but find the situation puzzling. Even though Suo constantly speaks of surpassing his brother and proving himself, his words are filled with genuine respect and admiration. As Akin and Hanada continue their training, Akin quietly comments that in the end, all Suo really wants is his brother's attention. Hanada finds that sentiment touching, but Akin's words strike a nerve within Suo. His expression darkens, and anger begins to rise within him. Meanwhile, in the briefing room, Kanagi listens attentively as Makoto outlines the 3 core rules of his squad. First, be swift. Second, maintain constant offensive pressure. Third, overcome your weaknesses. Within the Counterforce division, Makoto's squad is regarded as the strongest in direct combat. Operating with only 7 members, the team is small but forged to perfection, an elite force meant to strike with precision. Their main assignments focus on neutralizing rank 1 and higher-level threats. Aboard a helicopter en route to their mission site, Makoto's squad readies themselves. One of the members, Jaquero, casually remarks that 90% of the team's strength comes solely from their captain, while the rest of them are basically background characters. Since Kanagi is only a temporary addition, Jaquero jokes that not much will be expected of him. However, as Jaquero is speaking, Kanagi seems distracted, his attention fixed on his phone. Jaquero quickly points this out, prompting Kanagi to apologize and explain that he needs to send a message to his friends. Confused, Jaquero asks what exactly he means by contact. Kanagi admits that he's trying to reach out to the other members of the anti-prophecy group, mainly because the founders keep pestering him to do so. Back at the training grounds, the group receives Kanaga's message, and upon reading it, everyone freezes in disbelief. Especially Suo, who clenches his jaw, wondering what in the world Kanagi was thinking when he sent it. They immediately take the message to Midori. Upon examining it, Midori discovers that the message contains 3 separate pieces of advice, each one personalized for a different individual. The detailed guidance on how each of them can grow stronger leaves Midori genuinely impressed. With a small, knowing smile, he extends his hand and asks if they plan to accept Kanaga's advice or reject it outright. Taking it as a direct challenge, they all agree to follow through, especially Suo, who, though infuriated, refuses to let Kanaga's words go unanswered, determined to prove him wrong. Back on the helicopter, Jaquero turns to Kanagi and informs him that they've arrived at their destination. Kanagi wipes the frost off the window and peers outside, eyes widening. Below stretches an endless expanse of snow-covered mountains, massive crystalline spikes jutting out from the frozen earth like ancient spears. Their objective, to confront a rank 1 prophecy known as Frozen Earth. This cataclysm threatens to engulf the planet in ice as the affected zones continue expanding at a terrifying pace. If left unchecked, the entire world could be consumed, extinguishing all forms of life. Even worse, this phenomenon is occurring simultaneously in 17 different regions across multiple countries, many of them densely populated urban centers, amplifying the crisis exponentially. Vice Captain Kashi briefs the squad, emphasizing that time is their greatest enemy. Reports indicate that the freezing effect is spreading faster than any prior estimation. Leading the mission, Makoto takes command. Before deployment, he reminds everyone that under no circumstances are they to harm any civilians. To ignite their fighting spirit, Makoto orders the team to chant the squad's 3 golden rules. Together, their unified voices echo inside the helicopter. Standing toward the back, Kanagi silently recalls his last battle, the one where, in the end, he had once again relied on Hinoki's strength to prevail. Determined to break free from that dependence, he vows to use this mission as a stepping stone to grow stronger and learn from his new comrades. As the squad leaps from the helicopter into the icy wasteland below, Kanagi resolves to face this rank 1 prophecy with his own power alone. At exactly 10:17 a.m., everyone lands safely on the snow-covered ground. The air is sharp and freezing, biting at their skin. Even Jaquero, an experienced awakener, sneezes loudly, complaining that the cold shouldn't even be affecting him. Kashi explains that the temperature is far lower than initial estimates, possibly the result of the prophecy's accelerating spread. He advises setting up a temporary camp midway through the terrain to better coordinate their movements. Makoto listens quietly, considering something, though he keeps his thoughts to himself. Meanwhile, Kanagi turns to Jaquero and asks if frozen earth has ever been recorded in any known prophecy texts. Jaquero shakes his head, explaining that this event wasn't found in any book. The anti-prophecy unit detected it using their own predictive skills. While countless prophecies exist, this marks the first time a human has successfully identified a rank 1 disaster before it manifested. That's why Makoto's elite squad was chosen for the task, given the extraordinary danger involved. Kanagi's question is answered, but Kashi notices a faint nervousness in his eyes. He reassures Kanagi that feeling anxious is better than becoming careless, but warns him not to let it weigh him down. Jaquero pats Kanagi's shoulder lightly, echoing Kashi's words and reminding him that he's fighting alongside the best warriors in the anti-prophecy unit. Kashi then snaps at Jaquero for his overly casual attitude, prompting him to straighten up instantly and apologize. Without warning, Jaquero raises his hand, reporting that his radar has detected hostiles at 2 o'clock, approximately 200 meters ahead. Kashi acknowledges the report with a calm nod. In the blink of an eye, she disappears from sight. Moments later, she reappears as swiftly as she vanished. She confirms that she scouted ahead and discovered around 30 monsters, each estimated to be of S++ rank. These beings belong to the ice gargoyle race from the Tice tribe. Upon hearing this, Makoto immediately issues his command for the unit to annihilate the enemy. The squad bursts into motion, charging toward the approaching monsters with seamless precision. Their synchronized movements and battlefield awareness leave Kanagi utterly amazed. They fight on a level completely beyond that of mere trainees. It becomes clear to him that these are elite combatants, far superior to ordinary operatives. Eager to prove himself, Kanagi asks for permission to join the fray. Makoto grants it without hesitation, remarking that the foes are merely S++ rank and thus nothing significant. With approval granted, Kanagi propels himself forward at full speed. He lands a powerful kick to a monster's head, but to his shock, the creature detonates on impact, sending deadly shards scattering through the air. Dodging a fierce assault from one of the larger beasts, Kashi warns the others that some extremely dangerous monsters are mixed among the lesser ones. Kanagi ignites his fire-cutting blade, slicing through a monster in a blazing arc that completely incinerates it and hurls its remains aside. Witnessing this display, Jaquero is stunned that Kanagi could unleash a skill like Fury Sword. Kashi too is quietly impressed. Meanwhile, Makoto effortlessly cuts down the remaining creatures with just a few graceful swings of his sword. As he fights, he notices Kanagi's flaming blade and realizes that the blue beam he'd seen earlier must have originated from it. Later, during their meal, Kashi turns to Jaquero and asks what else his radar has detected. Jaquero reports that there are no boss-level threats within a 10-kilometer radius. Relieved, Kashi sighs and concludes that they can safely camp for the night. But soon she wonders aloud, where have Kanagi and the captain gone? Elsewhere, Kanagi is attempting to fuse his spells again, just as he did in his earlier training. Yet as he focuses intently, the captain suddenly arrives. Appearing silently from behind, Makoto startles Kanagi by commenting on his enthusiasm for practice. Kanagi nearly jumps out of his skin, startled by how quietly Makoto approached. Once Kanagi calms down, Makoto sits beside him and casually asks whether this is his first time camping and if he's having any trouble. Kanagi eagerly assures him that he's fine. But to his surprise, Makoto nonchalantly replies that he just wants to go home and have a smoke. Kanagi is taken aback. He never imagined someone as composed as the captain would mention smoking so casually. Then to Kanagi's utter confusion, Makoto reveals he's dying to smoke his cat. Misunderstanding completely, Kanagi panics, assuming the captain is talking about drugs. Alarmed, he immediately questions Makoto about his cat. Makoto leans in uncomfortably close. Then he pulls out his phone and shows Kanagi a photo. Kanagi asks for the cat's name. Makoto answers it's Oribe. As Kanagi studies the image, he notices the cat's fierce expression but instead asks if Makoto really misses it. To his surprise, Makoto denies it. He explains that Oribe is a complete troublemaker, scratching his furniture, vomiting everywhere, and causing endless chaos. Yet even with all those annoyances, Makoto admits that the cat is still adorable, much like his younger brother, Sue. Kanagi finds it strange to hear him speak this way. Still, he listens as the captain, his tone softening, expresses a quiet wish to one day speak with Sue as comfortably as he's speaking with Kanagi now. Being an only child, Kanagi admits he can't truly relate, but he offers a suggestion. Perhaps Makoto should treat Sue the same way he treats his cat. Hearing that, Makoto pauses. Then, without a word, he shows Kanagi several videos on his phone. Kanagi is left speechless at the sight of the captain doting on his cat like an infant. Laughing, Makoto asks if that kind of behavior is really acceptable. Then, with a gentle expression, he turns to Kanagi and asks if they can train together. Deep down, Kanagi doesn't feel up to it. But before he can refuse, Kashi appears, searching for them. She tells them to return to camp, reminding them they'll be leaving early in the morning. Makoto complies without complaint. That night, however, neither Makoto nor his team realize that a mysterious figure is advancing into the frozen wilderness. Dressed as though heading for the beach, the person trudges deeper into the snow. Holding a small book tightly in hand, the figure declares in a quiet voice that this is an important mission. Alone, Awakena makes his way toward the same mountain where Makoto and his team are headed. Meanwhile, back at camp as Kanagi sleeps, he finds himself once again training within his dreams alongside the founders. Today's lesson focuses on archery, meant to sharpen his concentration. Guided by Margit, Kanagi practices with a heavy bow. Seeing sweat roll down his face, Margit gently asks if maintaining such unwavering focus is painful for him. As they continue, Hinoki starts grumbling loudly, wondering why they aren't practicing swordsmanship today. But the mage swiftly shuts him down, reminding him that he had his turn yesterday. Despite Hinoki's whining, Margit can't help but be impressed. Kanagi remains unshaken by the noise, showing remarkable progress in maintaining his focus compared to their first session. Kanagi explains that he's currently on a mission with an incredible team, and that thought alone drives him to push harder, his eyes never leaving the target. He draws his bowstring and releases the arrow. It lands perfectly in the bullseye. Margit's eyes widen in astonishment at his precision. Kanagi collapses to the ground, letting out a deep sigh of relief. Margit tells him not to forget the feeling and calls an end to the session. Realizing this, Hinoki perks up instantly. He quickly draws his sword and demands Kanagi to stand up for some sword practice. But just as their spar is about to begin, Kanagi wakes up abruptly, stirred by his teammates as it's time to continue their journey. Before setting off, Makoto gathers the squad and announces that today's objective is to defeat the boss connected to the prophecy. As they advance through the wilderness, a flock of azure-colored birds swoops down upon them. The squad charges forward without hesitation. The founders within Kanagi's mind remark that this mission should be simple. After all, their team's strength is more than enough. Yet the mage notices one of the older founders looking uneasy. He senses something amiss about this battle. After a fierce skirmish, the squad successfully eliminates the monsters, clearing their path ahead. Makoto commands Jakaru to scout the area. Moments later, Jakaru reports that about 2,000 meters ahead lies what seems to be a massive boss, and it's heading directly toward them. He then delivers grim news: the monster will reach them in just 10 seconds. Moments later, a colossal figure bursts forth, known as the unknown god Calamitas. Her expression is wild, almost deranged, and her aura feels nothing like any monster they've faced before. Makoto instantly orders his crew to engage. They move in perfect harmony, and Jakaru uses his ability to restrain the beast with glowing shackles. Meanwhile, Cash darts in from every angle, slashing relentlessly. But to their utter disbelief, none of their strikes leave even a scratch. The boss stands untouched, their perfect teamwork meaningless against her impenetrable defense. Just as the boss prepares to retaliate, she suddenly senses a force descending from above, Kanagi, plummeting with his sword ready. He recalls what Akane Hinoki had taught him about executing a proper vertical slash. Channeling every ounce of strength he has, Kanagi goes all out, merging his powers together. With a fierce cry, he unleashes his blazing, fire-cutting blade. A searing beam of fire surges straight toward the boss. But to his horror, it has no effect whatsoever. The boss retaliates instantly, swinging her massive sword and slamming Kanagi into the ground. The impact echoes across the field, making Jakaru believe Kanagi is dead. Yet miraculously, Kanagi survives, his fall softened by a shard of ice crystal. Meanwhile, Kashi, still engaged in combat, realizes why this creature holds the title of Rank 1 boss. She glances toward Makoto, only he can turn this around. Makoto unsheathes his sword, and in that instant, Jakaru wraps his chains around Kanagi and lifts him away, insisting that if they stay, they'll only hinder their captain. As they retreat, the boss swings at Makoto with full might. The sheer force produces a devastating shockwave. Kanagi's heart tightens with worry for Makoto, but to his astonishment, Makoto halts the blade mere inches before it strikes him. The boss attacks again, and once more, Makoto blocks it effortlessly. Without hesitation, he counters. His slash cleanly severs one of the boss's arms. Watching this, Hinoki can't contain his excitement. He shouts that he wants to do that too. But Kanagi, uneasy, refuses to let Hinoki take over his body. Standing before the wounded boss, Makoto calmly states that he had initially wanted his team to gain experience fighting a high-level boss like this. But now he'll end it himself. Hearing this, his crew immediately sets up a barrier around them for protection. Once it's in place, Makoto channels his red dragon skill into his sword, igniting the air with roaring flames. He merges it with a burst of crimson light. Then with a single swing, he unleashes a massive inferno at the boss. The blast incinerates nearly half of her body. Witnessing the spectacle, Kanagi is left speechless. Makoto used a fire sword technique similar to his own, yet infinitely more powerful. Without the barrier, all of them would have been reduced to ash. Makoto quietly mutters an apology to the boss. He says it was his duty to protect the world, then suddenly lets out a bizarre meow, causing an unbearable wave of second-hand embarrassment to ripple through everyone. Observing intently, Kanagi realizes that Makoto's swordsmanship is entirely different from Hinoki's. His mastery stands on another level entirely. Overwhelmed with awe, Kanagi feels a deep longing to learn from him. But before he can process the thought, Makoto delivers a final slash, cleaving the boss completely in half. Then, in a flash of light, Makoto's arm is severed. Shocked, he turns, only to see a gaping hole through Jakaru's body. Kanagi's heart sinks as he frantically scans the battlefield, realizing the nightmare unfolding before him. One by one, his comrades' bodies are torn apart, blood staining the ground as they collapse lifelessly. Seeing Jakaru fall, Kanagi rushes toward him. But with his fading strength, Jakaru pushes Kanagi away. Kanagi stumbles back, frozen in disbelief as the very allies who fought beside him moments ago now lie dead. Barely clinging to life, Jakaru's eyes fill with regret. His radar had failed to detect the incoming strike, costing them dearly. As he falls, he apologizes softly to his captain. His body crashes onto the ground, hoping someone at least saw where the attack originated. Kashi manages to avoid death, but others aren't so lucky. The same beam pierces through several of them. Clutching his severed arm, Makoto shouts for his team to take cover, warning them it's a special skill attack. Without question, everyone scrambles for shelter. As they flee, Kashi calls to a fallen comrade, begging him to move. But he hesitates, his eyes fixed on their wounded captain. The strike that took Makoto's arm cannot be blocked, not even by a barrier. It annihilates everything it touches. Another beam suddenly fires straight at Makoto, but he leaps high, narrowly evading it. Kashi's fear grows with every passing second. The boss continues its onslaught, unleashing beam after beam while regenerating its body at incredible speed. They realize the only way to win is with a single, decisive strike. Yet when Kashi looks back, she sees Kanagi kneeling motionless, lost in shock. Kanagi stares at the corpses of his comrades, his trembling voice barely audible as he pleads with the founder Valentine, asking if she can revive them. Valentine's tone is sorrowful. She tells him resurrection is beyond her power. Kanagi falls silent, then inhales deeply. He calls upon all the founders, admitting that though he had wanted to face this battle alone, he now understands he needs their strength once again. Hinoki immediately steps forward and assumes control over Kanagi's body. Meanwhile, Makoto analyzes the attack and deduces that it completely bypassed Jakaru's radar. Since the radar can only detect within 3 kilometers, the strike must have originated from beyond that range. That single blow not only killed Jakaru, but also severed Makoto's arm. Proof now stands before him, undeniable evidence that their hidden adversary wields power equal to his own. Refusing to let the sacrifices of his fallen comrades fade into meaninglessness, Makoto steels his resolve to end this battle in their honor. He pushes his body beyond its breaking point, channeling an immense surge of power far surpassing his natural limits. Concentrating his sharpened senses, he pinpoints a location more than 3 kilometers away, despite the barriers that conceal the enemy's presence. Gripping his sword tightly, he recalls every comrade who has fallen today. Their deaths ignite a fierce determination within him, hardening his heart with purpose. Scarlet energy floods his blade before he releases it in a torrent of blazing fire. The searing inferno tears through the battlefield, obliterating everything in its wake. Finally, the flames expose the enemy's hiding place, a lone boy casually dressed standing unscathed. The boy seems impressed, remarking that Makoto's ability to locate him was only to be expected from the captain of the strongest squad. Yet Makoto's confidence shatters in an instant. His attack has been completely consumed by the boy's power. The boy taunts him, claiming that if Makoto still had his left arm, the strike might have been fatal. Surrounding himself with swirling spheres of shadow, he reveals the name of his spell, Darkness. As he advances toward Makoto, He sends one of the orbs hurtling forward, intent on killing him outright. Makoto retaliates swiftly, slashing his blade to summon an ice barrier that deflects the attack. Then, in the blink of an eye, he vanishes, reappearing behind the boy and swinging at his neck. But before he can comprehend what's happened, another devastating beam of light rips through his body, tearing away a portion of his torso. The boy stands untouched, calmly explaining that he had already foreseen Makoto's move. Then, with chilling composure, he remarks that Makoto is the one standing on death's edge. Those words ignite the fire of fury in Makoto's heart. With the last of his strength, he charges forward, sword raised, but the boy sidesteps effortlessly, retaliating with a brutal kick that lands squarely on Makoto's exposed wound. Yet even in agony, Makoto anticipates the strike. Using that brief opening, he smashes the hilt of his sword against the boy's chest, sending him crashing into the earth. As the dust settles, Makoto's eyes narrow with curiosity. Why had the boy stopped using that beam after only a few shots? For all its overwhelming force, it seems the spell drains him too quickly to maintain. The realization clicks: the boy cannot sustain his magic indefinitely. Their endurance now stands evenly matched. The boy lands lightly on his feet, acknowledging Makoto's deduction but insisting they are far from equals. And indeed, Makoto stands broken, one arm gone, half his body torn apart. Yet he recalls the 3 unyielding rules of his squad. Drawing strength from those words, determination floods his battered frame as he prepares to fight until his final breath. With a roar that shakes the air, he channels fiery electricity through his wounds, cauterizing them to halt the bleeding. As the flames consume him, he shouts the 3rd rule for all to hear: overcome your weakness. His body ignites in a scarlet blaze. The boy's gaze sharpens, recognizing that Makoto is burning his very life to fuel his strength. In response, he mirrors him, feeding his own essence into the darkness around him. Makoto, summoning the spirits of his fallen brothers, glares fiercely at his foe. His voice bellows across the field, warning him never to look down on his squad again. Meanwhile, behind the chaos, Kanagi calls upon the founders for aid. His hair turns stark white as Hinoki's spirit seizes control of his body. Elsewhere, the remaining squad members race forward, only to be halted by the regenerating boss, who stands unfazed, her arms restored. Witnessing this, Kashi's face tightens with worry, knowing she cannot defeat the boss alone. She calls out desperately to Kanagi, still kneeling afar. Slowly, Kanagi rises from the ground, and in a blinding flash of light, he streaks forward and lands a crushing kick that sends the boss hurtling through the air. On the opposite front, Makoto and his dark opponent clash relentlessly, their strikes colliding in a storm of energy. Makoto, wielding only the fractured remains of his blade, unleashes another strike, Scarlet Light. The enemy narrowly evades, tilting his body just enough to avoid the fatal blow. Yet despite his evasion, unease grips him. Each dodge feels heavier than the last. Makoto's flames, once devoured by darkness, now re-emerge, piercing through the shadows and striking his foe. Worse, the boy's control over his darkness falters, his limit approaching fast. Realizing the danger, he unleashes a barrage of dark orbs toward Makoto. Makoto darts through them with blinding speed. Seizing the opening to slash clean through the boy's arm, the tables turned. But the foe, even one-armed, lunges forward and drives his knee into Makoto's wounded side. Makoto crumples to the ground in pain as the boy towers over him. With chilling calm, he remarks that losing an arm means nothing. Makoto still has a gaping hole in his stomach. Then, with a cold smile, he begins to speak. He acknowledges Makoto's brilliance, praising his decisiveness and precision. Yet he mocks him for his fatal flaw of predictability. That, he declares, is why Makoto will lose. Reaching into his satchel, he retrieves an old tome, raising it high as he announces that Makoto's defeat is already inscribed within its pages. Makoto's eyes widen in disbelief, recognizing it instantly. The Book of Doom. The boy opens it, unveiling a truth that chills Makoto's soul. He explains that if there exists an organization that strives to halt prophecies, then it is only natural that another exists to ensure they come true. Makoto trembles in shock. He had never heard of such an order. With a smirk, the foe declares his true identity, one of the 12 apostles of the apocalypse, the 12th of darkness, the one fated to fulfill the prophecy itself. Makoto, still reeling, demands to know why he seeks to bring about the world's ruin. Flipping through the book's cursed pages, the boy sneers, asking if Makoto would forgive him should he reveal the answer. Enraged by his mockery, Makoto charges, swinging with all his might, nearly severing the boy's shoulder in a single blow. He believes victory is within reach. The enemy's mana is nearly depleted, his body on the verge of collapse. Summoning the form of the red dragon, Makoto roars, certain this power will secure his win. Yet the boy, bleeding and battered, laughs darkly, proclaiming that this will be Makoto's end. He produces a small potion vial from his cloak, and as he drinks, blinding light engulfs them both. Within that radiance, a crushing fist connects with Makoto's face, slamming him violently into the ground. As the dust clears, Makoto stares in disbelief. Every wound he inflicted is gone, his opponent stands restored, renewed with terrifying strength. The boy declares that the potion is no ordinary elixir, but a powerful artifact capable of complete regeneration. In defiance, Makoto raises his remaining arm and launches another scarlet light blade, sending a blazing wave toward him. But the attack is effortlessly dispersed by dark orbs, followed by a relentless counterstrike that leaves Makoto stunned. He recognizes the artifact, something so powerful that only nations could regulate it. No mere organization should possess such a weapon. The boy drives a kick deep into Makoto's gut wound, sending him collapsing to the dirt, gasping for his final breaths. Believing victory his, the boy exhales in satisfaction, confident the battle is over. But even as darkness closes in, Makoto recalls the innocent days of his childhood and the faces of his comrades who stood beside him. With trembling fingers, he reaches for his sword. Kanagi's words echo faintly in his mind, to care for his brother as he would his cat. Drawing strength from that memory, Makoto grips his sword once more, rising slowly. But before he can strike again, a beam of darkness cuts through the air, severing the hand that holds his blade. The boy, with a cruel smile, bids Makoto farewell, but just as he raises his arm for the final blow, the crystal wall behind him splits apart. From within steps Kanagi, flanked by the founders themselves, returning to exact vengeance on the one who dared make their disciple cry. Makoto spots Kanagi and momentarily panics, until he senses something else emanating from him, a power vast and otherworldly. The enemy senses it too, realizing the aura Kanagi now radiates is far from ordinary. The boy before him is no longer prey but a beast ready to devour. Alarmed, he warns Kanagi to stay still, threatening to kill Makoto otherwise. But before his words finish leaving his lips, his arm is severed cleanly in a flash of light. Shock overtakes him, unable to comprehend how it happened so swiftly. Meanwhile, Kanagi swings his sword from afar, channeling immense power through the motion. The sheer force behind the strike dulls the blade's edge, proof of its intensity. The founders take notice, astonished that his weapon lost its sharpness after only a single blow. The alchemist founder quickly intervenes, transmuting several new weapons for Kanagi to wield in the ongoing battle. With vengeance burning in his eyes, Kanagi commands every founder to unleash their full wrath upon the enemy. At the same time, the enemy's severed arm regenerates completely. Hinoki is taken aback, while the mage founder identifies the phenomenon as reversal, a rare ability she never thought a modern awakener could possess. She speculates that the artifact he wields constantly heals his injuries until its effect expires. As she continues her explanation, Kanagi fires an arrow that pierces straight into the man's head, an attack that takes him completely by surprise. Yet the wound vanishes instantly as the man regenerates again. Seeing this, one of the founders urgently asks the mage how to kill him. She replies that the only way is to keep killing him repeatedly until he finally perishes. The man responds by casting his darkness spell, shadows expanding around him. Kanagi calmly prepares another arrow. As he releases it, the darkness attempts to intercept, but the arrow tears straight through, embedding itself deep into the man's chest and head. The archer founder taunts him, asking mockingly if he truly thought he could block his arrows. Once again, the man regenerates from his wounds. Then he retaliates by summoning a swarm of darkness orbs to attack. Utilizing the founder's evasive techniques, Kanagi swiftly dodges each incoming blast, and instantly flashes forward to close the distance. He drives a powerful kick into the man's face. Then, seizing his hand, Kanagi strikes his face with a devastating palm attack. One of the founders notices something crucial. The man can't use his annihilation beam attack if his vision is obstructed by his own darkness orbs. This revelation works in their favor, making his attacks easier to evade. Kanagi drives a brutal punch into the man's gut, sending him crashing to the ground. The founders watch, wondering how many more times they will have to witness the same foe die and revive again. Meanwhile, Kanagi walks toward Makoto. In his battered state, Makoto weakly asks if Kanagi is truly Kanagi. Kanagi shakes his head, explaining that the founders are channeling through his body as heroic spirits. He invokes Valentine's healing power preservation, using it to mend Makoto's broken arms. As the healing light surrounds them, Kanagi states that time is running short, they must act fast. A short distance away, the enemy rises again, frustrated that his spells are being dodged and countered so easily. Before he can react, Kanagi charges with a spear, driving it straight through the man's heart. The relentless assault continues, killing him over and over without giving him a moment to recover. One of the founders asks the mage if keeping the spear lodged in his heart will halt his regeneration. Unfortunately, the spear phases through his body and his healing begins anew, as his flesh starts to knit together once more. Kanagi descends with a crushing kick, slamming him back into the earth. He wonders aloud which body parts regenerate first if they destroy the man completely. The regeneration starts from his hand, but by the time his body fully reforms, he is panting heavily, drained of strength. Though his body is breaking down, he refuses to accept defeat by a mere boy. Determined to kill Makoto and flee, he rushes forward. But to his horror, Kanagi is already seated beside Makoto, standing guard. With a sinister grin, Kanagi tells him that he's far too late. Then Hinoki takes control of Kanagi's body, channeling his swordsmanship, and in one swift motion, slices the man into countless pieces. Even in utter dismemberment, the man feels no fear of death, convinced he is merely fulfilling the prophecy. Yet when faced with Kanagi's terrifying presence, his confidence begins to crumble. As his body reforms once more, he desperately reminds himself of his sacred mission. Refusing to succumb to fear, he reaches into his bag for another artifact. But before he can activate it, Kanagi severs his arm, sending the artifact tumbling to the ground. It activates upon impact, generating a brilliant golden barrier around Kanagi, the fabled sand cage of time. The man's regeneration abruptly stops, leaving his severed arm lifeless. Relieved, he believes he has narrowly survived. The founders, seeing the shimmering cage, exchange uneasy looks, uncertain what to do next since the man's regeneration is nearly at its end. The man, standing safely outside, boasts that even his darkness cannot destroy the cage. Thus Kanagi is trapped and unable to kill him. With nervous arrogance, he declares his intent to leave, but before he can finish, Hinoki shouts for him to pay attention. Suddenly, the man senses a powerful aura behind him, and turns to find Makoto standing tall, fully regenerated. How could Makoto possibly be that unstoppable? The answer lies in his past. His childhood training under none other than the great Midori. Even Midori himself once lost to Makoto in a sword duel. Admitting defeat, Midori suggested that Makoto seek an even greater teacher to continue his journey. Following the advice of the world's strongest awakener, Makoto set out to find masters worthy of guiding him. Yet he surpassed every one of them. Whether in swordsmanship, magic, or agility, each master conceded defeat within a month. Eventually, one of them recommended Makoto to the finest swordsman known at the time, Hinoki Ikika, the younger sister of Hinoki himself. Ikika became Makoto's final mentor, training him rigorously for 3 years. One day during their training, Makoto asked her about a sword technique, mentioned in an ancient text titled Indomitable. Even Ikika could not decipher its secrets, claiming that only Hinoki, one of the original founders, had ever mastered it. Makoto was captivated, having read about it himself in the book. But soon, Ikika realized she had nothing left to teach him. He had already mastered even Hinoki's one-handed sword style. Still, Makoto longed to become stronger. Yet Ikika confessed she didn't know how he could grow further. She compared him to an unbloomed flower bud, saying that despite his immense training, it might be impossible for him to bloom in this lifetime. However, she hoped that one day, a stronger swordsman would appear before him. Now in the present, Makoto realizes that moment has arrived. He watches Kanagi employ sword techniques that even Ikika never taught. Remembering her words, Makoto knows this is the once-in-a-lifetime chance she spoke of, a moment he must seize. Thankful for this fateful opportunity, Makoto silently offers gratitude to Ikika and brings his severed arms together. The founders look on, baffled by his actions. Even Kanagi grows, concerned for his captain's safety. Outside the cage, Makoto radiates the same powerful aura as Kanagi himself. Meanwhile, deep within the training grounds of the anti-prophecy faction, Midori, who is sparring with the SWO, suddenly senses a surge of overwhelming energy. A massive explosion erupts, shaking the entire facility. As the smoke clears, they are stunned to see a gaping hole in the wall. Midori has vanished. Back on the battlefield, the enemy stands frozen, unable to comprehend how Makoto, despite his condition, can wield such strength. He knows deep down that he is about to be cut down. Witnessing this, Hinoki turns to Kanagi and says that humans are like flowers. They reach their full bloom only when they achieve their ultimate potential, whether in body, spirit, or mastery of technique. For Makoto, this moment marks the awakening of his true potential. Standing behind Kanagi, Hinoki advises him to etch this sight deep into his memory. Like a flower in full bloom, Makoto raises his arms as if holding an invisible sword, his gaze firm, his spirit unwavering. Channeling all he has, he performs Hinoki's legendary one-handed sword technique, Indomitable, the very move once thought lost to time. Though the enemy's darkness barrier activates flawlessly, his body is cleaved cleanly in two. Makoto's blade exists only within his mind, yet its power is absolute. As the enemy's body splits apart, Hinoki commends Makoto for manifesting a sword born purely of will and spirit. Meanwhile, Makoto, still standing in a haze of confusion, feels a deep peace, realizing he has finally become the swordsman he always aspired to be. He counts his blessings for having shared life with his family, his friends, comrades, and subordinates. Even if this marks his end, he recalls his little brother and his beloved cat, silently apologizing to them within his heart. As his vision fades, he sees Kanagi walking toward him, offering a hand and a warm smile. In that instant, Makoto understands this death isn't the end. Through Kanagi, his legacy will live on, Grasping Kanaga's hand tightly, he entrusts his will to him. As the golden cage dissolves following the enemy's defeat, Kanagi rushes to his captain's side, their bond glowing through the crest of nothingness. Suddenly, Midori soars in from above, catching Makoto just before he collapses. Makoto breathes his last in Midori's arms at just 23 years old. After the battle with the User of Darkness, all pay their respects in the chat, as Midori holds his fallen comrade. Overwhelmed by grief, Midori struggles to accept the truth. His mind drifts to their days of training, remembering when he once asked Makoto why he chose to lead the squad. Within the anti-prophecy unit, Midori always knew Makoto was the second strongest after him, and that at full strength no one could surpass him. He once asked, with that power, wouldn't it be easier to fight alone? The question had caught Makoto off guard. He asked back whether Midori thought he wasn't suited for teamwork. To Makoto, his team meant everything, though he struggled to express it. Just then, his comrades' voices came through the security feed. Jakara was cheering. One of their members, Kuzashiro, had finally passed the level 2 mission he'd been working hard on. Kuzashiro, smiling with pride, said he wanted to tell the captain first. Jakaru, brimming with excitement, suggested they all go out for lunch. Witnessing their laughter and unity, Midori was taken aback. Makoto turned to him and said that he cherished his comrades deeply, and that even if he were to fall in battle, he would find peace knowing they were beside him. Returning to the present, Midori gazes at his fallen friend, whispering that his wish has been fulfilled, that he truly fought for his comrades, even though most of them are now gone. Only 2 still remain, and as their leader, Makoto carried out his duty to the end. Midori admits he could never have done the same, and honors Makoto for doing it with pride. Meanwhile, Kanagi lies on the ground, surrounded by the founders standing silently behind him. Darkness begins to seep into his consciousness. The mage explains softly that it's likely due to Kanaga's guilt, blaming himself for the destruction of the station and his perceived weakness. Each founder, too, has endured the loss of comrades, friends, and family. Their hearts were shattered watching those they cared for disappear. Many, like Hinoki, never truly recovered from their emotional scars. Hinoki steps forward to the kneeling Kanagi, calling out to him gently. Kanagi's heart aches. He believes that if he had let the founders intervene earlier, none of his comrades would have perished. He realizes that in trying to be strong for others, he became nothing more than a vessel for the founders' will. Hinoki tries to speak, but Kanagi is too lost in his own despair. Then within his mind, he feels the echo of Makoto's final handshake. Burning like fire in his palm, Kanagi knows Makoto entrusted him with his legacy. The founders' eyes glisten with emotion, but what Kanagi says next shocks them all. He vows that he will not only surpass the founders, but go beyond them with every breath, every moment of his life. As he declares this, a radiant beam of light engulfs him, symbolizing his rebirth of resolve. From this point onward, he swears never to let anyone else die again, his spirit now 1,000 levels stronger. 1 month later in Nagano Prefecture, atop Mount Midake, Suo spars with Kanagi in hand-to-hand combat, launching rapid strikes as Kanagi effortlessly dodges. Kanagi counters with a piercing spell strike, which Suo blocks, redirecting the force and creating a shockwave behind him. Kanagi is astonished. Suo has redirected the force of his penetration spell so flawlessly. Before he can react, Suo retaliates. But Kanagi swiftly uses Aikido, spinning Suo midair. Suo attempts a midair kick, but Kanagi blocks it, and counters with a powerful strike of his own just before the impact lands. A sharp voice echoes, "Enough, it's Ikika, how did it all come to this?" The annihilation of their squad had left deep scars across the anti-prophecy unit. During the funeral for the fallen, grief filled the air. Suo stood frozen before his brother's photograph the entire time. Later, as Kanagi headed to his quarters, he saw Suo emerging from Makoto's room, clutching several books and a cat. Kanagi instantly recognized the cat as Oribe, the one Makoto often spoke about. Suo was shocked that Kanagi knew about the cat, something even he himself hadn't known. Before that day, Suo hadn't known about his brother's gentle side, the cat, the books, the small joys of his life. Only when he went through Makoto's belongings did he truly see the man behind the soldier. Kanagi noticed Suo holding several diaries that Makoto had left behind, meant to be read in case he ever fell in battle. Within them were records of his training, missions, and daily reflections. But Suo soon realized something else. Every entry ended with Makoto worrying about him. He wrote about Suo's well-being, the weather, his achievements, and how proud he was of him. Alone in his room, Suo broke down, curling on the floor in tears, realizing that everything his brother wrote was about him. "Comment a tear emoji if you're crying too," he later told Kanagi all of this. Kanagi then shared that Makoto always spoke fondly of Suo and his cat Oribe. Hearing this, Suo wept again, vowing to grow stronger so his brother would never have to worry from heaven. Together they approached Hinoki Ikika, asking her to train them. She was cautious at first, until she learned that Suo was Makoto's younger brother and that Makoto had died in battle. Though shocked, she composed herself as both Suo and Kanagi earnestly requested her guidance to become stronger. Now in the present, Ikika watches in awe at their progress, especially Suo, whose growth is remarkable. Kanagi asks about his own progress, to which Ikika sighs in mock frustration, saying she has nothing left to teach him. At this point, she jokes, maybe you should be the one teaching me. She then kicks a wooden stick toward them, her expression turning fierce as she grins. I am the sword, she declares, now come at me. With that, both charge at her, Suo attacking from the front, Kanagi from above. As they clash, Kanagi's heart blazes with determination. He will continue to rise to become the strongest awakener in the world. Meanwhile, in the quiet night streets of London, England, a lone man cloaked in a hat and coat strolls through the dimly lit alleys. As he turns a corner, his shadow merges with the darkness. Suddenly, a voice breaks the silence. Someone recognizes him as one of the 12 apostles of the apocalypse. Quater. The man Quater immediately notices the figure approaching him. It's Midori. Without hesitation, Midori demands Quater to reveal the location of his base within the comrades' organization, warning that any other response will be his last. At her words, Quater conjures his weapon, a bizarre, heart-shaped pike, and challenges her to come at him. Moments later, the clash ends with Midori walking away completely unharmed. Outside, members of the anti-prophecy group await her arrival. Midori calmly hands them the book she obtained. She turns away, stating coldly that 7 targets remain. With 5 books in their possession, they've successfully eliminated 5 of the 12 apostles of the apocalypse. Midori then departs, already setting her sights on the next target. Deep inside the anti-prophecy's top-secret headquarters, known as the Hunt of Everlasting Secrets, the air is heavy with secrecy and tension. A man steps forward, presenting the book Midori recovered to an elderly woman. Her name is Io, the superintendent of the anti-prophecy unit. The man, Genjin, her assistant, confirms that the book came from Midori and explains that these are the prophecy tomes owned by the 12 apostles of the apocalypse. Another assistant, a woman named Shiki, stands nearby. She speculates that the individual books might once have been parts of a single massive volume that was later divided. Io flips open the book, remarking that hunting down the apostles and retrieving their tomes aren't their true concern. The real problem, she says, is Midori's reckless independence. Makoto's death seems to have left a deep wound in him. Shiki, uneasy, asks what they should do about him. Io smiles faintly and tells them to leave Midori to her. When he returns, she'll personally prepare him some tea. Genjin and Shiki then suggest that since Makoto's squad was annihilated, there's now a vacancy in the anti-prophecy ranks. They volunteer to form a new team under their joint command. Io listens in silence, her eyes narrowing as she falls into thought. Meanwhile, in Tokyo, a Rank 2 prophecy has manifested, its rebellion led by the so-called God of Down. Members of the anti-prophecy unit engage the enemy's forces, but struggle to subdue even a handful of their troops. Amid the chaos, they cry out desperately for their captain Hibiki. Captain Hibiki Setsuna steps forward unimpressed. To her, these enemies are dull and easy prey. She glances over her shoulder at Akin, the newcomer to her squad. With a sharp grin, she asks if Akin can handle the rest. Akin responds by activating her Trismegistus spell. A colossal blob of mercury materializes before her. She warns everyone to stand back. The mercury floods across the battlefield, enveloping the enemy's feet in liquid silver. Then Akin mutters a second incantation, transforming the mercury into gas. The troops cough and choke as it fills their lungs. In a seamless follow-up, she converts the gas back into liquid, now coursing inside their bodies. Her next spell ignites the mercury with crimson heat, boiling it violently within them. And finally, she solidifies it. In an instant, jagged mercury spikes burst outward from within, killing the entire platoon at once. The squad stands frozen in disbelief. Akin has just annihilated an entire force in seconds. With a snap of her fingers, she turns to the others and calmly announces that her work is done. Hibiki approaches, applauding slowly. She praises Akin for flawlessly using all 3 states of matter, solid, liquid, and gas, in a single chain of attacks. Tilting Akin's chin upward, Hibiki remarks it's a shame she's only a temporary member, then invites her to join their squad permanently after completing her training. Akin beams, promising she'll think about it. The rest of the squad whispers in admiration, wondering if someone so talented and charming will really join them. Yet, Hibiki's real reason is simpler. She just wants battles to become easier. Once Akin departs, she immediately contacts Kanagi, reporting that she has completed Lesson 7, Mastery of the 3 States of Alchemy, and asks him to send the next assignment. Kanagi, busy protecting his lunch from a mischievous cat, acknowledges her progress. The founder alchemist, overhearing this, is astonished that Akin has mastered level 7. Kanagi requests 3 additional lessons for her. The founder agrees without hesitation. Kanagi informs Akin, who thanks him cheerfully and mentions that Hanada has already reached Lesson 8. Meanwhile, in Takurazawa, city of Saitama Prefecture, another Rank 2 prophecy earth-eating beast has surfaced, its boss known as the Sphinx. Hanada, dispatched to deal with it, unleashes a lightning kick that obliterates the beast in one strike. With that, he completes his Lesson 8, Lightning Kick Mastery. The captain of the Todoroki squad commends him and invites him to join their ranks. Like Akin, Hanada wants time to decide and even seeks her advice. She grins, saying no matter which squad he picks, she'll still surpass him. On a joint call, Kanagi laughs proudly at their progress and vows to start training again himself. But before he can, Suo grumbles about Oreb the cat constantly clinging to Kanagi instead of him. As he tries to pry the cat away, he keeps complaining. During the chatter, Akin brings up a rumor about a new squad being formed. Kanagi hasn't heard. She explains it's to replace Makoto's disbanded unit, and the new captain will be chosen based on top achievements. Kanagi shrugs it off at first, but Akin presses on, saying the real question isn't who will lead it, but whether Kanagi himself wants to form his own squad. He laughs it off, thinking she's joking, yet he freezes as the weight of her words sinks in. "Why would you say that?" he asks. Akin answers quietly, because there exists within the anti-prophecy a hidden desire, a longing for a power capable of erasing every prophecy from existence. Kanagi is stunned by the revelation. Akin continues, admitting she shares that same desire. She says the unit seeks a leader with unshakable resolve, and she believes Kanagi fits that role. Just then, Akin's captain calls for her, and she excuses herself, bidding Kanagi farewell. Her words linger, leaving Kanagi deep in thought about whether he truly could lead his own squad. Elsewhere, Ikika questions Suo about Kanagi. Suo recounts their talk about him potentially becoming a captain. Ikika agrees, confident Kanagi could easily handle the role, and Suo nods in agreement. Troubled yet curious, Kanagi turns to the founders for guidance, but even they appear unsure how to advise him. Having spent their lives serving masters, they lack the experience to teach leadership. The mage founder sighs, calling them useless mentors for being unable to guide Kanagi now. Hinoki looks toward Rin, the founder of military strategy, and asks for his opinion. Rin declines, saying it isn't his place to interfere. There's already someone fit to guide Kanagi, he explains. Before Kanagi can respond, a wooden spear slams into the ground right beside him. Looking up, he sees Ikika striding toward him, scolding him for wasting time and telling him to train instead of overthinking. With a fierce grin, she challenges him to use his flash step against her. Kanagi accepts, leaping down from a rock and using flash step, then combining it with ripple step to land softly. Ikika's eyes widen, impressed, as she wonders who Kanagi truly is. For someone to reach this level of mastery in just 6 months, it's beyond what any normal awakener could achieve. Remembering his relentless training under Hinoki, where he failed over and over while learning flash step, Kanagi chuckles softly. But before he can reminisce further, he senses an intense wave of energy approaching. Ikika lunges forward, her wooden staff charged with power. Kanagi dodges instantly. The staff crashes into the rock behind him, cleaving it perfectly in half. Suo, watching nearby, is left speechless. Ikika, unfazed, declares that whether Kanagi's focused or not doesn't matter, she'll make sure he is. Kanagi, though visibly tense, steadies his breath and braces himself, his stance unwavering as he prepares for whatever comes next. Within his consciousness, Hinoki realizes that when Rin mentioned a qualified guide, he was referring to none other than Ikika. The mage founder also comes to understand just how powerful Ikika truly is for a modern awakener, an expected outcome for a descendant of Hinoki. Yet Hinoki insists he never had children, joking that perhaps it was his brother instead, though he still acknowledges her incredible talent. He observes that since she once trained someone as exceptional as Makoto, Ikika could very well be considered a living successor of the founder's lineage. But just as he says this, he notices her execute a technique unfamiliar even to him, Skyfall. A bolt of lightning crackles through the air, surging toward Kanagi, who narrowly evades it by mere inches. Feeling the force of that strike, Kanagi instantly realizes that Ikika is no longer holding back. She's fighting him at full strength. Ikika dashes forward, following up with her purgatory sword technique, unleashing a blazing strike powerful enough to split the air around them. Meanwhile, Hinoki watches in awe, realizing that Ikika has refined generations of inherited knowledge into something entirely her own. A new and devastating technique. Outside the mindscape, Kanagi continues dodging her furious assault. Ikika, both impressed and intrigued, notes that even though it's his first time facing this move, he still managed to evade it flawlessly. She then praises his one-handed sword style, pointing out how closely it mirrors that of the original founder. Her words hit Kanagi like a thunderclap, momentarily freezing him. Before he can respond, Ikika adds softly that perhaps he's been worrying about whether he'll ever reach Makoto's level. The statement leaves Kanagi utterly stunned, because it's precisely the burden that's been haunting him all along. Even Suo, eavesdropping nearby, is taken aback by how accurately she read his heart. Kanagi's grip tightens around his sword handle, as memories flood back, witnessing Makoto's overwhelming strength and leadership firsthand, how he embodied the perfect squad captain. It's that very memory that fuels Kanagi's constant doubt, whether he could ever become someone of that caliber. But before he can drown in those thoughts, Ikika tells him firmly that he doesn't need to be like Makoto. Then with a sudden yell, she snaps him back to focus, ordering him to keep his eyes on her. Channeling her mana, she performs the Tengu dance, a sword art that summons a swirling water tornado that spirals upward in magnificent force. She explains that this art was born from countless generations of masters, each refining the founder's legacy. Though their strength could never rival the founders themselves, their persistence allowed them to inch ever closer through time. Ikika admits that she doesn't fully know how extraordinary Captain Makoto truly was. But based on his reputation, he must have been a remarkable leader and warrior. She then tells Kanagi that while his start may not mirror Makoto's, if he keeps refining his craft, he undoubtedly possesses the potential to reach or even surpass that height. Pointing her wooden staff directly at him, she advises him not to imitate Makoto's path, but instead to follow the one destiny has placed before him. Kanagi's mind flashes back to that fateful handshake with Makoto, and in that memory he finds his answer, to look forward not backward. Ikika smiles proudly, declaring that, for the sake of that future, she will personally take charge of Kanagi's training. From that day on, the two dive into relentless training sessions, each pushing the other beyond their limits. 2 weeks later, at the Anti-Prophecy headquarters, squad captains Hibiki and Todoroki sit together, reviewing a new list of recommended candidates for the upcoming squad leader selection. The list, personally submitted by the superintendent, features none other than Kanagi and Ikika among the chosen names. Some members murmur in confusion, questioning such an unusual selection. Meanwhile, outside the headquarters, a shadowy figure makes a covert phone call, reporting that infiltration has been successful, and that the new squad captain exam will be held in 3 days. This figure clutches the Book of Doom tightly, declaring boldly that soon, they will become the next squad leader of the Anti-Prophecy. The figure's identity is revealed: Eva, one of the 12 apostles of the apocalypse. Eva wields a forbidden ability known as Heavenly Demon, which allows her to replace the very existence of anyone she kills, enabling her to dismantle the organization from within. As Midori's massacre of the apostles continues, more than half of their number has already perished, unable to confront him directly. The surviving apostles, cornered and desperate, turn to infiltration and sabotage as their new tactic. Their creed remains unshaken: they will do anything to fulfill the prophecy. 3 days later, within the vast training grounds of the Anti-Prophecy headquarters, the selection trials for the new squad captain officially commence. As all participants gather in formation, the instructor steps forward and announces that there will be 4 trials in total. Only 4 contestants will advance to the final round. Points will determine progression. First place earns 3, second earns 2, and third earns 1. The participant with the highest cumulative score will be crowned the new captain of the freshly assembled squad. The superintendent observes silently from the upper balcony, as the instructor rallies the candidates to give everything they have. In one loud unified voice they shout, "Yes, sir." Amid them, Kanagi stands tall yet feels the weight of countless eyes upon him. 8 contenders are listed: Koki from the Yagurama squad, Akihina from the Yorizuya squad, Sanobu from the Yashima squad, Hisagi from the Kakebe squad, Sakazaki from the Tsurezaki squad, Shikami from the Todoroki squad, and Juro from the Hibiki squad. But hidden among these competitors lurks a grave threat: Eva, the apostle imposter disguised as one of them. Lastly, there's the special candidate, Kanagi himself. Unlike the others, he stands alone. His squad captain Ikika is conspicuously absent, likely oversleeping as usual. Yet she sends him a message beforehand, warning him that if he fails to win, she'll make sure he regrets it. Determined not to disappoint her, Kanagi steadies his spirit and prepares for the trials ahead. Meanwhile, Ikika rushes toward the training field, riding on Suo's back while yelling at him to move faster. She refuses to miss the moment of Kanagi's triumph. Her trust in him is absolute. She knows he will win. Back at the field, the first test begins: mana measurement. To everyone's astonishment, Kanagi releases an overwhelming surge of energy that completely destroys the measuring device, instantly taking first place. Akihina from the Yorizuya squad, who places 5th, stares in disbelief at Kanagi's immense mana output. Sanobu and Sakazaki take 2nd and 3rd respectively, both realizing that Kanagi is no ordinary contender. Sakazaki remarks that anomalies like him only appear once in a generation, those born prodigies of raw power or mana control, and it's clear Kanagi belongs to that rare breed. Meanwhile, Shikami, ranked 7th, narrows his eyes at him, On the leaderboard, Kanagi sits firmly in first with 3 points. The instructor announces the next trial, hand-to-hand combat, where every participant must fight an opponent, each victory worth 2 points. As the first pairing is about to be decided, Shikami raises his hand, volunteering to face Kanagi. Known as the strongest regular fighter in close combat, Shikami's reputation as an irregular precedes him. At just 2 years old, he survived a monster outbreak from another dimension, astonishingly protecting his mother from harm even as an infant in a stroller, a feat that turned him into a living legend. From the stands, Hibiki glares at Todoroki, accusing him of rigging the match by sending his squad's strongest member. Todoroki smirks, arguing that using one's best fighter isn't cheating. After all, Shikami possesses both exceptional magical ability and raw physical might. Todoroki proudly adds that he's trained Shikami since day one, and to this day, no one has ever defeated him in close combat. Hibiki mutters that at this rate, the fight might be over before it even starts, given Shikami's near-unmatched power. As the match begins, Shikami steps forward and glances at Kanagi. He asks if it's true that Kanagi has been mentoring Hinata. Kanagi, recalling his time with the founders, humbly replies that he's only serving as a messenger. Shikami frowns, confused, and continues, saying someone has clearly been teaching Hinata, already a prodigy in his own right. He insists that even without Kanagi's input, Hinata would soon surpass him regardless. Kanagi nods in quiet agreement, which only fuels Shikami's irritation. Enraged, Shikami activates Violent Bite, his body transforming into a monstrous form. In a blur of speed, he lunges toward Kanagi with killing intent. Kanagi ducks, narrowly dodging the strike, but Shikami immediately follows up with a vicious claw swing. Todoroki watches with excitement, thrilled to see his warrior unleashing his full power. As Shikami roars and swings with all his might, Kanagi sidesteps gracefully, seizing his opening. Kanagi shifts his stance into Kudo's form, tightening his grip around Shikami's wrist. With a burst of overwhelming power, he hurls Shikami down onto the ground. The resulting impact explodes outward in a thunderous shockwave, scattering debris and stones across the entire field. The sudden blast leaves everyone momentarily frozen in shock. As the dust begins to clear, both Kanagi and Shikami are airborne. The spectators can only stare in disbelief. Even though Kanagi had merely redirected Shikami's assault, the sheer magnitude of the force had been enough to ravage the whole arena. Even Kanagi himself cannot help but be amazed by Shikami's raw might. Yet Shikami mistakes his reaction for mockery. Despite the devastating blow, Shikami manages to land back on the shattered ground safely. The others are stunned that he could stay on his feet amid such wreckage. Akihina, watching everything unfold on his laptop, calmly remarks that this result was to be expected. Shikami's physical enhancement is abnormal, his durability far beyond that of any ordinary awakener. Regaining focus, Shikami rushes toward Kanagi once again. Kanagi quickly realizes that simply countering every strike won't lead him to victory. He needs a new approach. Calling upon his founder's power, he begins to release his energy. As Shikami charges, Kanagi sends out a sharp, swift kick. That single kick multiplies in an instant. He channels his energy through the penetration technique. Luminance Kick, a barrage of radiant blows, strikes Shikami midair again and again. Everyone can only gape in disbelief. Shikami's body slams back down to the ground, utterly defeated. The instructor rushes in, halting the fight before it spirals out of control, declaring Kanagi the victor and granting him 2 more points. The squad members can hardly believe it. Kanagi just overpowered Shikami physically, even after Akihina labeled him an irregular. Akihina, furiously tapping away at his keyboard, hadn't foreseen Kanagi excelling this much in close combat. He had assumed Kanagi would eventually fail on his own. But now, it's obvious Kanagi has become a dangerous variable in his plans. Meanwhile, Shikami slowly regains consciousness, blinking open his eyes. What he sees stuns him, Kanagi kneeling beside him, performing some sort of incantation. Kanagi calmly explains that he's healing his injuries. This revelation shocks Shikami even more. A man whose mana and physical strength defied logic now showing healing ability. It seems impossible. Still dazed, Shikami asks Kanagi if there's anything he cannot do. That question brings Kanagi back to the painful memory of when he tried to revive his fallen comrades from the Makoto squad, only to fail. After tending to Shikami's wounds for a while, Kanagi assures him that he should be able to stand again. Just as the two exchange words, a deafening sound erupts nearby. A powerful explosion echoes through the area. Kanagi turns toward it, realizing it signals the start of the final match in the hand-to-hand combat exam. Alarmed, Shikami wonders how long he's been out, thinking it must have been a while, but Kanagi replies calmly, "It's only been 5 minutes." Kanagi explains that after their match ended, the other battles began at once, and two pairs finished almost immediately. Only Akihina and Hisagi are still locked in combat, both refusing to yield. Their clash continues, a storm of blows traded with unwavering force. Hisagi lunges at Akihina, who blocks, but she retaliates with a powerful strike that drives him backward. With a mocking smile, she jeers that someone without any unique skills or powers has no right to be a captain. Akihina steadies himself and counters her words, saying he never aimed to stand out in the first place. In his view, anyone ordinary who takes on the role of captain is only walking towards certain death. To him, a true captain must adapt to any circumstance, no matter how dire, to increase the survival odds of every squad member, even if it's only by 1%. He vows to live by that ideal, determined not to repeat the tragedy of the Makoto squad. Kanagi quietly listens, deeply moved by Akihina's words about his fallen comrades. But Shikami frowns, warning Akihina to choose his words more carefully. On the battlefield, Hisagi unleashes her disciplined chainsword technique, whipping up an energy vortex as she charges forward. Akihina blocks the incoming strike, yet the tremendous force sends him crashing to the ground. Hisagi closes in for another finishing blow, but just before her blade connects, Akihina unexpectedly yields. The instructor halts the match instantly, declaring Hisagi the winner, leaving her in disbelief. Another teammate quickly holds her back as she rages, furious that Akihina surrendered without giving it his all. Akihina simply responds that he expected a longer match and decided to conserve his strength for the upcoming exams. As he leaves the arena, he knows deep down that he could have defeated Hisagi if he truly tried. But he refuses to reveal his full power yet, especially with Kanagi watching him so intently. The second phase of the exam, hand-to-hand combat, comes to an end, with Kanagi leading the board at 5 points, followed by Snonobe with 3. The instructor announces a 30-minute break before the third test begins, also revealing that the 4 lowest scorers will be eliminated next. As the break starts, Kanagi can't help but wonder where Ikika and Su have gone. They should have been here by now. Outside the Anti-Prophecy headquarters, Su finally appears, carrying a weary Ikika on his back. He grows puzzled when she heads toward the courtyard instead of the training field, prompting him to ask why. Ikika explains that she can sense traces of an aura, one that reeks of death. From what she can tell, it's the lingering presence of an awakener slain by an overwhelmingly powerful monster. Su freezes in shock. If an awakener was really killed here, that means someone managed to infiltrate the Anti-Prophecy headquarters, despite its top-secret location. Ikika calmly suggests that the 12 apostles might have already figured out a way to uncover this place. Her words leave Su even more rattled as he asks what their motive could possibly be. Ignoring the question, Ikika insists they should head for the training grounds first. Yet in her mind, she suspects the victim was someone of captain-level strength. But with no reports of such a death, the situation is becoming far stranger. Now not just Midori but also Ikika, Su and, most importantly, Kanagi are all pursuing the same goal, to avenge Captain Makoto's death. During the lunch break, while everyone eats, treats their wounds and chats casually, Akihina sits apart, his attention glued to his laptop screen. Meanwhile, Kanagi, seated with Shikami, perks up with excitement as he spots his comrades Ikika and Su arriving. The atmosphere shifts instantly. Unease fills the air as the others recognize Ikika, one of the 5 elite members of the Anti-Prophecy Special Task Force, standing on par with Midori herself. Su observes the group of captains uneasily. Ikika had said one of them had been killed. Yet all 7 captains are still present at the training ground. Hearing this, Ikika smirks faintly. She gestures for Kanagi to come closer, saying she has something important to share. She quietly explains everything, shocking Kanagi with the claim that one of the captains might actually be an imposter, a member of the 12 apostles in disguise. Based on the aura residue she detected in the courtyard, she's nearly certain the victim was of captain level. But if someone is masquerading as that person now, then there's indeed a traitor among them. The realization makes Kanagi tense up. Su agrees grimly. The person who just killed a captain-tier awakener is standing right here among them. A chilling thought, almost like a Twisted Among Us scenario. He warns that if they don't uncover the culprit soon, more people could die, and if left unchecked, the resulting prophecy could bring humanity's downfall. Ikika, however, flashes a dark grin, suggesting the simplest solution: kill everyone here and erase the threat entirely. Both Su and Kanagi immediately reject her ruthless idea. They argue that they only need to expose and eliminate the one apostle hiding in their ranks. Ikika's eyes gleam with excitement. If they truly are facing the 12 apostles, this might be their chance to avenge Makoto at last. After all, those apostles were the very ones responsible for his death. She turns to Kanagi and asks if he feels the same. Remembering the tragedy that destroyed his squad, Kanagi solemnly agrees. Su clenches his fists, recalling the pain of losing his brother. Kanagi then turns to Azure, the founder of the detectives, for counsel. Azure advises that examining the crime scene should come first, but since they're still in the middle of an exam, that's not an option right now. Kanagi contemplates rushing there anyway, as there's still a bit of time left in the break. But Azure cautions him such a move could tip off the true culprit. If the apostle they're facing is as strong as the one they encountered in the snowy mountains, he could annihilate everyone here in an instant. They must be ready for the worst. Taking that into account, Kanagi decides to wait until after today's test to investigate, but asks whether even the founders themselves might fail to sense any aura residue there. Hinoki then mentions that they've been training near a volcano for the past month, where he mastered his one-handed sword technique. He explains that the volcano's energy may have been disrupting the Kai flow, possibly masking any remaining traces of power at the scene. The mage then explains that if the aura can only be detected from close proximity, it almost certainly belongs to an enemy of the 12 Apostles' caliber. Azure, visibly irritated that they are encroaching on his detective duties, prepares to object. But Hinoki silences him sharply, insisting they should focus on catching the culprit so he can personally deliver the killing blow. Returning to the investigation, Azure instructs Kanagi to question Ikika directly. Kanagi asks if there's a possibility the apostle infiltrated as one of the candidates, instead of a captain. The question catches Ikika completely off guard. After a brief pause, she admits it's possible, particularly among the captain candidates. However, she adds firmly that they still cannot dismiss suspicion toward the current captains either. Kanagi nods in understanding, formulating a plan he intends to use in the next phase, assuming it involves combat. Yet only minutes later, the instructor announces the beginning of the third stage of the exam, revealing that it's a written test, leaving Kanagi dumbfounded. The candidates are placed into isolated rooms where communication devices are banned, making it impossible for Kanagi to gather intel on the infiltrator. The exam focuses on the regulations and doctrines of the anti-prophecy organization, something Kanagi has absolutely no grasp of. Still, he refuses to give up, determined to endure to the end. Once the test concludes, the instructor reveals the results. Kanagi earns 0 points, while Akihina surges to second place with 3. The bottom 4, including Shikami, are officially eliminated. Kanagi feels a sting of humiliation at being the lowest scorer in the written portion. As he stands there brooding over it, Shikami approaches and encourages him, saying he did well regardless. Both had received 0 marks, though Shikami seems more annoyed that Akihina had scored a perfect result. Even so, he praises Kanagi for maintaining his top position overall, assuring him that he'll be cheering him on for the remaining half of the exam. He muses about who might be appointed as the next captain and adds that after the selection, the superintendent will evaluate the new squad's performance. Shikami further explains that a squad must consist of at least 7 members, meaning the future captain will need to recruit 6 others. He advises Kanagi to start thinking about whom he'll choose. Resting a hand on Kanagi's shoulder, Shikami volunteers himself as a potential squad member, boasting about his exceptional physical abilities. With a friendly grin, he walks off, wishing Kanagi luck for the remainder of the test. As he departs, Azure approaches Kanagi and instructs him to visit the crime scene. Yet something in Azure's confident tone makes Kanagi realize he already knows who the culprit is. Azure confirms it, though he notes that he still needs concrete evidence to make an official deduction. He then announces that from here on, they'll move directly against the 12 Apostles. The mage narrates the situation so far, describing how Detective Azure assists Kanagi in piecing together clues. Hinoki grows irritated at her roundabout storytelling, though the mage does it intentionally to ease the tense mood. They soon arrive at the crime scene where Azure takes charge. He begins analyzing the surroundings with sharp precision. As expected, every clue aligns perfectly with his earlier suspicions. With the victim's identity verified, Azure now knows exactly who the culprit is. Hinoki realizes the truth as well. Their opponent truly is one of the 12 Apostles, which means that he may possess the Book of Doom, the same artifact wielded by the previous apostle. The mage asks what their next move should be, just as Kanagi opens his mouth to respond, when suddenly a surge of foreign energy floods through his body. In an instant, he is transported into a realm shrouded in mist. There he encounters an elderly woman who claims she's merely a passing grandmother. She casually asks about his investigation, and Kanagi explains that a murder occurred. Someone has taken another's form and is highly skilled in concealment. The old woman then asks if they should apprehend the culprit now, but Kanagi replies that they already know who it is, based on solid evidence, not speculation. However, he admits he cannot expose the truth yet. The old woman tilts her head, puzzled. Surely revealing the culprit immediately would be wiser. Kanagi calmly disagrees, stating that there are not 1 but 2 culprits. He plans to strike them both down together when they're in the same place. For now, he decides to wait until morning and asks the old lady, who he knows is actually the superintendent, to stay out of it and merely observe. The woman chuckles softly, wishes him luck, and repeats that she's just a harmless passerby who won't interfere. As she turns to leave, Kanagi introduces himself by name. She smiles again, amused by his composure. Suddenly, another wave of energy surges through him, and he snaps back to reality, regaining control over his body. Somewhere deep within a restricted facility, the superintendent's assistant hesitantly asks if it was wise to let things proceed unchecked. The old woman, now clearly the superintendent, responds calmly that she's not concerned. Kanagi seems to be nearing the truth, and she wants to see how far he'll go. She instructs the assistant to discreetly order officers to provide backup should anything happen to him. The assistant nods but admits that, even after inspecting the aura traces herself, she found nothing remarkable. The superintendent, however, chooses to trust Kanagi's instincts. Confused, the assistant asks why she places so much faith in him. The old woman answers with a faint smile. It's because she saw unwavering confidence and resolve in his eyes. The following day, as Kanagi makes his way through the forest, Shikami appears beside him, explaining that the next test will assess their leadership, how well they can function as captains commanding a full squad. Shikami predicts Akihina will rely on strategy to excel, but states that he'll be rooting for Kanagi instead. Kanagi thanks him, but before he can finish, he suddenly asks why Shikami intentionally dropped out of the exam. After a brief, eerie silence, Shikami turns and replies that he simply changed his approach midway. Rather than becoming a captain himself, he prefers to serve under a powerful leader, acting freely in his own way. Kanagi narrows his eyes, accusing Shikami of doing this to eliminate all the promising candidates. Ikika, concealed within the trees, watches the exchange closely. Hearing Kanagi's accusation, Shikami smirks and admits that killing someone, if necessary, doesn't bother him in the slightest. He explains that during the written exam, his brain couldn't process or recall anything beyond what was already ingrained, hence his 0 score. Calling himself a fool, he laughs bitterly and adds that perhaps it'd be better to simply destroy Akihina's body instead. As they step into an open field, they find themselves surrounded by all the squad captains and their teams. In the center, Todoroki is bound in chains, with Hibiki and another captain standing beside him. Wearing her trademark smirk, Hibiki mockingly addresses Shikami as Mr. Apostle and invites him to introduce himself. Realizing his disguise has been completely blown, Shikami lowers his tone, revealing his true self, Ava, the 9th Apostle. She explains her unique ability, stating she can directly extract information from a host's brain. She admits to killing Shikami because his physical body was the strongest among all candidates. Hibiki grins and asks whether Ava's goal was to sabotage the anti-prophecy organization from within. Ava confirms this but adds that, having failed her mission, she now has no choice but to slaughter everyone here. Before she begins, she demands to know who exposed her identity. Hibiki points straight at Kanagi. Standing right beside her, Ava flashes a wicked grin and remarks that she never imagined Kanagi would have the nerve to stand this close to her. Turning toward him, her aura flares violently. "Who the hell are you?" she snarls, but how did things come to this? Just before Shikami's body was taken over by Ava, Todoroki had told him he would be recommending him as a new squad captain candidate. The news had thrilled Shikami, though Todoroki cautioned that it was still classified and wouldn't be officially announced until morning. Overjoyed, Shikami joked that even though it was supposed to be secret, they were practically shouting it aloud. Someone was bound to overhear. Todoroki had laughed and reassured him that he was one of the strongest contenders in raw power. He told him he'd make an outstanding captain. Encouraged by the faith placed in him, Shikami vowed to give it his all. But as their fists met in a celebratory bump, a sudden slash tore through the air in an instant. Shikami was ripped apart right before Todoroki's eyes. Todoroki stood frozen, unable to comprehend what had just occurred. A chilling voice echoed around them, mocking Shikami's weakness and scoffing that this was the standard of captain candidates for the anti-prophecy unit. The voice continued, declaring that the squad's strength came only from their artifacts and from the one who had granted them. Then the figure emerged from the shadows, introducing herself as Ava, the 9th Apostle, and proclaiming that she eagerly anticipated their future downfall. Stepping over Shikami's corpse, Ava invoked her heavenly demon ability, taking full control of his body while channeling her demonic power. In a furious outburst, Todoroki unleashed his Vajra punch, reducing her body to a bloody smear. Panting heavily, rage and grief coursing through him, he suddenly hears clapping behind him. The same Shikami he'd just witnessed die stands there, applauding, praising Todoroki for slaying a 12 apostle in one strike, just as expected from my master. Horrified, Todoroki turns to face him, Shikami's figure stands there, smiling, alive. Before he can even move, his body is cleaved cleanly in two, cut down by Ava, now fully possessing Shikami's form. With a sinister grin stretching across her face, Eva activates the artifact known as the Necromancer Dance. Through its power, she brings Todoroki back from death, transforming him into a mindless corpse slave chained to her will. Now bound under Eva's command, Todoroki pledges his loyalty, calling her by name. But before he can continue, Eva delivers a fierce slap that nearly sends him stumbling backward. Correcting him sharply, she orders that he address her as Shikami instead, ensuring her disguise remains unquestioned. Todoroki obeys instantly, nodding with compliance as both of them burst into a chilling, twisted laugh. Meanwhile, back at the crime scene, Kanagi and Azure continue their investigation. Utilizing his unique skill known as theatrical detective, Azure reverses the flow of time, recreating every event that took place there. This formidable power allows him to visualize the past within the scene, witnessing the truth unfold right before his eyes. However, there's one crucial condition: Azure must possess the evidence himself and personally deduce the culprit. It's not enough to merely analyze the clues, he has to reach the conclusion through his own reasoning. Additionally, this same power grants him glimpses into potential future crimes, yet this gift bears a dire risk. Should Azure ever fail to solve a case correctly, the skill will be lost forever. For the rest of his life, he would never be able to use it again, as he explains this restriction to the Founders. The Founders recoil in disgust, appalled by Eva's vile method of killing a person only to enslave their body. But soon, silence takes over the room. Everyone's attention turns toward Kanagi, whose mana flares violently, his anger seething beyond control. With burning resolve, he swears he will never forgive the apostle. Back in the present, still fueled by that same fury, Kanagi unleashes a devastating strike, a flash reflection punch. The blow is strengthened further by his penetration spell. Directed straight toward Eva, channeling his luminance fist, he strikes her face, detonating an enormous blast of energy. The force sends her body hurtling through the air. She tries to regain balance, but the impact is so intense she slides backward, struggling to stay upright. Yet as the dust settles, Kanagi freezes upon hearing her mocking laughter. Calling him cruel, Eva taunts him even after being hit by multiple techniques, bringing up his friendship with Shikami and questioning how he could attack her so ruthlessly. Kanagi, already anticipating her words, understands that his current power alone isn't enough to defeat her. Eva, despite reeling from the attack's recoil, scoffs and sneers that his punches feel nothing more than playful taps. Once she recovers, she shouts that such weak blows will never harm her. Kanagi agrees quietly, but reveals that he was never meant to be her executioner. His sole purpose was to stall long enough for the mage founder to seize control of his body. As the founder's spirit takes over, she claims full command, and Kanagi's body erupts with overflowing energy. Witnessing this, Eva's eyes widen, realizing Kanagi might be the one the satellites warned her about, a being who has completely transcended his old self. Instead of retreating in fear, excitement fills her face once more, curling into that same wicked grin. With a commanding gesture, she summons hundreds of mummies descending from the heavens, their horrifying screams echoing through the air. She declares that life remains dull until one stares death in the eye, urging everyone to fight to their heart's content. Watching the undead fall, Azure mutters that they appear as nothing but hollow husks, corpses controlled by Eva, stolen from those she had slain before. Laughing maniacally, Eva boasts that each mummy bears the same physical strength as Shikami, and challenges them to face her if they dare. Observing closely, Hibiki notices roughly 100 of these bodies, all exuding the same power level as Shikami, leaving one of the candidates nearby utterly stunned. Within his consciousness, Kanagi feels disgusted by Eva's mockery of life, twisting the corpses of those she crushed beneath her. The mage beside him calmly remarks that Kanagi has changed, and so have the founders. As the swarm of mummies hurtles toward the ground, the mage, wielding Kanagi's body, declares that Eva has gravely underestimated her opponent. In an instant, she unleashes streams of lightning, electrocuting the airborne mummies mid-descent. The sudden attack leaves Eva visibly stunned. The mage, taking it personally, retaliates as Eva drops her undead soldiers straight down, forcing her to strike before they even touch the earth. Burning corpses rain from the sky, lighting the battlefield ablaze. Eva stares in bewilderment, trying to comprehend what Kanagi's body just performed. There are those who achieve unmatched precision through endless training, but Kanagi simply used his skill effortlessly, striking every target with flawless accuracy. The mage instructs him to stay close and observe her movements carefully. The young fighter watches in awe. Even while confined to a weakened body, she executes her spells flawlessly. Calling him nearer, the mage explains that while Kanagi once sought power only for himself, The founders desired to channel their might through his very being. Kanagi looks puzzled, uncertain about what she means. The mage continues, explaining that even after all he's been through, Kanagi, drunk on his own power, still feels closer than ever to his ultimate goal, to become stronger. Meanwhile, the founders themselves are equally intoxicated by Kanagi's extraordinary potential. Yet after witnessing the heartbreak of losing a friend who had once trusted Kanagi with their future, the mage concludes that Kanagi's rage now burns from the very depths of his soul. She points toward the founders, who appear thrilled by the current turn of events. The mage remarks that they all seem to admire this new, evolved version of Kanagi. Hearing that, Eva grows confused. She charges forward, shouting that the law of the world is simple: the strong crush the weak, and prepares to strike. But an electric spark erupts before her, stopping her assault cold. Eva, bewildered, looks up and sees the heavens splitting open as countless bolts of lightning rain down. The mage declares that many people think just like Eva does, but she remembers witnessing a power great enough to shatter the tower itself, only to be toyed with and consumed by monsters from another realm. The mage, who had once seen her comrades fall, now fights in their name, vowing to avenge every soul that couldn't stand against that fate. As she steps closer to Eva, still piloting Kanagi's body, she mocks Eva for her frustration and weakness, taunting her for lacking the strength to keep fighting. Eva struggles to rise, but her body is relentlessly struck by continuous lightning storms. The mage knows that although Kanagi had trained in the mountains, laughing on the surface, deep within, his heart still ached for vengeance. She makes sure all the founders share this conviction, that Kanagi will one day reach the same height they once stood upon. Extending his hand forward, the mage assures Kanagi that if he ever requires their aid, they will stand by him. And when sorrow consumes him, he must point toward the source of that pain, and they will erase it completely. Without hesitation, Kanagi lifts his finger toward the airborne Eva. In that instant, a barrage of lightning bolts crashes down, tearing Eva's body apart into shreds. Everyone stands frozen in shock, staring at what can only be described as a monster in the making. As Eva lies scattered on the ground, she struggles to comprehend how this young boy managed not only to annihilate her minions, but also obliterate her body entirely. Kanagi strides toward her calmly, asking if she now understands the vast difference in their power, adding that he has many questions to ask. He mentions that there are experts in interrogation waiting, and that he intends to hear everything Eva knows. But in a low, grim tone, Eva admits she can't fight Kanagi in her current state, confessing that her superior had warned her this might happen. Suddenly, the earth trembles as a coffin rises from the ground. Eva smirks, calling it her trump card. Kanagi's eyes widen in disbelief. Eva explains that hundreds of years ago, one of the founders, known as the 10,000-man army slasher, was the one who destroyed the tower itself. Kanagi watches in horror as she continues her revelation. Inside the coffin lies the corpse of Hinoki Raikuru. Every founder, especially Hinoki's spirit, is left utterly speechless by the sight of his own body under Eva's control. Without a single word, the mage casts Thunderbolt, striking the coffin in fury. The blast shocks Hinoki's spirit, but the mage declares that this time it's truly serious. Eva has already taken over Hinoki's body. Before their eyes, Hinoki's corpse rises, gripping his blade tightly. Eva, filled with exhilaration, laughs and announces that she can finally fight them on equal terms. Kanagi freezes, overwhelmed by the oppressive aura that fills the air. He realizes this energy surpasses even what he felt during his training with Ikika, and that's not the end of it. With a single snap of her fingers, Eva summons another army, hundreds of undead soldiers clawing up from the earth. She calls this her second wave. Kanagi feels a pang of worry, but the mage calmly tells him there's nothing to fear. Even as Eva continues her summoning, a sudden explosion erupts behind her. Turning in shock, she sees Kanagi's allies arriving on the battlefield. Ikika, Suo, and the others stand ready beside him. Suo and the others stand their ground. Compared to the rest, he appears more composed. Firmly positioned and ready to engage, he's far from alone. Ava scowls, irritated at the sight. She thought Kanagi faced this fight in solitude, yet he speaks as if accompanied. Kanagi soon realizes that the corpse's tone and cadence perfectly mirror Hinoki's. Even with their allies joining in, the group struggles to subdue the summoned minions. Eva dryly remarks that these creatures are on another level entirely. Each one now bears a reinforced body, hardened through a new ability. Even when a member unleashes their full strength, the creature remains completely unharmed. To their dismay, every single minion possesses a distinct special skill, turning them into an overwhelming and coordinated force. The anti-prophecy unit finds themselves barely holding their ground in direct confrontation. Hibiki, having analyzed the entire battle from the start, activates her sound visualization release technique, manifesting a phoenix composed entirely of sonic energy, which incinerates a cluster of minions in an instant. Yet despite that tremendous power, Hibiki remains cautious. Each minion's individual enhancement makes them far from simple opponents. And just as the battlefield descends further into chaos, Todoroki snaps his chains apart, breaking free with raw force. He slams into one of the younger members with crushing impact. But Hibiki acts swiftly, intercepting and saving them from certain death. Amid the mayhem, Eva laughs with delight, savoring the madness. With a proud smirk, she declares that only the squad captains stand any chance of living through this. Kanagi glances toward the other founders for their thoughts. None respond, their silence is heavy. He then turns to Mage, requesting to assume control of the body if only for a short while. The request surprises her, but she yields and agrees. Seizing command, Kanagi taunts Eva without hesitation, accusing her of the grave mistake of belittling his comrades. Meanwhile, Hana finds himself encircled by waves of minions, but he recalls Kanagi's lesson number 7. Focusing, he channels his power into a concentrated fist technique. A dragon spirit materializes, both a wellspring of energy and the core of his assault. With thunderous might, he decimates the charging enemies in every direction. Long ago, founder spirit Wantag had observed Hanada's physique, muscular yet flexible, noting his preference for pinpointed, focused strikes fused with agile movement. Another founder, Eilerson, had once commented that although the technique wasn't flawed, it could be refined to far greater heights under their guidance. Now in the present battle, Hanada executes everything flawlessly, his movements like a serpent coiling through the battlefield, striking from multiple directions and annihilating minions with surgical precision. Simultaneously, Akin stands resolute, prepared to face the advancing horde head-on. She recalls Kanaga's words about the transmute technique, the art of converting imperfection into perfection. Once she could only craft crude, low-grade weapons, but now through mastery she transcends those limits, forming colossal stone golems straight from the earth's crust. A power refined during Lesson 8, enough to crush the hardened bodies of the minions with ease. Kanagi then asks Hinoki about Suo's status. Hinoki calmly assures him that Suo is managing fine. Though not as gifted as his brother, he possesses his own brilliance. At this moment, Suo wields Hinoki's one-handed sword style with remarkable control, blending it seamlessly with the Skyfall technique, slicing through the oncoming wave of minions in one sweeping motion. He further amplifies the strike by merging it with Kalenjula, creating a radiant flower-shaped slash that devastates everything within its range. Watching him, Ikika feels a swell of pride. Her student has perfectly merged his techniques and abilities. Yet in her heart she knows Kanaga's mastery remains unmatched, his combinations far too intricate to compare. Lost in thought while cutting down foes, she suddenly realizes she can't move forward. She suddenly catches sight of something ahead, a colossal fire tornado spiraling violently before her eyes. The sight sends chills through her. This phenomenon could only mean one thing: the clash between Kanagi and one of the 12 apostles has begun. Fixing her gaze on the blazing vortex, her shock deepens as she realizes Kanaga's opponent is none other than the legendary founder, Hinoki himself. Ava lunges toward Kanagi, wielding Hinoki's one-handed sword form merged with the wave-cutting blade technique. Yet our hero slips past it effortlessly, his movement as sharp and instinctive as a perfected martial reflex. Though she misses, the sheer force of Ava's strike shatters the ground into fragments. Kanagi retaliates instantly, casting Mage's Thunderbolt spell. However, the attack barely leaves a mark on Eva, whose strength surpasses human limits. She counters with her devastating dice slash, cleaving the entire battlefield into a mosaic of floating cubes, cutting down even her own minions without hesitation. Yet our boy endures, leaping atop one of the drifting cubes, recalling that his body has already survived this exact technique once before. As the terrain shifts into a chaotic grid of floating fragments, the others struggle just to remain balanced. One desperate member clings to another who's on the verge of falling, yet before rescue is possible, the dice slash severs the rescuer's arm cleanly, sending her plummeting while still clutching her comrade's dismembered limb. Kanagi notices the tragedy in time, and with no hesitation, casts a bubble spell that lifts the group safely into the air. The mage spirit, growing anxious, turns toward Hinoki and asks what their next move should be. Hinoki, calm and detached, tells her to do as she pleases. She nods in agreement, accepting his trust. Just then, Ava releases Splitting Cloud, an enormous energy beam that swallows the entire battlefield in a brilliant explosion. Even Hibiki, a seasoned squad captain, stands frozen, stunned by the sheer insanity of the attack. Meanwhile, Eva relishes the overwhelming sensation of fighting within a founder's body, awed by how perfectly Hinoki's form is built for combat. Still, her craving for greater strength pushes her further. She feels compelled to draw on something even more potent. Activating Hinoki's hidden technique, Indomitable, she prepares for an ultimate strike. Yet to her astonishment, Kanagi catches her blade bare-handed, stopping it cold. Hinoki's spirit looks on, unimpressed by her display. Mage laughs mockingly, saying that even with Hinoki's legendary body, Eva still falls short. Enraged, Eva screams back, demanding how such an exalted vessel could ever be considered weak. Desperate for more power, she digs through Hinoki's memories, clawing deeper and deeper into his mind, desperate to uncover a stronger technique. But as she peers further, tears well in her eyes. What she sees within those memories horrifies her to the core. They show the life of Hinoki in the ancient era of the towers, a time of endless slaughter so intense that just witnessing it drives Ava to the brink of madness. In one memory, Hinoki cleaves an entire tower apart with a single swing of his sword. Yet even with such divine strength, he becomes colder, emptier with every battle fought. Ava can't fathom how a human's technique and intellect could ever ascend to such terrifying heights. His memories overflow with destruction. Human bodies torn apart, monsters carved to pieces, oceans sliced open, and the planet itself scarred by his blade. The sheer burden of these recollections crushes Eva's spirit from within, leaving her trembling and collapsing under the pressure. She wonders desperately where to go, how to become stronger, but the despair is unbearable, her essence splintering as if her very soul is cracking apart. Hinoki's spirit, unfazed and calm, coldly remarks that perhaps her spirit should simply break. Another founder warns that if it shatters, it will lose control and slaughter everything nearby. Their fears prove true. The instant her spirit fractures, chaos erupts. A piercing scream escapes her, so intense that it reverberates through the distant city of Takasaki itself. The sheer force behind that scream triggers an instant evacuation. As residents frantically check their phones, they discover that the aura's origin lies in Nagano Prefecture, an unbelievable 100 kilometers away. Yet despite that distance, the tremors still reach them. Terror quickly spreads, with people whispering that perhaps this is the end of days, or that some unspeakable monstrosity has emerged. Back on the battlefield, Eva's piercing scream continues to echo through the air. The ground itself reacts as stones and debris begin to lift into the air. The overwhelming aura crashes down upon everyone, pressing on their shoulders like an invisible mountain. The weaker ones start coughing violently, their bodies forced flat against the earth under the sheer weight of the energy. Witnessing the chaos, Kanagi calls out desperately for Hinoki. Yet the spirit remains utterly calm, lounging as if nothing of importance is happening. He merely remarks that he's entrusted everything to the mage. And to Major Grays. Meanwhile, Eva advances toward Kanagi, each step heavy with wrath. Mage calmly lifts her sleeve. Etched upon her arm lies the seal of truth. With absolute certainty, she proclaims that if using Kanagi's body is necessary, then she will end everything with a single strike, unleashing the full might of that sacred seal. A tremendous surge of energy begins radiating from Kanaga's body. Akin watches in utter disbelief at what she's witnessing. The alchemist spirit within Kanagi speaks up, telling him and Akin to observe closely. He explains that whether through magic or alchemy, both paths lead toward the pursuit of truth, and now Kanagi stands at the threshold of one of those truths, as his voice echoes. Glowing sigils identical to the ones once borne by Mage appear upon Kanaga's arms. The only question that remains is whether his body can endure these fragments of truth, or collapse under their immeasurable weight. Meanwhile, Ava's soul has already splintered into countless shards, leaving only the residual echo of her spirit animating her body. Yet that body still moves, driven purely by primal instinct, like a beast with no conscious thought. Hinoki, once known for his composure and wisdom, had long ago surrendered his body to such a state. This strange phenomenon is known as truth ignorance. As Ava's rage intensifies, her dark energy erupts violently, twisting and warping the very air around her. Mage witnesses this display, and in that instant she foresees a vision of destruction, where Ava's uncontrolled power annihilates everything, including Kanagi himself. The devastation would even spread across the continent. In that very moment, Ava could truly become the harbinger of the world's end. Realizing the gravity of that possibility, Kanagi fully understands the danger within the vision. Mage immediately activates her skill, Megas of Truth, a counter-technique capable of nullifying her opponent's abilities. Its power is so immense that even the world itself trembles under its presence. Eva channels all her dark energy into her arm. She swings fiercely at Kanagi, yet he halts the blow effortlessly. To her astonishment, he firmly grasps her wrist mid-strike. When the dust finally settles, Ava's body has been reduced to a charred skeleton, while Kanagi still holds her hand in place. Using Kanagi's voice, Mage softly bids farewell to Eva's fading soul as her ashes scatter into the wind. The other founders look on, their faces hardened with resolve, while Hinoki stands in size, visibly irritated that his soul and body now exist as entirely separate beings. Smiling faintly, Mage turns to Kanagi and asks whether what he has just seen will aid his future training. As Kanagi regains control of his body, he's stunned to find the battlefield cleared and his comrades cheering, celebrating his apparent victory over the monstrous foe. Yet Ikika can't hide her concern, troubled that Kanagi never once used his sword, as if her lessons meant nothing in the end. Hanada lets out a sigh of relief. Suo, impressed, praises Kanagi for incinerating such a formidable enemy with just a single strike, but Akin perceives something deeper. She realizes Kanagi didn't simply overpower his opponent, he dissected her abilities completely, leaving them meaningless. The revelation causes her hands to tremble, as she wonders whether a human could truly ascend to such a level. Yet amidst that awe she steels herself, vowing that she too will one day reach that same height. The instructor, however, now frets over the gaping crater left in the field, reminding everyone that this was supposed to be nothing more than an exam gone terribly, spectacularly wrong. Even Todoroki lies dead, which irritates the instructor further, knowing he'll have to hold another exam like this again. As the participants begin to regroup, one suddenly spots a glowing circular light and gasps in fear. The instructor, too, is struck with shock, but to everyone's astonishment, it is none other than the superintendent. Seeing her, Kanagi immediately recognizes the old woman from his earlier consciousness. The superintendent's assistant, standing beside her, looks just as puzzled by her sudden appearance. Then, to everyone's disbelief, the superintendent kneels before Kanagi, declaring that she has awaited his return all this time. She proclaims that she has waited hundreds of years for the return of the founders. And now at long last they stand before her once more. Suo and the others immediately turn toward Ikika, seeking an explanation. But Ikika calmly replies that they should have realized it by now, though this might be the first time they've actually seen her in person. She clarifies that the elderly woman is one of the original founders of the anti-prophecy and holds the highest position within the Japanese branch. Suo, clearly irritated, blurts out that they already knew that much. What confuses everyone, however, is why such a figure would kneel before Kanagi. Even Ikika admits that she has no idea. Kanagi himself is equally puzzled, unable to comprehend why the same old woman he met earlier is now bowing to him. Inside him, the founders ponder deeply, trying to recall any memory that could explain the situation, but none of them can find an answer. Suddenly, Kanagi stiffens in shock as he senses her immense aura radiating through the air. The old woman slowly rises and asks Kanagi if he remembers her, remarking softly that age has finally caught up to her. To make things clearer, she turns around and begins to sway her hips, playfully calling out to Hinoki to watch as she performs her waist dance. The founders are utterly bewildered, but then realization dawns on them all at once. This old woman is Io. Hinoki immediately urges Kanagi to let him take over, and once he does, he greets Io personally. The sudden familiarity shocks everyone nearby, prompting the assistants to tense up and assume a battle stance, perceiving his act as blatant disrespect toward their superintendent. In their fury, they threaten to kill Kanagi and demand a retake of the examination. Yet Io, still moving rhythmically with Hinoki, orders them to stand down, assuring them that everything is perfectly fine. Hinoki then teasingly pats Io on the head, joking that she's grown into quite the grandmother. Hearing his voice, Io suddenly recalls how he used to speak to her in exactly the same tone centuries ago when they were together. Eventually, everyone begins to focus on restoring the devastated training grounds and regaining their composure. Meanwhile, deep within the anti-prophecy organization lies a classified site known as the Hut of Everlasting Vision. There, Kanagi is left in awe at the beauty of its garden. Io explains that because she cannot show herself in public often, she keeps the area sealed with a powerful barrier, allowing her to live in peace. Kanagi then asks whether she knows all the founders personally. To this, Io nods and begins to share her past. She reveals that she was once an orphan, her family lost during the era of the towers. It was the founders who rescued and raised her. Kanagi is stunned to realize that she was merely a child back then. When Io mentions that those events occurred 300 years ago, his astonishment deepens. She is more than 3 centuries old. She then explains that she has remained alive by using an artifact capable of halting time itself, freezing her aging as long as she stays within headquarters. The mention of this artifact triggers Kanagi's memory. He recalls hearing about it before. Meanwhile, Hinoki's spirit explains to Valentine that the artifact works in a way similar to her own preservation ability. Valentine agrees, admitting that in her prime, she could have achieved the same result using her skill. Yet she wonders where Io could have obtained such a powerful artifact. Io answers that the facility storing these ancient relics was recently attacked, resulting in the loss of many priceless artifacts. In response, a special recovery task force, led by Midori, was formed to reclaim them. The detective founder within Kanagi speculates that the raid may have been carried out by the 10 apostles, which would explain their terrifying strength in the present day. Kanagi is amazed by how swiftly the detective draws that conclusion from just a few spoken clues. The detective continues, revealing that when Eva mentioned her boss as the provider of her artifacts, he delved into her memories and verified that claim himself. Another founder adds that rather than recruiting 12 awakeners stronger than Makoto, it would be far simpler for the enemy to distribute artifacts to ordinary awakeners and enhance them artificially. Hinoki concurs, noting that the last two enemies they fought were nowhere near Makoto's level of power. Io agrees as well, explaining that they hadn't even known of the 12 Apostles' existence until after the raid on the artifact facility. She elaborates that the Apostles now wield power equal to the Anti-Prophecy's greatest adversary, making them far too dangerous to overlook. She adds that their organization is doing everything possible to locate the Apostles' leader, but she believes that Midori may be the one to reach them first. The statement leaves Kanagi utterly stunned. Meanwhile, far away in Detroit, Michigan, the streets lie silent and desolate, an eerie wasteland resembling a battlefield. Out of nowhere, a violent spell tears through the area, forming a raging tornado that crashes into the ground with catastrophic force. At the heart of the roaring storm stands Midori, his expression grim as he makes a terrifying realization. All this time, they had believed the 12 apostles numbered exactly 12. But in truth, there exists a 13th. Observing him from afar through a glowing orb, a man reclines lazily on his couch, a smug smirk curling across his lips. He seems genuinely amused that Midori has arrived far sooner than he anticipated. In a mocking tone, the man casually asks whether Midori prefers coffee or black tea. Without even a flicker of hesitation, Midori responds coldly, choosing him to die and addressing him by his true title, Number 0. Midori unleashes another torrent of violent wind, his turbulence beam hurling it straight toward the hovering Number 0. The blast is so colossal that even those stationed far away can see it. Nishina, another member of the Special Task Force, immediately notices the spectacle. Makoto, standing beside him, comments that since the city has already been evacuated, there's no one left to endanger. Yet he can't help but wonder why Midori is resorting to such overwhelming force. Before they can finish their conversation, a massive energy strike tears through the air toward them. Acting on instinct, they leap from the building, just as it's cleaved perfectly in half. The entire structure collapses into rubble. Landing safely on the shattered ground, they agree to leave Number 0 to Midori, while they focus their efforts on confronting Kanagi, one of the 12 apostles. Meanwhile, Midori grows increasingly frustrated. No matter how many powerful wind spells he fires, he can't break through the shimmering barrier surrounding Number 0. He wonders whether the shield is the result of a unique skill or an artifact's power. Then, after taking one last sip of his tea, Number 0 steps out of the bubble himself, mocking Midori with a calm smile, asking if he's finally finished throwing tantrums. Midori instantly casts Wall of Cutting Pearls, sending massive shards of rock hurtling toward his foe. The impact triggers a tremendous explosion that rattles the ground. But to his shock, Number 0 emerges completely unharmed. He casually compares himself to a whale swimming among tiny fish before Midori's eyes. Midori quickly realizes that even without the barrier, Number 0 possesses some other layer of defense, something even more formidable. With a smug grin, Number 0 taunts him, claiming that under ordinary circumstances, Midori would be so fearsome that he wouldn't even consider him a rival. Yet now he says, Midori is nothing more than a broken man, mourning the loss of his dear friend. To Number 0, such grief is pathetic. He mocks further, saying that from the moment Midori was born, he was nothing but a creature bred for battle, and despite being made for war, he still failed to protect those he cherished most. Those cruel words ignite a blazing fury deep within Midori's heart. Enraged beyond restraint, he charges at Number 0 with unstoppable force. His eyes burn with murderous intent as flashes of the past surge through his mind, memories of what happened 23 years ago. Back then, deep in the mountains, Shinonome, a member of the Special Task Force, stood frozen in disbelief. Before him, a blinding surge of energy erupted from a massive crater. He shouted in horror, realizing that this devastation was all that remained of the Midori family mansion. Superintendent Io was there too, witnessing the smoking ruins of the estate. Amidst the wreckage lay a crying infant, radiating a colossal aura. The overwhelming power made it clear this entire disaster had been triggered by the baby's birth. Without hesitation, Superintendent Io rushed toward the infant, enduring countless cuts and gashes from the violent winds swirling around it. Despite the agony, she pressed forward with unwavering resolve, until at last she reached the baby. She gently lifted it into her arms, whispering soft words of comfort, assuring the newborn that everything would be all right. Feeling the warmth of her embrace, the baby's cries slowly began to fade. As its tears ceased, the raging storm around them calmed, the winds dispersing into silence. There stood Io, bloodied and bruised, but cradling the child with unyielding tenderness. She declared that this child would be raised under the care of the Anti-Prophecy. That child was later given the name Midori. 9 years passed, the boy, now older, stood ready to leave the facility behind. His teacher, Hinoki Hiradu, accompanied by a 12-year-old Ikika, tried to stop him, warning that causing trouble outside would only bring the anti-prophecy down upon him. The man sternly warned that if Midori went through with his plan, he would be hunted. Unfazed, Midori agreed, but just as the master turned away, he remarked cryptically that this was the very reason he had allowed Midori to live in the first place. Ikika, standing nearby, felt the heavy tension in the air, yet suddenly burst out laughing. The master scowled, asking why she found this situation amusing. The truth was that Midori had always been extraordinarily gifted, breaking every record and viewing everyone else as hopelessly weak. But one day, he met a boy named Makoto, who tossed him a wooden stick and asked if he wanted to spar in sword training. Midori stared at him in confusion, but Makoto only grinned and raised his sword in invitation. At that time, both boys were the same age. They began to train together, yet no matter how hard Midori tried, he could never defeat Makoto in a duel, and it infuriated him. Still, he refused to give up, challenging Makoto again and again. Makoto, hoping Midori would learn humility, kept accepting his challenges, and each time Midori lost. Frustrated, Midori finally shouted in anger, demanding to know why he could never win, no matter how hard he trained. Nishina, who was watching nearby, commented that perhaps Midori was too strong. That might be his problem. Midori didn't understand how being too strong could cause him to lose. Then a calm voice from outside chimed in, saying that Nishina's words were actually a compliment. The voice belonged to Makoto, who was 14 at the time. Makoto pointed out that Midori kept breaking his wooden swords during sparring, so Makoto explained that even if Midori ever managed to win, his weapon would still shatter from his excessive power. To demonstrate, Nishina picked up an egg, explaining that when one exerts too much force, it's impossible not to crush the shell, just as Midori crushed his swords. Still puzzled, Midori watched as Makoto grabbed the egg and threw it with full force to the ground, only to find to his amazement that the shell didn't even crack. Picking up the egg again, Makoto explained that victory lies in balance. Midori needed to harmonize his offensive aura with a defensive one to protect the shell. It wasn't a skill, but a control that came only with time and experience. As he spoke, Nishina hurled several more eggs at the wall, yet none broke upon impact. Midori stared in awe, unable to believe that not a single one shattered. Makoto handed him an egg, telling him that if he truly wanted to surpass Makoto in swordsmanship, he must first master his aura control. Only then could he wield his strength without harming those around him. As Makoto began to walk away, Makoto called after him, only to be struck by an egg right on the head. Turning around, he saw Midori grinning, asking him to join in the aura control training. Makoto, smirking, demanded an apology first. Then he kicked the crate of eggs, making them float with precise control using his energy. Midori tried to replicate the feat, but every egg he touched exploded or cracked instantly. After relentless effort, he finally succeeded, launching an egg so perfectly that it pierced a hole through the wall without even cracking its shell. From that day forward, he and Makoto trained in swordsmanship together. And now that Midori could regulate his aura, they could duel for hours without destruction. Watching them, Nishina and Makoto grew eager, asking for their turn to fight him next. 4 years later, Midori was recruited into the Special Task Force. Makoto, meanwhile, set out on his own path. Midori's next mission was to support the European branch in investigating a prophecy of special rank, one known as Pandemonium. Before parting ways, he asked Makoto if he was still searching for a sword master to teach him. Makoto nodded, reminding Midori of his earlier words, that he would find his own master someday. Makoto raised his fist, declaring that one day he wanted to stand as Midori's equal. Midori smiled and bumped his fist in return, promising that he'd be waiting. From that moment on, Midori dedicated everything to his friends. As long as they lived, he swore to keep fighting for their sake, because all he ever wanted was companionship. But the 12 apostles stole even that away from him. And now, in the present, with those memories blazing in his heart, Midori charges forward, unleashing all his fury upon Number Zero. He advances with murderous intent while the other man remains perfectly calm, unbothered by the imminent danger. However, just as the attack is about to land, Number Zero calmly produces a golden egg-shaped artifact and shatters it right in front of his opponent. The other Special Task Force members take notice and briefly wonder if Midori was the one responsible for triggering it. As the radiant light gradually fades, a figure steps forth from within. It is Midori, exuding a strange yet overwhelming presence. Upon seeing him, Makoto immediately asks if he has already defeated Number Zero, but Midori remains utterly silent. They call out to him repeatedly, but to their horror, Midori coldly declares that he has no idea who they are. Nishina instantly grasps the dreadful implication behind those words and shouts at Makoto to retreat. But it's already too late. Midori's hand is pressed firmly against Makoto's forehead. With a twisted grin, he casts the turbulent spell, unleashing a raging vortex that swallows everything nearby. In the aftermath, 3 members of the Japanese Special Force vanish without a trace. The United States branch dispatches another special task force, led by Marquis and Ashton, to investigate the incident. Upon arrival, Ashton kneels and places a hand on the ground, immediately sensing a tremendous residual energy lingering in the area. It becomes evident that this was the very center of a massive explosion. Marquis stands in awe before the enormous crater Midori created, realizing why he bears the title of the world's strongest man. Yet confusion grips him. How could someone with such power simply disappear along with his entire team? Even Ashton can offer no logical explanation for their disappearance. When word of Midori's vanishing reaches the Japanese branch, chaos erupts within the everlasting Vision Hut. The assistant superintendent trembles with disbelief, unable to process the reports flooding in. Yo, equally distressed, asks if there is truly no trace of Midori's whereabouts. She turns to question his assistant Rin, but even she has no answers, for the artifact linking her to Midori has been completely destroyed. The entire situation leaves everyone feeling powerless and sorrowful. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Kanagi makes his entrance, now wearing the cape of a newly appointed squad captain. Though proud, he feels a bit self-conscious about his new position. The assistant superintendent quickly assures him that his promotion was granted through a unanimous recommendation from all the other squad captains and the superintendent himself. Having once faced Aver in battle, Kanagi proved to be the only one deemed capable of filling the void left by Makoto. Kneeling respectfully, Kanagi recalls the vow he made to surpass the founders as swiftly as possible and prevent further tragedy from befalling anyone. With gratitude, he thanks them for their trust, and carrying the legacy of the founders within him, firmly declares his resolve to live up to the anti-prophecy's expectations. Hearing his words, Io beams with pride, saying she had always believed he was the best fit for the role of captain. But her expression soon turns serious as she shifts the discussion to an urgent issue at hand. Recently, Kanagi, while attempting to recruit members of the anti-prophecy faction into his own unit, finds himself now sitting before the superintendent, being directly asked for his insight. The rapid turn of events catches him off guard. As the superintendent speaks, a mysterious door manifests behind Io, its surface adorned with a fierce tiger insignia. The sudden sight leaves Kanagi momentarily stunned. And as the door creaks open, Io introduces 2 familiar figures from the Special Task Force, Nishina and Makoto, both battered and bruised. Io reveals that they had been part of the same task force as Midori and are the only survivors who know what truly transpired. With a trembling voice, Makoto begins his account, explaining that during their mission in Detroit, Midori's body was overtaken by the leader of the 12 Apostles. The revelation hits Kanagi like a thunderbolt, leaving him speechless. Makoto continues, explaining that the method used to seize control over Midori resembles the one Eva had once employed. He believes it was caused by an artifact, though its exact nature remains unknown. What truly matters, Makoto emphasizes, is that Midori, the man who once stood as their shield, has now been turned into an enemy of humanity itself. The weight of this truth shakes Kanagi to his very soul. Makoto adds that Midori fought the possession with all his might, desperately buying enough time for Nishina and him to escape. Before he lost control completely, Midori apologized and made one final request. He asked Kanagi to defeat number 0 in his stead. The words strike Kanagi deeply, leaving him frozen in disbelief and sorrow. The assistant superintendent gently places a hand on his shoulder, expressing faith in Kanagi's potential, yet reminding him that he still lacks the 7 members required to form a full squad. Currently, Kanagi's team consists of Honda, Akin, and Suo, but he must swiftly recruit 3 additional members. This, the assistant superintendent insists, is his immediate priority. Determined to fulfill his duty, Kanagi rushes out in search of candidates. He soon spots a young boy from the Hibiki squad and chases after him, pleading for him to join his team. The boy panics and runs frantically, shouting that he would never abandon the Hibiki squad no matter what. Just as he believes he's gotten away, he comes face to face with Akin, who blocks his path with a calm smile and a letter of permission signed by Captain Hibiki himself. The boy freezes, unable to comprehend that his captain would approve such a transfer. But after reading the letter, disbelief turns to shock. It's real. With no other choice, he reluctantly agrees to join Kanagi's squad. And so, Kanagi and Akin successfully secure their 4th member. Meanwhile, outside, Hanada is attempting to recruit Akihina into the squad. Though his method is far from ordinary, he performs an exaggerated leg-stomping motion as an invitation, leaving Akihina utterly bewildered. Hanada insists it's a direct order from the captain and declares that he wants Akihina to join their ranks. However, Akihina refuses, explaining that he's focused on entering the next captain's exam, as a new position has opened following Todoroki's death. Unfazed by rejection, Hanada abruptly throws a powerful kick at Akihina to test him, To his amazement, Akihina evades it with ease, displaying remarkable agility. Intrigued, Hanada refuses to back down. Akihina, now slightly amused, proposes a deal. If Hanada can touch him just once within 60 seconds in the courtyard, he will willingly join the team. Hanada confirms whether any method is allowed, and when Akihina nods, he summons his glowing dragon aura, ready to give his all. Akihina starts the timer on his laptop, marking the beginning of their duel. Elsewhere, deep within the limestone cavern of the Anti-Prophecy unit, Akihina visits Captain Tsurukai, who sits calmly fishing in a 17th dimensional rift known as the Underjaw. Tsurukai remarks that he occasionally catches enormous creatures from this strange realm. Upon noticing Akihina, he asks if he's applying for the replacement exam to succeed the late Todoroki. Akihina affirms this, but admits that he aspires to be a captain who refuses to die easily. Tsurukai responds that such a goal is achievable even without becoming a captain. The answer shocks Akihina, who hesitantly asks if the captain thinks he is unfit for leadership. Tsurukai, reeling in a monstrous shark, calmly replies that Akihina still lacks something crucial. Returning to the present, Hanada charges at Akihina, while the latter continues to evade every strike with uncanny precision. Despite closing the distance several times, Hanada fails to make even the slightest contact. He watches in awe as Akihina's evasive maneuvers defy belief. In truth, Akihina is using a hidden technique known as omni-egos, a power he has kept secret from everyone. This ability allows him to teleport to any location within a 100-meter radius, provided he has visited the spot beforehand. Once set, he can warp there instantly and flawlessly. No matter how many attacks Hanada launches, Akihina slips away every time, perfectly timing each teleportation. The challenge grows fiercer, but Hanada treats it as valuable training. Realizing this experience will sharpen his instincts for battles yet to come. While dodging, Akihina asks Hanada what redeeming quality he sees in Kanagi that makes him follow so devotedly. Continuing his relentless assault, Hanada admits he doesn't know for sure. Mid-kick, he says he's aware of Akihina's ideal image of a captain, someone who can raise a squad's survival rate even by just 1%. Yet Hanada asserts that those who only think of themselves can never accomplish anything meaningful. As he speaks, memories flood back to him, the haunting sight of his own family lying lifeless before him. Victims of a prophecy's curse, that tragedy ignited his lifelong determination to destroy all prophecies. It was through this conviction that he recognized Kanagi's potential to accomplish that very goal, leading him to swear loyalty to him. Hearing this, Akihina finally understands what he has been missing, the strength to be someone others can depend on. Refocusing, he continues to dodge every blow with renewed clarity, vowing to remember this lesson for his future. As the final 5 seconds tick away, Hanada suddenly sends a message on his phone, murmuring that someone's right on time. Akihina, caught off guard, looks up in confusion. When out of nowhere, Suo activates his calendula spell, merging it with his Skyfall strike from above, obliterating the entire courtyard beneath them. The blast disables Akihina's teleportation completely, giving Hanada the perfect opening. He leaps from the rooftop with explosive momentum, delivering a flash kick that rips a piece of Akihina's clothing clean off. The timer hits 0, but since tearing his clothes counts as a touch, Hanada is declared the victor. As he lands, Suo questions whether annihilating the whole courtyard was really necessary. Hanada simply laughs it off, commending Suo for his well-timed support. Meanwhile, Akihina stands in the ruins, visibly seething with frustration. But after rapidly typing something into his laptop, he exhales, regains his composure, and reluctantly agrees to join Kanagi's squad. Hearing his acceptance, Hanada and Suo cheer in triumph, while Kanagi and Akin return with another recruit, Uryu, restrained in chains. Kanagi, upon seeing the wrecked courtyard, is utterly speechless. Suo nonchalantly mentions that Kanagi will have to write the apology letter for the damage. Hanada nervously tries to smooth things over, suggesting that Rin could probably repair the area. However, their biggest problem remains. They still need one more member to complete the squad. Akin admits she doesn't know anyone suitable and asks if Kanagi has someone in mind. Without hesitation, Kanagi points toward the Special Task Force members. Yukika Makoto, Nishina, and then, with quiet confidence, reveals that he has already accepted them into his unit. From that day forward, they become temporary members of Kanagi's squad, fighting under his command. Elsewhere, atop a secluded watchtower, the remaining members of the 12 Apostles of the Apocalypse convene in a grim assembly. Only 5 of them remain, yet their confidence burns bright, for they now possess the world's mightiest weapon, Midori's body. To them, the anti-prophecy's downfall is now within reach. Number 0 solemnly reminds them of their creed. Every action they take serves the coming of the prophecy's awakening in this world. Inside the anti-prophecy's prophecy research room, the assistant superintendent inquires if the director has acquired the requested material. The director nods in confirmation and, discloses that the Book of Doom, once owned by the 12 Apostles, was originally a single tome, later torn into fragments. From the 8 volumes Midori had recovered, they determined that the recent events align with a prophecy concerning a special rank known as Bhagavad Gita. According to their findings, in order to bring about the end of the world, the 12 Apostles require Midori's immense power, alone sufficient to cause global ruin. Meanwhile, high above the ocean, Midori and Hajime, one of the 12 Apostles, soar toward an unknown destination. Suddenly, Midori turns to Hajime and asks if he has ever read the Gita. Hajime shakes his head. Midori explains that it is a revered Hindu scripture, teaching that humans must fulfill their duties with pure, selfless intent. He muses that whoever composed the prophecy now unfolding must have harbored a profound hatred for humanity itself. As they glide above the bright skyline of New York's Times Square, a nearby family spots them, and a child excitedly identifies Midori as the world's strongest awakener. The crowd follows the child's lead, erupting into cheers and pulling out their phones to take photos. They overhear Hajime addressing him as a samurai, which only fuels the crowd's excitement, seeing what they believe to be living heroes. Midori then orders Hajime to commence the operation. Without hesitation, he begins forming a dense energy sphere in his palm, while the onlookers continue cheering, blissfully unaware of the catastrophe about to unfold. A father captures a photo of his smiling child, Midori's glowing silhouette visible in the background. In the next instant, Midori hurls the energy orb skyward and it explodes, consuming the heavens. The sphere morphs into a colossal tornado, and from deep within it, the real Midori's voice echoes, desperately pleading with Number Zero to stop. But it is already too late. Number Zero has unleashed the devastating turbulence spell. At the anti-prophecy cafeteria, Kanagi is in the middle of a lecture, when Suo bursts in, frantically showing him something on his phone. Breaking news floods the screen. New York City is burning, completely decimated by Midori's attack. Reports claim that an awakener has obliterated the metropolis. Meanwhile, at the Everlasting Hut, the American branch superintendent, Vice, furiously shouts at EO to take action, enraged that Midori has annihilated an entire city. EO tries to pacify him, but the tragedy has already claimed thousands of lives in the heart of the world's economy. She clarifies that it wasn't truly Midori who caused the destruction, but rather the leader of the 12 Apostles who has seized control of his body. She further identifies this leader as Warren Hastings, an Englishman of immense power. EO adds that he may be collaborating with entities from another dimension. Vice is left stunned by this revelation, while EO continues explaining that the 12 Apostles are wielding artifacts beyond the jurisdiction of the anti-prophecy's monitoring system. This, she asserts, proves that an unknown force is supporting them. Despite her reasoning, Vice counters that accountability still rests on EO. After all, the man who destroyed New York came from her own task force. He warns that the White House is now considering the use of nuclear weapons against Midori. However, Vice himself admits that even nuclear arms would be useless against Midori's strength, and demands to know EO's plan of action. Back in the cafeteria, Kanagi asks Suo whether he has completed Lesson 15 along with the rest of the squad. Suo confirms. To his shock, Kanagi immediately appoints him as the vice-captain of the Kanagi squad. He orders Suo to ensure that everyone continues training until official deployment orders arrive. He advises that Rin and Akihina must learn teamwork, since their constant bickering prevents true unity. Suo then asks what Kanagi intends to do in the meantime. Kanagi replies simply that he plans to sleep, and this time it will be a deep, undisturbed slumber. He strictly orders Suo not to let anyone wake him. Respecting his command, Suo agrees, trusting in Kanaga's judgment. Back at the Everlasting Hut, EO declares her intention to confront Midori and the Apostles directly, leading their strongest elite unit into battle. Meanwhile, at headquarters, Kanagi reaches his quarters and instantly collapses into sleep. Within his dream, he draws his sword, training alongside Hinoki as the founders stand by, ready to instruct him. But to Kanaga's shock, Hinoki suddenly cleaves him apart in a single strike. Kanaga's body regenerates instantly, only for Hinoki to cut him down again. Hinoki reminds him that he was the one who demanded there be no restraint in their training. So now, Hinoki declares coldly, "I will devour you." With that, he charges forward, attacking Kanagi with full ferocity. Another founder attempts to intervene, but Wantak and Mage hold him back. The others protest that while such brutal methods might accelerate progress, Kanagi is dying too often, and his soul risks disintegration. Yet they all understand, Midori stands as the strongest awakener of the age, and Kanagi, as he is now, cannot hope to defeat him. Harsh though it may be, this relentless training is the only path to victory. One founder cautions that Kanagi may soon reach his breaking point, but the alchemist reassures her, stating that Kanagi is far from fragile. Watching him get torn apart again and again, Mage still believes he will endure and rise beyond his limits. Kanagi apologizes to Hinoki, the sheer pressure of facing him nearly unbearable. It feels like being trapped in a howling blizzard atop a frozen peak. Regaining his composure, Kanagi stands once more to face Hinoki head-on, only to be instantly sliced in two again. Yet to his astonishment, his blade manages to cut a single strand of Hinoki's hair. Once he couldn't even graze him, but now he has drawn first proof of progress. Though slain repeatedly, Kanagi refuses to yield, rising every time with renewed resolve. Meanwhile, in Mumbai, at the gateway of India, Adib of the Indian branch of the Anti-Prophecy's Special Task Force lights up with excitement upon spotting Midori's arrival. He reminds Midori that if not for him, the special rank prophecy Blazing Fire would have reduced Mumbai to ashes. With a nostalgic smile, he asks whether, despite their past collaboration in protecting the city, Midori has now arrived with one sole purpose: to bring its complete destruction. He dismisses Erideb's words as outdated nonsense, declaring that although it is indeed his body, its control has long been seized by Number Zero. With a cruel smirk, Number Zero, speaking through Midori, mocks the very notion that Midori could ever reclaim dominance. To deepen the torment, he channels Midori's imprisoned consciousness, forcing the trapped man's words directly into the open air. From within, Midori's own voice echoes, an apology to Erideb begging him to escape while he still can. But Erideb refuses to run. This is his homeland, and he vows to fight until his final breath. The scene shifts to the everlasting hut. There, EO recounts to the superintendent's aides the century-long war between humanity and the beings that crossed over from another dimension. She explains that during the Age of the Founders, the tower appeared first, followed soon after by the crack in the ancient prophecies that foretold their doom. Throughout this endless conflict, there have always been humans who betrayed their own kind, aligning themselves with those creatures to hasten the world's collapse. As EO speaks, one of the assistants, alarmed by live broadcasts showing India's downfall, realizes that the enemy's advance is now aimed toward Europe. EO, unsurprised, notes calmly that she had anticipated this movement, though she admits she would have preferred if their march had gone straight toward Japan. When questioned why, she reveals that because Number Zero only recently took control of Midori's body, his mastery over its powers should still be incomplete. Furthermore, the very act of fighting will only accelerate his growth, making him stronger with each clash. After saying this, she instructs her assistant to summon all division captains immediately. Turning to her male aide Tengen, she informs him that he too will be deployed to the battlefield. With forced humor, he quips that they only ever call on him for hard labor during times of peace. Yet the real shock comes when EO herself declares that she will personally enter the fray. Meanwhile, the Kanagi squad is entering its final phase of preparation. They remain humanity's greatest hope of defeating Midori. Until they are ready, however, EO commands every other squad to hold him at bay. Hibiki and the other captains stiffen, asking how long the preparations will require. IO answers that, according to Kanaga's calculations, he needs precisely 2 days. EO then announces their next destination, the vast Pacific Ocean, where they will confront Midori head-on. There, the entire Japanese branch of the Anti-Prophecy organization gathers, readying themselves for war. Without warning, Midori unleashes a massive surge of turbulent energy directly toward them. Yet the blast halts midair, intercepted effortlessly by EO's defensive spell. Midori, momentarily caught off guard, narrows his gaze in suspicion. EO smirks, taunting him not to underestimate their strength. Sometime earlier, as the captains made their way toward the ocean to face Midori, Hisagi and her team raced up to their commanding officer, pleading to accompany them against the leader of the 12 Apostles. The captain refused outright, but Hisagi, tears welling, protested that even if their strength wasn't enough to turn the tide, they could at least serve as shields to protect the captains. The captain paused and turned, joined by the others. He asked solemnly if they understood why the captains had chosen to enter such a hopeless battle. He explained that though they were fully aware they might not return alive, given the overwhelming power gap, they still chose to fight, driven by faith that their subordinates would live on to carry humanity's will. The captains entrusted the world's survival to those who would come after them. With those words, the captains departed. Their subordinates watched them go, some breaking into tears. Others clenched their fists, vowing to guard the Kanagi squad until their preparations were complete. Though their hearts were heavy with sorrow, they knew there was no time for grief, only for action. Soon after, the captains, superintendents, and aides teleported to the ocean, where they faced Midori directly as EO effortlessly blocked his roaring turbulence. The captains looked on in awe, stunned by her sheer might. Midori, now fully consumed by Number Zero, was equally startled by this hidden strength. Through Midori's memories, Number Zero recognized EO as the superintendent of anti-prophecy, a mentor figure to Midori who had long concealed her true power. Standing tall before him, Io declared that this would be the first time in a century she had unleashed her abilities on a battlefield. None among the captains had ever witnessed her full potential before, but now, before their very eyes, she activated her 888 mirror spell, a technique of 2 intricate stages. The first stage allows her to nullify any power she comprehends completely, granting absolute defense. This ability functions as a direct countermeasure, perfectly aligned with her deep analytical mastery as a mage. Wasting no time, Midori retaliates with his blazing turbulence spell, summoning a storm of tornadoes hurtling toward Io. The captains recognize the attack instantly. It's the same devastating technique that incinerated all of India. But to their relief, Io, familiar with the spell's mechanism, deflects it with ease. The second stage of her mirror spell enables her to copy any technique she has successfully reflected. Launching her own mirrored tornadoes, she sends them crashing into Midori's. Midori quickly grasps the logic of her spell, yet grows irritated as he senses a new presence striking from the flank. One of the captains charges in, unleashing an infinite fist assault that batters Midori with relentless blows. Each strike leaves his limbs trembling with numbness, yet despite the countless hits, Midori remains unscathed. Acting fast, the captain seizes Midori midair and signals the others to strike while he holds him down. Hibiki activates her sound visualization, Phoenix Release, and the other captains unleash their own signature powers in unison, bombarding Midori with overwhelming force. But Midori retaliates with his wall of cutting pearls, unleashing a massive shockwave of tornadoes that engulfs every captain. As the dust settles, Midori stands untouched, mocking Io for sending such weaklings against him. Yet before he can continue, a powerful surge of energy flares above. He glances upward to see one of the superintendent's assistants, summoning a gigantic, sun-sized energy sphere ready to be released. Midori instantly recognizes that the longer the orb is charged, the stronger it grows. He begins summoning his own counterattack, an energy sphere of equal might. But a female assistant casts her slave maker spell, binding his hands in spectral chains. Midori freezes in disbelief. He hadn't expected them to possess a warp-type awakener. Now shackled, he is unable to cast further spells. Meanwhile, the male assistant completes the channeling and hurls the colossal flaming orb toward the immobilized Midori. Seeing it approaching, Midori realizes there's no time to evade. His only option is to unleash his strongest wind technique at the final second to soften the impact. Yet before he can act, another identical fireball appears from the opposite direction. Conjured by Io through her mirror spell, the twin orbs collide midair, erupting into a cataclysmic explosion that engulfs Midori in a fiery storm. Io's assault is merciless, driven by the resolve to destroy Midori even if it costs her life, for the sake of humanity's future. Number 0, burning within, curses her name. From afar, the US team monitors the battle, as Number 0 endures an unending barrage of divine fire. One soldier cheers at the apparent direct hit, but Mr. Richard remains grim. He spots a vast field of purple energy forming around Number 0's body. Inside that haze, Number 0 scoffs in disbelief, astonished that so many elite awakeners would stake their lives for a single strike. The sheer dedication feels beyond his comprehension. Yet what truly surprises him is the durability of Midori's vessel, enduring heat surpassing thousands of degrees Celsius without a mark. Moments later, the US military opens fire, launching missile after missile toward him. Explosions fill the sky, but Number 0 only laughs amidst the devastation. He retaliates with another turbulence strike aimed straight at the fleet, but Marquis intercepts it midair, straining under the crushing pressure of its power. Even so, it's evident that not even Marquis can hold out for long. Then, with a voice like thunder, Number 0 proclaims that they shall now witness the true herald of the apocalypse. Watching from afar, Richard clenches his fists, refusing to yield. Number 0, however, begins to sense his mana reserves running thin, something Io quickly perceives as well. With steely calm, she draws out her hidden trump card, the one she had reserved for this precise moment. A flashback unfolds, back when the strategists planned how to restrain Number 0. They had argued that defeating Midori's body outright was impossible. Yo had agreed with Hibiki, but added that perhaps victory could be achieved by a means other than destruction. Then she unveiled the artifact they would use against Number 0. Now in the present, that same artifact manifests before their eyes, none other than the sand cage of time. As the golden barrier closes in around him, Number 0 recognizes the device instantly. Io calmly notes that he had once gifted a similar artifact to one of his subordinates. Number 0 hadn't anticipated they would possess another of its kind. Yo explains in an even tone that breaking free from the cage would demand an immense reserve of chakra, something Number 0 no longer possesses after such a prolonged and draining battle. With a mocking grin, Number 0 remarks that she's merely stalling for time with this little trick. Yet he warns her that it's pointless. Even if he escapes, she still won't have the power to defeat him. Io simply smiles, brimming with confidence, and tells him to remain right where he is for 2 days. She promises that when he emerges, she'll show him something truly worth seeing. Her words, of course, refer to the time their boy needs to finish preparing for the final confrontation. Initially, Number Zero feigns ignorance about Io's secret plan, but soon reveals that he already knows about Kanagi. In truth, Number Zero has delved into Midori's memories, within which Midori perceives Kanagi as the one destined to bring an end to all prophecies. Io can hardly believe that Midori held Kanagi in such profound esteem. With a chilling tone, Number Zero declares that someone like Kanagi cannot be allowed to live. He has already placed Kanagi on his personal list of those to be eliminated. His aura flares with fury as he roars that the one truly blind to reality is none other than Io herself. His expression then shifts into a wicked grin as he begins to explain how Midori's body has become such a vessel of terrifying might. All the mana he has used thus far, he reveals, was merely drawn from the dormant energy slumbering within Midori's body. What they've seen so far is only a fraction of his potential. His true power lies far beyond their understanding. Before Io can even finish casting her 8th Automire skill, Number Zero strikes her down effortlessly with a single, unarmed blow. Her body collapses motionless. With his path cleared, he turns his gaze toward Japan, his next target. Meanwhile, our boy continues his relentless training within the depths of his subconscious realm. With Io's death at the hands of Number Zero, the Anti-Prophecy Organization's operation to contain or defeat him through the Japan branch collapses entirely. And Number Zero grows even stronger. At that same moment, on the shores of Sato in Niigata Prefecture, Ikika and Shinji are deep in training when the girl suddenly senses a dark, oppressive aura. She quickly deduces that it can only mean one thing: the organization's forces have been completely annihilated. Accepting this grim truth, she and Shinji decide to head directly for headquarters to confront the enemy themselves, a decision Shinji instantly supports. Meanwhile, inside the Anti-Prophecy Organization's monitoring room, Rin watches in horror as the footage shows the obliteration of the U.S. fleet. Her subordinate reports that all contact was lost following Number Zero's assault. Rin snaps in order to switch to satellite imaging immediately. She curses herself for not having used the Raven's Eye technique above the sea to track exactly what had occurred. Just then, the surviving members return. Shiki, frantic and pale, begs Rin to use her healing ability. Rin is stunned as she sees the severely wounded Io brought before her. The scene cuts back to before the mission began, when Io spoke directly to Shiki, making her understand how vital her role in the team would be. Io instructed her to immediately teleport everyone once the captains had launched their strike, and to continuously monitor the enemy's movement. Once Tengen and she used their Heavenfall skill, Shiki was to evacuate all members instantly. Shiki agreed without hesitation, vowing that she would give her life if necessary. That earned her a sharp slap across the face from Io. Io sternly reminded her that she was forbidden to die. Her duty was to bring everyone back to headquarters once the battle concluded. She emphasized once again that Shiki must prioritize her own survival, even if Io herself were in danger. When Shiki began to object, Io's piercing glare silenced her immediately. Yet Shiki quietly confessed that she didn't want Io to die either. Io gave her a faint smile and promised that she wouldn't let anyone perish under her command. Now Io clings weakly to life as Rin struggles desperately to heal her. Shiki begs Rin to push harder, but Rin cries that she's already giving everything she has. Her ability is time reversal, yet it falters. Io's own artifact disrupts the natural flow of time, nullifying the healing effect. Another healer adds grimly that even with their combined strength, they can barely keep Io alive. Her injuries are simply too severe. In desperation, Shiki suggests a risky alternative. Since Io can only halt time's flow while inside the anti-prophecy field, moving her outside might weaken the artifact's interference. Tengen protests at once, arguing that doing so could kill her instantly. But before they can continue the argument, a suffocating pressure fills the air, a wave of pure malignant aura. Looking up, they see Number Zero hovering above them, flanked by the other apostles of the apocalypse. Fury surges within Shiki, her rage overpowering all fear. Ignoring Rin's desperate cries to stop, Shiki teleports straight into the enemy's midst, determined to annihilate them all. Without hesitation, she activates her Void Parquet skill. This technique enables interdimensional teleportation, highly precise on a small scale, but expanding it across large distances risks uncontrollable distortions capable of massive destruction. Tengen curses her recklessness, knowing full well that Io is still inside the base. Meanwhile, Number Zero orders Hajime to advance. Hajime raises his artifact, the divine throne of the distorted world. In the blink of an eye, he unleashes a Quakara slash toward Shiki's dimensional field. The strike is powerful enough not only to rupture her dimension, but to sever her arm as well. His comrades cheer wildly at the brutality, But Hajime remains composed. He knows she's not dead. She must have teleported away at the very last second. Scanning the area, he spots her nearby, bleeding but alive, shielded by Shinji. The remaining members of Kanagi's squad stand alongside them. Number 0 glares, asking if they truly intend to serve as yet another obstacle in his path. Ikika steps forward, unsheathing her blade. Her voice is calm yet filled with defiance as she declares that Kanagi still sleeps. Until he awakens, she and the others will hold off Number 0 and his apostles. Number 0 studies his new opponents carefully. From Midori's memories, he recognizes Ikika and Shinji, but Kaname and Sakazaki remain unknown to him. He deems them unworthy of their powers. If even Midori hadn't considered them significant, they can't pose much of a threat. Yet just as he dismisses them, his gaze lands on Kaname, and something about that young man makes Number 0 hesitate. Wasting no time, he activates his turbulent skill. Sakazaki calls out that the sudden teleportation was his doing, prompting Kaname to protest indignantly. It had required his help as well. Exhausted and bleeding, Shiki snaps at them both to stop arguing and explain what just happened. They clarify that it was a fusion of Kaname's "my house is your house" skill and Sakazaki's everything everywhere all at once. Essentially, Kaname's ability amplifies Sakazaki's, allowing his teleportation field to expand wherever it makes contact. Normally, Sakazaki Tsuke's teleportation affects only himself, but with Kaname's support, he can now transport others, and even choose multiple destinations simultaneously. As Shiki tends to her bleeding arm, Sakazaki admits he lacks Kitamori's fine precision. His teleportation only works toward places where he has left personal belongings, and Kaname's enhancement widens that scope. Together, they've managed to relocate everyone, including Number 0 and his apostles, to entirely separate locations. And not just anywhere, the trio has sent Number 0 to a very particular place. Number 0 opens his eyes to a realm of disorienting stillness, where neither direction nor gravity can be felt. As he steadies himself, he notices countless sea creatures gliding past. Only then does he realize he's underwater. He is, in fact, inside an immense stalactite cavern beneath the Duizi complex, known as the 17th Fissure, Lower Jaw. This strange place expands by 10 centimeters each year, forming a naturally growing labyrinth that no one has ever fully charted or understood. Not even Midori could destroy it. Prophecies once claimed that this place would forever resist human influence, and as Sakazaki mutters his challenge to fate, he wonders whether Number 0 can truly defy that prophecy. Meanwhile, atop Mount Antique in Nagano Prefecture, Hajime stands before Ikika, instantly realizing they've been teleported there. Ikika lets out a quiet laugh, pleased that their plan to divide the apostles has succeeded. When Hajime demands to know where Number 0 has gone, she smirks and answers that he's been sent to a place of no return. Hajime scowls in disbelief. If such a place truly existed, he argues, then surely they would have sent all of them there. Ikika responds with composure, explaining that they didn't send everyone to that location because one of their enemies likely wields an artifact capable of escape, something too dangerous to gamble on. Perhaps Number 0 himself possesses it and might one day return, but by then EO will already have disappeared. Given that risk, she clarifies they cannot apply that method to all the apostles. At most, she can erase only one. Hajime refuses to accept her words, tightening his grip on the hilt of his sword, ready to attack. Unshaken, Ikika's confidence shines through as she mocks him, declaring that aside from Number 0, none among them could possibly defeat her, calling them relics clinging to the remains of obsolete power. In the blink of an eye, Hajime releases his Kurakara slash, aiming straight at her. Ikika counters it effortlessly, invoking her innate ability, Dawn's Solitude. Once dismissed as a trivial technique, this power allows her to perceive every external and internal factor that keeps her body in absolute peak condition. In short, it grants her flawless awareness, ensuring that every move she makes strikes with unwavering precision and focus. With that mastery, she sidesteps Hajime's attack and retaliates by slicing cleanly across his side. In the realm of martial arts, a body refined to perfection is the greatest weapon of all, and Ikika embodies that principle entirely. Staring down at Hajime, she smirks coldly, ridiculing him as childish and even weaker than Makoto. Meanwhile, at the training grounds of the Anti-Prophecy Organization, the remaining Apostles of Apocalypse face Makoto and Nishina. Their foes quickly realize that they've been isolated from their allies, deliberately divided. Seth grins mockingly, asking if they truly believe that the two of them can defeat members of the Apostles of Apocalypse after having witnessed Number 0's power firsthand. Then she glances at Usura, asking what their next move should be. With fake tears and feigned sorrow, Usura claims he can handle both enemies alone, his sarcasm enraging Makoto. Without hesitation, Makoto charges forward, launching an attack, striking at Usura with fierce determination. At that same moment, Nishina recalls Makoto, his childhood friend, and the memory fuels his anger like fire. Driven by vengeance, he grabs Seth by her hair, but she only laughs darkly, entertained by his fury. In the next instant, a flurry of crimson strikes erupts from Asura's power, forcing both boys to leap back. Seth gracefully slips free from Nishina's grasp and activates her ability. Still Queen of Hard, Nishina instantly recognizes her power, the ability to manipulate surrounding objects. She commands her bewitched cards to seek Kanagi, and within seconds, hundreds of them swirl around her like a storm of blood-red petals. Realizing her real objective, Nishina resolves to stop her. But Asura's next blow pushes him back before he can move. On the opposite end of the battlefield, Asura prepares his own technique. 100 Faces, a skill enabling him to manifest emotions as tangible strength. When he removes his hand from his face, it reveals pure rage. With a savage roar, he vows to slaughter them all. Crimson lightning bursts from his body, tearing into the earth with explosive force. Meanwhile, in Takarazawa City, Saitama Prefecture, Akin and Hanada confront another apostle of apocalypse. Akin unleashes her Stone of Truth skill, sending a stone statue barreling toward their opponent, only for him to decapitate it effortlessly as Hanada joins the fray. In the next moment, Shinji performs his one-hunter sword style, Tengu dance, shrouding the battlefield in a storm of dust and rubble. With a single gesture, their enemy sweeps away the haze, revealing 3 fallen figures sprawled upon the ground. Seeing this, Akin curses under her breath, realizing their foe's strength far surpasses expectations. The man Dri demands to know their identities. Sensing their power, he understands that if he doesn't eliminate them now, they'll become a serious threat. With a chilling calm, he orders them to die swiftly so he can conserve energy for his true mission. Hanada scoffs, accusing him of arrogance. Shinji pays no mind to the insult, his thoughts consumed only by vengeance. Akin glances his way and instantly understands his pain. The fire of his brother's death still burns inside him. Recognizing Shinji's family name, Dri grins wickedly. He mocks Shinji's deceased brother, calling him worthless and laughing at how easily he died. Shinji snaps, taking the bait completely, rushing toward Dri in fury, but his opponent is already prepared. With a flash, Dri activates Chamlia La Traviata, shocking everyone present. Meanwhile, at headquarters, the healers work desperately to stabilize Io, and finally her heartbeat returns. Without delay, Yushima contacts her team for a situation update. They report that the squad captain's wounds are nearly healed. McCabe then orders his unit to regroup with Kanaga's team. Suddenly, one of the members halts, pointing out a swarm of Seth's cards heading toward the base. They immediately realize Kanagi is the target. Taking command, Tenjin orders everyone to ready themselves. They must protect their boy until he awakens. In the following moment, the air turns suffocatingly heavy. Tenjin senses a strange aura when he recognizes all too well. Outside, Shiki and the others feel the ground quake. Sakazaki's eyes widen as he identifies the source of the energy. He's right, even Captain Surosaki can feel the overwhelming surge radiating from the cave where number 0 was once sealed. Konami refuses to accept the thought that number 0 might have escaped. Sakazaki urges him to come to help lure number 0 away, but fear grips the boy's heart. Still, Sakazaki insists they have to move now to save Captain Tsurosaki. His words die as a blinding blue light explodes from the headquarters. Within it, Kanagi stands, surrounded by an aura of pure energy, healing Io before their astonished eyes. Rin gazes at him, wide-eyed and speechless. Kanagi asks how long he has been asleep, and Rin tells him it's only been half a day, far less than his planned 2-day recovery. She admits uncertainty whether such a short rest is enough for him to face number 0 again. But Kanagi merely nods, firm in his resolve to win. Before stepping forward, he turns to Io and gently apologizes for making her wait. Then he activates Valentine's godly medical book skill. Page 3, N64 Divine Nectar, a sacred technique drawn from Valentine's own memories, granting healing at its utmost potential. Rin and Yushima watch in awe as Io's deep wounds begin to close. Within moments, Yushima realizes that Io's recovery isn't partial. Her injuries have been completely restored. She's stunned. Even as a healer herself, she could never achieve such perfection. Then Io's eyes flutter open, and Rin exhales in visible relief. When Io looks up, she doesn't see Kanagi. She sees Valentine standing before her. Now under Valentine's influence, he holds her hand tenderly, scolding her softly for her recklessness. Io weakly apologizes for being useless in battle, but he assures her she fought valiantly. Valentine then speaks through him, explaining that her wounds are fully healed and she only needs to rest. He promises that once she wakes, they'll share a meal together just like old times. Tears fill Io's eyes as she closes them peacefully, finally allowing herself to rest. Afterward, Valentine turns to their comrades, expression resolute, and commands them to prepare for the coming war. Outside the base, Akihina and Hisagi fight relentlessly against Seth's enchanted cards. Akihina unleashes his high steel thousand strikes technique, cutting through countless cards in one swift motion. Hisagi meanwhile fights with fierce precision, using her taijutsu and discipline chains ward, shredding the cards one after another. Both of them breathe heavily, astonished that these cards carry the same overwhelming power as the shikami they once faced in battle against Eva. One of the cards suddenly darts toward Hisagi from behind. Akihina shouts a warning, but before she can react, the blow lands squarely on her face, sending her staggering backward. Staring at the endless tide of cards swarming before her, Hisagi clenches her fists tightly, refusing to collapse. She recalls Makabe's words, that she bears the duty to protect this world. With fire in her eyes, she vows that she will uphold her promise to her captain, no matter the cost. At that very moment, as if responding to her resolve, Makabe hears her declaration and calls out in praise. He is seen battling the oncoming horde, striking down waves of enemies with his rock strike. Hisaga's eyes widen in disbelief and relief the instant she spots him alive. He gives her a reassuring grin, promising that he has returned. The next instant, Captain Yorozuya storms into the battlefield, swinging his golden bat, a single sweep erasing multiple cards in one blow. Both captains bark their orders, commanding their troops to prepare for a total annihilation of the enemy. Akihina and Hisagi immediately respond, taking their battle stances. Just then, Makabe catches sight of our guy soaring through the air, radiating fierce energy. His blade glows with an intense aura as he steadies his stance. With one decisive motion, he performs Hinoki's one-handed sword style, wave, unleashing a devastating arc of force that tears through hundreds of cards in an instant. Akihina and Hisagi gaze in astonishment, completely awed by the magnitude of his technique. Meanwhile, Seth senses the catastrophic loss among her cards and freezes mid-battle. Noticing her sudden stillness, Asura demands to know what's wrong. She mutters in shock that 10 full decks, over 500 soldiers, have just been destroyed. Asura immediately realizes Kanagi must be responsible. He snaps an order for Seth to eliminate their target at once before turning toward Makoto, his patience thinning fast. Their refusal to die has begun to infuriate him. In response, Makoto steadies his footing and readies his next attack. He declares firmly that they're the ones who will fall here, not him. Asura's eyes narrow in irritation, then burn with outrage at his defiance. But before he can counter, he notices a glowing divine symbol etching itself onto his arm. In the next instant, Makoto activates his anti-demon divine seal technique. A radiant surge of energy bursts outward toward Asura. Makoto thrusts his fist forward, launching countless glowing projectiles that scatter across the battlefield like shooting stars. Asura watches the approaching orbs, noting how slow and harmless they appear. He sneers in contempt, dismissing them as weak and meaningless. But as they draw closer, a sudden jolt of realization hits him. Makoto had already marked him with a seal during their very first encounter. These aren't random shots, they're precisely locked onto the seal engraved on his body. Before Asura can react, Makoto flashes behind him, delivering a crushing punch that sends him flying across the field. Asura roars in fury, realizing too late that the projectiles are merely a distraction, while the true threat lies in Makoto's strategy to pierce through his guard and strike decisively. Makoto coolly explains that the divine seals imprinted across his body double the speed of every projectile with each additional mark. More luminous orbs emerge from thin air, swirling around them. At first, Asura manages to evade them, but within seconds, their velocity multiplies beyond visibility. Another blast from Makoto's fist connects, sending him sprawling again. He finally grasps that each seal exponentially amplifies the projectile's speed. Soon they move faster than his eyes can track, and each impact hits with the same crushing force as Makoto's direct blow. A blinding explosion of light engulfs the field. Asura crashes to the ground, trembling, as Makoto stands above him, taunting his pitiful outburst. Overcome with fear, Asura scrambles backward, desperate to maintain distance. He then activates his Face of Fear ability. Instantly, a wave of corrosive mist erupts from his body, spreading through the battlefield. Makoto watches grimly as the toxic fog expands around him. Meanwhile, Seth is cornered near Nishina. Terrified, she begs him to let her go, sobbing that she doesn't want to die in disgrace. Nishina pays no attention to her pleas. His long hair begins to move as if alive, wrapping around Seth and forming a suffocating cocoon. The woman thrashes helplessly as her strength drains away until she collapses lifeless. When it ends, her body stands frozen in place, mummified by his power. Nishina turns his gaze toward Asura, remarking that now he truly knows what fear feels like. Back on the main battlefield, Makoto elaborates on his skill's mechanism. The projectiles may begin sluggishly, but each carries the full weight of his strongest punch, and with every strike, new seals spread across his body, multiplying the number and speed of the blasts again and again. By now, 20 direct seals have covered Asura completely. The sky erupts into a chain of fierce explosions until only smoke and ruin remain. Makoto lowers his hand slowly, realizing just how far his power has evolved. The memory flashes back to their childhood. Makoto once accused him of fighting unfairly, saying that after a single hit, victory was inevitable. Makoto had answered calmly that the technique consumed immense energy. The stronger the opponent, the harder it became to land the first seal, and the activation alone took over 10 seconds, making it dangerously risky. Midori had questioned whether enemies that strong even existed, but Makoto pointed at him, saying that Midori was one of them. Midori had blinked in confusion, asking what the strange kanji meant. Nishina explained it symbolized the divine seal. Makoto wondered aloud if this power connected to his younger brother somehow, but Makoto brushed it off, saying it relied solely on his own strength. Midori laughed, telling him to build more muscle and get stronger. Makoto declared that once he joined the special task force and mastered the technique, he wouldn't lose to anyone, not even Midori. Midori leapt up with a grin, shouting for him to do his best, which mildly irritated Makoto. Though a trace of respect flickered in his expression, Midori added that once everyone grew stronger, they'd all fight together again as adults. Makoto smiled faintly and promised that next time they sparred, he'd make sure to land at least one clean hit on his best friend. Nishina walked up to him afterward, thanking him sincerely for his aid in vanquishing such formidable foes. Gesturing toward Seth's lifeless body nearby, he confirmed that his mission was complete. Makoto nodded, adding that they still needed to help Shinji and the others. Foes like these were too powerful to face alone. Nishina then mentioned a strange occurrence he had sensed earlier. At that exact moment, Dri was mocking Shinji, jeering about meeting his brother. Shinji asked if the preparations were complete, but Akin urged him to stay silent and wait. She then activated her Trismegistus technique, invoking Mephila's Zale, proclaiming her intent to obliterate their foe entirely. The alchemist Kilik had once told our boy that alchemy was the art of transforming ordinary matter into something greater, by understanding the essence of how the world truly worked. Knowledge, he said, could only come through deep comprehension of those truths. When Kanagi had once asked whether transformation was part of Lesson 15, Kilik confirmed it was, but reminded him that strength in battle must come first, and alchemy could wait. If Akin ever learned it, she would master it easily. Now in the present, Akin activates her technique fully, even as Dri attacks relentlessly without pause. His strikes come so fast and erratic that Hinata and Shinji can barely predict where the next will land. One blow connects directly with Shinji, and Hinata shouts his name, but Shinji blocks it just in time. Still, both know they can't hold out much longer. Dri's laughter echoes menacingly through the battlefield as he mocks their exhaustion and despair. He boasts of a secret technique his superior told him to save for dire situations, but claims now is the perfect time to use it. He summons forth an artifact known as the Purgatory Star, and hurls it toward them with a sinister grin, declaring that this will bring the end. The massive eye-shaped construct ignites above them, its glow blinding. Shinji stares up in shock. Dri explains that the artifact releases satellites, each one carrying the same destructive force as the original. His voice rises triumphantly as he announces that the attack will strike from every direction, blanketing the entire sky. His laughter grows maniacal as he bellows that everything within his range will be reduced to ashes by his fire cannon, flames scattering like raining weapons around them. Shinji finds himself frozen in powerlessness, and Hinata feels the same crushing helplessness weighing him down. In a moment of panic, Hana urgently calls for Akane. Instantly, she materializes beside him, fully aware of the looming danger. Without hesitation, she unleashes her counterattack. The fire cannon retaliates with another colossal discharge. A tremendous explosion engulfs the entire field in blinding fire and smoke. Dri watches in satisfaction, convinced that nothing could have possibly survived the blast. His mind drifts back to the power bestowed upon him by Number Zero, the very same power that had granted him vengeance over those who once ridiculed him. He bursts into deranged laughter, proclaiming that he will burn the world itself to ruin. But his laughter halts abruptly when a surge of green lightning shoots upward from beneath the scorched ground. Akin emerges unharmed, her energy roaring to life as she releases it skyward. Dri snarls in rage and fires off another devastating cannon blast. Yet Akin conjures a radiant shield that absorbs it effortlessly. His relentless strikes fail to breach her defense, and frustration begins to consume him. Calmly, Akin explains that her skill, Mephila's Zale, allows her to alter the essence of any ability she's witnessed, turning his attacks into waves of healing power. Before long, the explosions around them shift in nature, mending instead of destroying. The three fighters feel their wounds closing, strength surging back into their bodies. She then adds that she had already applied the same power earlier to amplify their physical abilities, and that the enhancement would last for about a minute. Dree stares at her, baffled, unable to comprehend how the situation has turned against him. The Connie steps forward, her voice sharp as she tells him it no longer matters. His end is inevitable. Her sinister smile deepens his terror as he staggers backward, desperately trying to flee. She mocks his cowardly retreat, her tone laced with cold amusement. In that instant, Hanada activates Bird's Coil. 8 swift strikes follow, each carried by the form of an 8-headed serpent that rips through the air toward Dree. The assault slams into him, leaving his body torn and bleeding, crimson spilling from his mouth. Hanada suddenly feels his vitality return, his injuries vanishing as though they never existed. Stepping forward, Shinji summons the technique he learned back in Lesson 16, fusing Hinoki's one-handed sword style with Diced Slash and Autumn Thistle Master Annihilation, channeling all his power into a single decisive swing. The strike cleaves straight through Dree. His body splits apart, torn by pure energy, and then disintegrates completely into nothingness. As silence settles, Shinji remains still, haunted by Dree's final taunts about his brother. Deep within, he wishes that in another world his brother might strike him down again, something that could only happen if his enemy ever reached heaven. Thus, one of the 12 apostles, Dree, falls to the combined might of Shinji, Hanada, and Akin from the Kanagawa squad. The trio stands together, gasping for breath. Akin remains motionless, trying to comprehend what has just transpired. She realizes that Shinji has just performed a combined technique far beyond his current capabilities. And yet miraculously he succeeded. Shinji, filled with gratitude, thanks her earnestly and insists the victory belongs entirely to her. But before he can finish his words, Akin's strength fades away. She collapses to the ground, unconscious, her mind slipping into the depths of her memories. Within those memories, she finds herself speaking to Midori, offering a heartfelt apology for the things she said 7 years ago. Back then, she had lashed out in fury, asking why he had arrived only after everything was gone. Midori had stood there, paralyzed by guilt, whispering his apology with trembling lips. Her father, a respected high-ranking warrior tasked with handling prophecy-related calamities, had accidentally uncovered a cursed painting. Once triggered, it warped their entire world into another dimension centered around their mansion, turning reality itself into a nightmare. Hearing the emergency, Midori had rushed into that distorted realm to contain the prophecy before it could spread further. But when he finally reached them, it was already too late. Her parents, their servants, and everyone she knew were gone. Only Akin survived. Overwhelmed by grief, she screamed at Midori, blaming him for not saving them in time. One of Midori's subordinates had tried to explain something, but he stopped her. Instead, he fell to his knees, crying uncontrollably in front of them. Later, Akin learned the truth, that on that very same day, Midori had been halfway across the world, fighting another prophecy disaster. He had saved thousands of lives. Upon realizing this, Akin understood how cruel she had been, how she had condemned a 16-year-old boy already burdened by unbearable responsibility. Yet Midori never once showed anger toward her. Instead, he told her to live fully and never carry guilt for surviving. He explained that his endless training had one purpose: to stop the prophecies. When she accused him of saving selfish people like her, he gently corrected her, saying he was never alone in his mission. His comrades from the Special Task Force always stood beside him, even if they were separated by great distances. Their hearts remained linked, bound by trust rather than proximity. He had once shown her a photo of his entire squad on his phone's wallpaper, promising that one day she would understand everything. Her eyes flutter open, returning to the present. She sees Shinji and Hanada kneeling beside her, their faces etched with concern. Shinji asks if she's awake, and she weakly replies that she just regained consciousness. Hanada explains that only a single minute has passed since she collapsed. Sitting up, Akin says she must meet Midori to apologize in person. Shinji adds that he too owes Midori his gratitude for his brother Makoto, a man he considers an irreplaceable friend. Akin looks at him astonished, realizing just how deeply Midori has touched their lives. Hanada joins in, vowing that his goal is to one day surpass Midori himself. United by shared resolve, all three agree that Midori must not be allowed to die. Shinji smiles, suggesting they head after him right away. Without hesitation, they all rise into the sky, their determination unshaken. Meanwhile, in the depths of a limestone cave, Captain Surasaki stands near the 17th dimensional crack. He turns as Kanagi approaches him. The captain asks whether Kanaga's training has reached its final phase. Kanagi, visibly tense, warns him to leave immediately. He explains that Wingfield intends to obliterate the entire headquarters with maximum turbulence firepower. But the captain refuses to retreat. Kanagi presses forward regardless. Suddenly, Number Zero's voice echoes from deep within Midori's body. It greets him mockingly, assuming Kanagi has come to defeat them. But Kanagi declares that his purpose is different. He hasn't come to fight but to save Midori. Number Zero repeats his words, intrigued. He recalls Io's earlier remark that he should wait 2 days because something interesting was destined to occur. He interprets it as a sign that Kanagi needs 2 full days to prepare for their inevitable battle. Since only half a day has passed, he concludes that our hero is still far from ready. The thought amuses him, and he bursts into laughter at the absurdity of it all. Suddenly, our hero launches a fusion strike, combining King of Light, Penetration, and Luminous Kick into one seamless attack. The impact lands with explosive force. Yet in that very moment, he senses something strange. His movement abruptly halts. His opponent remains untouched, his defense perfectly intact, the attack having failed to pierce through. Number 0 commends his remarkable speed and the sheer power of his blows. However, he declares the fight's end and activates turbulence, his body erupting in violent, chaotic energy. The destructive force sweeps through the space, consuming everything as he attempts to break free from the other dimension. Reacting instantly, our hero calls forth his own turbulence, clashing against Midori's unstable power to contain it. Deep within his body, one of the founders notices that Skirnir still slumbers, shouting in anger that the battle has already begun. Skirnir replies lazily, his voice half asleep, murmuring that the surrounding space feels peaceful, and that he would rather stay there forever. Growing restless, he commands the founder of Dragon Claw, Rowan, to bite Skirnir awake. The sharp pain rips through the silence, and Skirnir's scream echoes as the bite jolts him fully conscious. Rowan calmly assures him that all will be well as long as he stays alert. Skirnir questions the urgency until the realization strikes him hard. If Kanagi dies, his own existence will end with him. He informs the others that he had already taught Kanagi the Divine Wind, precisely for this kind of desperate moment. Divine Wind. Outside, Number 0 stares in disbelief, as Kanagi manipulates turbulence with the same mastery he himself possesses. Kanagi first stabilizes a small safe zone around his body, shielding himself from the destructive currents. Then he charges forward, fierce and unrelenting, intent on crushing his opponent completely. In answer, our boy releases the Seal of Truth, known as Mal Hemat. The seal opens and closes in rapid rhythm, absorbing and nullifying the enemy's raging wind attacks until they vanish into stillness. Meanwhile, one of the founders studies the clash intently, realizing that battling Midori from afar is futile. They decide the only path is to counter his wind with their own, then close the gap using Mel's acceleration skill. Yet this plan will only succeed if Kanagi synchronizes his abilities perfectly. Following the founder's guidance, Kanagi fuses Hinoki's one-sword style with Wave and Thunderbolt, creating a devastating attack he names Violent Thunder. The blow lands with overwhelming impact, sending Number 0 hurtling from the sky. Without pausing, Kanagi invokes Trismegistus, merging Spear of Annihilation, Deadly Bow, and Moon Rain Annihilation into a single flow of destruction. He surges toward Midori, unleashing Thunderbolt Hadad from his fingertips. A colossal Thundersphere cannon erupts, hurtling forward and detonating directly on Number 0 with blinding force. Number 0 reels, his mind failing to grasp what just transpired. He cannot believe that Kanagi can merge techniques of utterly different attributes without the aid of any artifact. The realization dawns, perhaps this boy truly is the destined warrior who will bring an end to all prophecies. Yet even in this revelation, he shouts defiantly that Kanagi's strikes still cannot truly wound him. Kanagi exhales softly, the fatigue of the struggle pressing upon him. One of the founders senses a grim change. Midori's strength is rising far faster than predicted. Growing confident, Number 0 laughs, convinced that Kanagi still lacks the time to secure victory. He begins gathering his full might for a finishing blow, but before he can strike, our boy calls out Midori's name, revealing something that halts him cold. He declares that Io is still alive. Midori freezes completely. His thoughts spiral in chaos, questioning whether fate still binds him even now. Kanaga's voice remains steady as he continues, naming one by one Makoto Nishina, Shinji Hanado Akin, Io and Rin, reminding him that they are all waiting for his return. He speaks of their past, admitting that he has yet to repay the kindness Midori once showed him. That memory burns in his heart, fueling his resolve to fight to the very end. The founder watches him with silent sorrow, fully understanding the weight of the burden Kanagi carries. He calls upon Patanjali, requesting her intervention. Patanjali steps forward, placing her hand on Kanaga's back and channeling Naughty Mukti energy into him. His aura flares, reshaping itself with immense power and unyielding determination. Standing tall, Kanagi vows inwardly to give everything he has, without holding anything back. His transformed aura stuns Number 0 instantly. The founders observe the shift, their eyes sharp and wary. Flashing back to the days when Kanagi trained with Hinoki, relentlessly pushing himself to the brink. The founders had gathered in their strategy chamber to discuss the impending confrontation with Number 0. Ryan had spoken firmly, declaring that with Kanaga's current strength, 2 days of training would never suffice. He estimated that even a full week might not guarantee victory, only a fragile chance. His companions were stunned by the grim assessment. Another founder added that Midori's power was evolving at a terrifying pace, far faster than anyone anticipated. He reminded them of Kanagi and Reikaru's earlier clash with Midori, and the immense devastation it had left behind. From all they had gathered, the founders reached a chilling realization. Midori was steadily approaching their level of strength. The revelation left the room in heavy silence. They understood it would be impossible for Kanagi to bridge that gap in such limited time, even with his rapid growth, leaving them anxious for what was to come. Ryan eventually spoke again. There was one possible path, but it carried a dreadful price. Patanjali revealed that she could forcibly override Kanagi's physical limits, unlocking every chakra flow point within him and letting life energy flood through his entire body, multiplying his power severalfold in mere seconds. However, this would irreversibly damage both his body and his soul. Eilerson immediately objected, calling the method too reckless. But Kanagi, even then during his training with Hinoki, had agreed without hesitation. Hanadani marveled at how Kanagi managed to maintain perfect focus, while conversing with the founders simultaneously. It was then he realized, our boy was indeed growing stronger beyond measure. Kanagi simply replied that his only wish was to repay Midori by saving him. And if defeat became inevitable, he was prepared to invoke the forbidden method without hesitation. In time, the founders accepted his resolve. Returning to the present, Kanagi roars with unwavering conviction as an explosion of energy erupts from his body. His blazing fist crashes into Midori's face with unstoppable force. The strike shatters Midori's defense, something once deemed impossible. Both unleash turbulence simultaneously, their energies colliding in a cataclysmic storm that tears through the air. Number 0 realizes in shock that his turbulence is being completely neutralized by Kanagi's. Enraged, he screams, warning Kanagi not to dare underestimate him, and lunges forward in blind fury. But our boy remains composed, activating Kudo's style, tranquility, aiming a precise strike toward Midori's chest. Number 0's body suddenly locks up, paralyzed in place. Seizing the moment, Kanagi moves again. He channels Hinoki's one-sword style, merging it with wave and wave-cutting blade, then transitions seamlessly into Purgatory Sword, chaining his attacks in relentless succession. Tengu Dance, Solitary Moon and Thick Cloud. Each blow lands with pinpoint precision, breaking through Number 0's defenses and leaving him grievously wounded. The founders watch in silence, utterly stunned by the overwhelming force displayed before them. Ryan studies Kanagi closely and realizes his strength far surpasses every prior calculation. His potential runs deeper than any of them had foreseen. He now understands the battle has reached its final stage. Kanagi calls forth his ultimate technique, Splitting Clouds. The strike slams into Number 0 with tremendous impact, launching him skyward. Midori screams, instinctively summoning a massive wind barrier in a desperate attempt to survive the next onslaught. But Kanagi doesn't falter. His entire body radiates a thundering brilliance as lightning crackles around him. He invokes Thunderbolt Hada, merging it with Beak, Dragon's Claw, and Penetration, then adds Flash Kick to complete the deadly fusion. With blazing determination, he strikes directly at Midori's chest, his attack shining with pure searing light. The impact triggers an enormous explosion that devours everything in its path. As the smoke clears, Midori's battered body emerges, mouth agape, radiant light gleaming from his eyes. While Kanagi stands firm, unyielding, every muscle coiled for the next move. Just as our boy prepares to deliver the final blow, Midori swiftly retrieves the elixir artifact from his belt. Without hesitation, he drinks it down, the liquid instantly flooding his body with revitalizing energy. Power surges through him once more, and with renewed might, he unleashes a full-force blast, hurling a raging stream of turbulence directly toward the charging Kanagi. The collision erupts into a tremendous explosion that shakes the ground itself. The boy raises a barrier at the last possible second, but even with that protection, the sheer impact tears apart everything surrounding them. Amid the deafening chaos, Midori bursts into maniacal laughter, taunting Kanagi for failing to grasp what's truly about to happen. With a sneer, he proclaims that there's nothing left the boy can do now. Yet despite the deep wounds and searing pain, Kanagi refuses to yield, holding his stance firm and resolved to fight until the elixir's temporary power fades away. But to his horror, faint sparks begin crackling across his own body, the shockwave's lingering force tearing at him from within. The blast's backlash sends him crashing downward, and in that instant, Midori finally realizes what's going on. The overwhelming strength Kanagi has been using is slowly destroying him from the inside, and he won't last much longer. Determined to end it, Midori concentrates his energy and releases another surge of turbulence, this time aimed squarely at the falling boy. Just as the deadly beam nears its target, Akin leaps before Kanagi, invoking her Mephila spell to reshape the oncoming attack. Her mind flashes back to the day she first met Kanagi. When he was still learning to master turbulence, the spell originally crafted by Midori himself. Back then, Kanagi told her he would explain everything after the battle, asking her to study and refine the spell through her own Mephal's magic. He had also made her promise that when the Great War against Number Zero began, she would protect everyone in his stead. Now in the present moment, Akin fulfills that very vow. She transforms Midori's lethal energy into a soothing wave of light. It descends upon Kanagi like a healing rain, restoring his vitality as Midori stares in disbelief, unable to accept that his strongest attack has been twisted into salvation. As the dust finally clears, everyone realizes that the boy and his allies are still alive. Immediately, Kanagi's entire squad rallies around him, awaiting his next order. Refusing to retreat, our boy steps forward and commands them to free Midori from Number Zero's control. The command ignites the battlefield. Kanagi and Suo dart in from opposite sides, their synchronized strike slicing through the air with surgical precision. Hanada joins them, amplifying his strength before delivering a devastating dwarf strike knee directly into Midori. Under the relentless barrage, Midori begins to falter. In desperation, he tries to retaliate, summoning the Wall of Cutting Pearl, but before it can fully manifest, Shiki appears beside him, wrapping her energy around the forming spell, disrupting its structure mid-channel. Before Midori can recover, Makoto charges in with a brutal uppercut, followed by a relentless series of strikes that hammer his entire body. Even after taking such immense damage, Midori barely manages to break away, only to be immediately ensnared again by Nishina's forbidden hair spell. Makoto ends the assault with a colossal burst from his magic circles, shaking the ground with a roaring detonation. Meanwhile, Ikika quietly observes from afar, allowing her younger fighters to handle the confrontation. Midori regains his footing midair, struggling to steady himself, while Kanagi raises his sword, declaring that he can see Midori's strength rapidly fading. Number Zero senses it as well. The artifact's power is nearly gone, and he realizes he must defend himself. At that same instant, the boys prepare Hinoki's one-sword style, merging their energies into one flow. Together, they unleash a united slash that tears straight through Number Zero's very soul, engulfing the forest in a blinding storm of light. When the explosion settles, Midori's body is finally liberated. The technique they used, cut off, does far more than slice flesh and bone. It cleaves directly through the spirit itself, capable of being performed even without a physical blade. Now Number Zero writhes in agony, stunned that they managed to wound his soul. His hold on Midori's body shatters, and Midori slowly regains consciousness. Akin rushes toward him, relief overflowing in her eyes. Nearby, Suo feels a massive burden lift from his chest, as though his brother's presence has finally returned. When Midori lands on the ground, Akin throws her arms around him in pure relief. Kanagi greets him with a warm and genuine smile. But as the two clasp hands, a sudden burst of flame erupts from Midori's palm. Startled by the flare, he immediately suspects that Number Zero still lingers within him. Realizing the danger, he shouts for Kanagi to run. Everyone freezes, stunned by the sudden outburst, but Midori quickly understands. Number Zero is attempting to seize Kanagi's body. Alarmed, Midori turns his focus to the boy, sensing that something feels off. Yet Kanagi steadies himself and insists he's still in control. He explains that he anticipated this very moment, that Number Zero would try to possess him once cornered and had prepared accordingly. Even with that assurance, the others stare in disbelief, realizing that Number Zero has already taken over Kanagi's body. And the boy confirms it himself. Inside, Number Zero radiates unholy delight, thrilled to finally inhabit such a powerful vessel, only to be confronted by hundreds of founders awaiting him, ready to deliver unrelenting punishment. Outside, Kanagi calmly states that within him lies the worst possible prison for Number Zero, an endless cycle of torment sustained by the combined power of the founders. With the battle resolved, our boy casually suggests they all head home for now. Meanwhile, elsewhere with Hajime, Ikika informs him that his master has died, though he shows little concern. What truly piques his curiosity is why she has chosen to keep him alive. Ikika explains that she intends to take him under her wing, to train him as her personal apprentice. Meanwhile, as Kanagi's group returns alongside Midori, Makoto greets him with a sudden sharp punch, stopping just inches from his face. A half-joking welcome back before assigning him to a new mission, hunting down the remaining Number Zero hideouts in England. Yo's condition gradually improves under constant healing, and as her strength returns, she shares a heartfelt reunion with the girls. A wave of relief sweeps through them all. It's finally over. They are simply grateful to have their grandmother back. On a nearby rooftop, Tenjin and Yushima rest, quietly discussing the aftermath and counting the casualties. When they notice Richard's helicopter approaching from afar, they both know this peace won't last, so for now they choose to enjoy the calm that remains. The rest of the squad and the captains gather around Midori, relieved to see him truly free. Every gaze centers on him, But in the background, unseen by all others, our boy suddenly collapses. He falls into a deep, unresponsive coma, one from which he might never awaken again. Everyone rushes toward him in a panic, confusion spreading as they see him collapse despite his body being completely healed. Among the frantic crowd, Midori feels a strange familiarity stirring within him, a sensation he's felt once before. He begins to question whether the one lying motionless before them is truly Kanagi. Then, to everyone's shock, the spirit of the founder, Ryan, emerges from Kanagi's body and introduces herself with calm composure. The entire group stands frozen in disbelief, realizing that the legendary founder spoken of in countless tales now stands right before their eyes. Ryan admits that she never intended to reveal her existence, but the current circumstances have left her no alternative. Her tone turns grave as she asks for a favor. Someone close to Kanagi must help bring him back. Meanwhile, deep within his own consciousness, Kanagi lies peacefully amid a tranquil field of flowers. Sometime later, Midori idly scrolls through his phone. He discovers a video message from his late friend Aridab, recorded shortly before his death. In it, Aridab confesses that he knew the risks, that he was prepared to die helping his friend. He urges Midori not to bear the guilt, reminding him that the tragedy wasn't truly his doing. It had been Number Zero controlling his body all along. Overcome by emotion, Midori watches the message in silence. But before his sorrow can overwhelm him, his friends cheerfully call him over, insisting he join their baseball game. Meanwhile, at the everlasting hut, a breaking news report announces that Midori, the man blamed for the recent catastrophe, has been declared dead after being defeated by the American-Japanese Navy. Of course, the story is a fabrication, an official cover created by EO to keep the truth about the prophecies hidden from the public. Richard, though mildly irritated by the deception, ultimately agrees, recognizing that they cannot afford to lose Midori. His survival is essential to the world's stability, even if it means operating from the shadows. Outside, the boys are engaged in a friendly game of baseball. Makoto grins, teasing Midori for his dramatic fall from the world's strongest to a total disaster. The others advise him to stay out of sight for a while since his face is too recognizable, and Midori reluctantly agrees. Moments later, Makoto swings hard, sending the ball soaring across the field. But Midori catches it with effortless precision. Watching him handle it so easily brings the group a quiet sense of relief, proof that he's regaining his strength. Afterward, Midori visits the ICU of the anti-prophecy unit. Akane, startled to see him, is quickly filled in on Kanaga's condition. Despite all their healing efforts, Kanaga's breathing grows faint, his life force steadily slipping away. Realizing the severity of the situation, Midori steps forward and offers to try saving him himself. At that moment, Ryan materializes before them, explaining solemnly that the boy exchanged his own life energy for that immense surge of power. She goes on to reveal that unexpected interference from an enemy disrupted everything. The revelation leaves the entire group in stunned silence. Meanwhile, within his mind, our boy finds himself utterly lost, no longer among them. He stands alone in a vast meadow blanketed in flowers, surrounded by towering mountains that stretch endlessly into the horizon. As he struggles to understand where he is, he spots a distant figure holding a strange black squid-like creature. The figure speaks calmly, offering to help remove the crest of nothingness from his body. The words strike him like thunder, leaving him frozen in disbelief. Then, without warning, the air trembles. Reality itself begins to distort as dimensional cracks split open all around him. The figure's shape twists grotesquely, morphing into a monstrous shadow filled with countless eyes glaring from its warped face. The entity introduces itself as clusters, revealing that they are the creators of prophecies, the architects of destruction destined to end the world. Back outside, Ryan relays everything to the group, leaving them utterly speechless. She explains that the clusters are beings from another dimension, linked to the mysterious towers that appeared 3 centuries ago. In truth, they are humanity's greatest enemy, and only those who bear the crest of nothingness, like Kanagi himself, can oppose them. But now, Kanaga's body is slowly being consumed by their corruption. Ryan urgently pleads with his comrades to drive the clusters out before it's too late. Though still bewildered, the group agrees to trust her guidance, placing their faith entirely in her hands. One by one, they lay their palms on Kanaga's body. Instantly, a brilliant light erupts from the crest of nothingness, pulling everyone into its radiant flow as energy surges through them. Ryan warns them that the coming battle will be perilous. The cluster's assaults can shatter the soul itself. Her voice trembles as she kneels, begging them to save Kanagi for humanity's sake. Seeing her desperation, the group answers with unwavering conviction. As their captain, Kanagi is worth any sacrifice. They'll enter the fight no matter the risk. Inside the mindscape, Kanagi faces an eerie scene. The clusters display his entire life before him, dismissing it as nothing more than a predictable reincarnation tale. The entity declares that they are the authors of fate itself, observing humanity's evolution from beyond dimensions. They predict that mankind will soon conquer the stars, and eventually cross into other realms within a few centuries. Yet every time humanity meets another race, they bring with them war and devastation, just as they did in ages past. This time, the clusters vow to change that outcome by eradicating humanity first and rewriting the future through their prophecies. Hearing this, our boy seethes with anger. Still, he demands to know why the being allowed the battle to happen if it already knew the result. The shadowed figure laughs maniacally, claiming that the clusters will one day be destroyed by an awakener like Kanagi, a bearer of the crest of nothingness. Then he clarifies coldly, just as humans fear what threatens them, the clusters too are fighting merely to survive. Thus, to ensure their existence, they must eliminate Kanagi before he destroys them. With mocking disdain, the being mentions number 0, calling him a fool who fancied himself their equal, and insists that gifting him the artifact was the right choice. Our boy's eyes widen in horror as realization strikes. This creature is the true mastermind behind every strange artifact scattered across the world. The entity recalls each time an awakener interfered with their plans, but declares that this time it ends here. With that, it commands the black squid-like monster to advance. Its tentacles lash out violently, coiling around Kanagi and trapping him within their crushing grip. Helpless, our boy struggles against the binding force as the cluster sneers, eager to witness his end. Meanwhile, within the consciousness realm, Ryan leads Kanagi's squad through the unstable void, explaining that the founders themselves cannot enter since Kanagi's power remains sealed, but she promises to guide them to him. As they follow her, memories drift around them. Kanagi's countless battles, his time with the Founders, and his deep bond with Makoto's squad, especially with Makoto, who never once left his side. Eventually, they arrive at a desolate, shadowed expanse, where the monstrous squid towers over Kanagi, holding him captive. The sight ignites their resolve. His squad charges without hesitation, unleashing every ounce of their strength. The creature retaliates, hurling its massive limbs toward them, but the team meets the attack head-on, their combined force detonating in a thunderous explosion that shakes the dark world. On the ground below, Kanagi is seconds away from being consumed entirely by the writhing appendages. His consciousness begins to fade. He knows that if he lets go now, it's all over. His physical body convulses violently as his energy drains away. Outside, Yushima and the remaining members of the anti-prophecy unit fight desperately to stabilize him, fully aware that if Kanagi perishes, everyone linked to him through their souls will die as well. Inside, Kanagi's form begins to dim, his color fading into nothingness, until in an instant he shatters into countless fragments of light. The shock ripples outward, and outside his pulse drops sharply, making it appear as though death is only moments away. Just as the cluster begins to indulge in its triumph, believing it has finally secured its future by eradicating the one true threat, a faint fracture emerges across its darkened shield. From within that crack, radiant light spills forth, heralding the arrival of Kanagi's squad, voices echoing his name with unwavering resolve. The sight of them reignites a fire deep within him. His form begins to reassemble, energy surging back through his veins as if his very soul were returning to life. Stunned, he looks upon his comrades standing beside him. Yet that shock quickly melts into raw emotion when Suo steps forward, extending his hand to share the heavy burden Kanagi has carried alone. Their unyielding resolve rekindles his strength, and together they vow to fight beside him, no matter what lies ahead. Relieved and deeply grateful, Kanagi thanks them for their trust, their faith, even when all hope seemed lost. But their attention soon turns back to the cluster, whose gaze now locks onto Ryan. The creature begins to speak, uttering names: her parents, her sister. Names that cause Ryan's expression to twist with fury. From her reaction alone, it's clear this abomination may be the very one responsible for their deaths. Yet the cluster keeps taunting, unrelenting. Kanagi's team wastes no time, they're already on the move. Despite Ryan's desperate cry for them to stop, they charge forward without hesitation. Unaware, they've walked right into his trap. In the blink of an eye, their bodies begin to wither, their souls torn apart and distorted by the cluster's vile corruption. It's the same monstrous technique he once used on Rin's family, and now he's repeating it, inflicting it upon Kanagi's entire squad. Just as the cluster prepares to consume them all completely, a blinding beam of light slices through the darkness, halting his onslaught. Everyone turns in disbelief toward its source. From above, two figures descend gracefully, commending Kanagi's team for enduring this far. Both bear the insignia and sacred mark of the anti-prophecy branch upon their hands. Their presence radiates authority, steady, calm, and unshakable. Kanagi squints, their faces stirring an echo of familiarity. Yet the memories refuse to surface at first, until flashes from his earliest days in the Makoto squad come rushing back. They were once his fellow trainees, though he remembers hearing they'd retired long ago. And yet here they stand before him as if no time had passed. The man steps forward, introducing himself as Claude Friedman. At his side stands Natasha Smirnov, both former anti-prophecy trainees from the very same class as Kanagi himself. Now they've returned ready to handle unfinished business, and from the look in their eyes, they've come prepared to fight. They issue a firm command for the cluster to withdraw from the boy's consciousness, introducing Natasha as the Princess of All A. The girl, however, remains peacefully asleep, clutching her plush toy as if the chaos around her doesn't exist. The group stares in awe, stunned by the revelation that she's truly a princess. Our boy steps forward, still trying to process it all. When the sleeping beauty speaks softly, revealing her wish, she wants him to save their world. He's taken aback, unsure how to respond. Yet she assures him that if he agrees to help, she'll grant him the means to escape this strange realm. The cluster, overhearing every word, grows furious, declaring Kanagi's death inevitable. It mocks the All-A races as feeble, mere hindrances in his grand design. A dark, tar-like substance begins to seep from his form, stretching toward the disintegrating squad. But just before it can reach Claude, he swiftly turns to Natasha, urging her to act. Half asleep yet unfazed, she responds as though making an advance payment for Kanagi's future aid, and unleashes Sparklight, freezing the black tendrils midair. The cluster's eyes widen, disbelief twisting into rage at the unexpected counter. That's when Claude steps forward, composed, deliberate. Without a hint of theatrics, he approaches the creature. Extending a hand, he merely touches its forehead. Instantly, the cluster's body erupts into thick, icy vapor, its form unraveling into nothingness. Even as it fades, the creature manages to hiss one final warning, but the words vanish with it. Silence follows. The squad stands frozen, struggling to grasp that the enemy has truly fallen just like that. Relief floods through them, their wounds beginning to heal in the lingering light. But before anyone can speak, the ground beneath them splits apart, blinding light bursts forth, swallowing them whole. The next instant, they're plummeting into an open, unfamiliar void. Despite the chaos, Natasha remains perfectly calm, curled up as though napping in a quiet corner. Claude, unfazed as ever, remarks that it's time to return to the real world as their forms begin to fade. Before disappearing, they remind Kanagi they've placed their faith in him. And now, it's his turn to prove himself worthy of it. When our boy finally opens his eyes again, he finds himself lying in a hospital ward. Around him, his squad mates rest in exhaustion but alive. The sight alone brings a faint smile to his face. Just then, Rin bursts into the room, overwhelmed with relief to see him awake. She explains that by the time the squad returned, her healing magic had already taken effect, pulling him back from the brink. Kanagi thanks her sincerely, but Rin quickly turns the credit around, insisting that it's because of him that Grandma Io and Midori still live. As their voices fill the room, the others slowly awaken one by one. Joy and relief wash over them as they see their captain conscious once more. Claude and Natasha are there too, with Claude making a typically flamboyant, almost theatrical entrance that earns Suo's puzzled stare. But confusion only deepens when Natasha fully awakens, greets Kanagi and calmly reminds him of his promise to save their world. The squad exchanges bewildered looks, unsure what she means. Then she delivers the real shocker. The ancient towers of her planet are collapsing. Suddenly it all clicks. The same towers the founders once conquered 3 centuries ago. She explains that the ancient calamity has begun anew, and the clusters now plan to use her world as a staging ground for their invasion. That's why she needs Kanaga's help, to destroy every single tower before it's too late. Half a year ago in All-A, strange towers started appearing out of nowhere, bringing chaos and devastation across her entire planet. Watching her homeland crumble shattered Natasha's heart. Though she never wanted to, she had no choice but to flee. Before leaving, she made a solemn vow to one day return with the bearer of the crest of nothingness and save her world from destruction. Back in the present, she reveals that a war for dominance is raging across countless dimensions. The true reason Earth has been plagued by so many inexplicable events. Every world, she says, fights for power, territory, and survival, and that very conflict now spans the entire universe. Hearing this, Kanagi is left speechless, his mind struggling to grasp the scale of it all. To make him truly understand, Natasha and Claude activate his ability, transporting the entire squad to her homeland in Ol. The moment they arrive, the team is awestruck by the sight of a lively, radiant town brimming with energy. But when Akin reaches out to one of the locals, her hand passes straight through them. Natasha then explains that everything they're seeing is merely an illusion, a reconstruction born from an ancient artifact capable of restoring memories. And yet the place feels warm, alive, almost real. They soon notice Natasha's face on banners and posters throughout the town, announcing her upcoming coronation. When she gestures toward the grand castle in the distance, the group falls silent in awe. The structure glimmers beneath the sunlight, vast and majestic. A vision so breathtaking, it feels as though they've stepped straight into a dream. Kennedy couldn't help but be captivated, awestruck by how vivid and full of life everything appeared. Yet Natasha merely told them to keep their eyes on what was coming next. In the following moment, the sky itself began to twist and rupture apart, as enormous dimensional fissures ripped open overhead. From those rifts, countless colossal towers plummeted down like meteors. The squad could only watch in horror, especially Kanagi, who instantly recognized them for what they were, the dreaded Towers of Destruction. A split second later, the towers slammed into the earth like falling warheads, unleashing pure devastation. Shockwaves of explosions tore through the land, fire sweeping across everything in sight. Sheets of ice followed, freezing anything that dared to survive the flames. Within mere seconds, the once vibrant town was reduced to a haunting nightmare. Everyone stood motionless in stunned silence until a piercing, heart-rending scream echoed from the castle. It was Natasha's voice, crying out for her people, desperate and broken, unable to understand why this tragedy was repeating itself. Kanagi's squad listened in agony to the screams, to the sound of innocent lives being erased beneath the crushing weight of darkness. The anguish felt so real, as though they were trapped within someone's living nightmare. Kanagi tried to speak, to offer some words of comfort, but nothing came out, only silence answered. Natasha softly confessed that this was what she saw every night in her sleep, the same nightmare replaying endlessly. Her people slaughtered by clusters, everything she had fought to protect reduced to ashes. And all she could do was watch it unfold again and again. In that moment, Kanagi finally grasped the true meaning behind the founder's words. Their battle to destroy the towers was never just a quest for power. It was vengeance for the helpless, a stand against those who trampled everything in their way. Now, as the weight of that truth settles upon them all, our boy quietly reaches out and lays a gentle hand on Natasha's shoulder. With steady resolve, he assures her that they will rescue her world from the same darkness that once consumed it. As his hand rests on her shoulder, his crest begins to shimmer. It radiates the combined strength and energy of all the founders standing behind him. With a composed yet commanding voice, he calls out for everyone to prepare for the coming fight. In an instant, the memory fades, and the group emerges from the realm, splitting into two cars. Kanagi and his team take the first, while Orion and the others occupy the second. Inside the car, Orion is strapped into his seat, loudly demanding a break from all this madness. He grumbles that they barely finished rescuing Midori, and now they're being sent off to save an entire planet. His irritation only worsens when he learns that Superintendent EO approved the mission without even hearing the full plan. But before he can unleash another rant, Akin shoots him a deadly glare, one that silences him instantly, though the annoyance on his face refuses to fade. Earlier that same day, Kanagi had visited the founders. They apologized for being unable to assist in the battle against the cluster. Patanjali in particular blamed herself, believing her technique had placed Kanagi in harm's way. But Ryan gently reminded her that it was that very technique that allowed them to defeat Midori in the first place. With that reassurance, she urged everyone to set their focus on their next mission, to save Natasha's homeworld. When Kanagi asked how they had dealt with clusters in the past, most of them simply answered that they fought relentlessly until it worked. Unsatisfied with such recklessness, Kanagi turned to Rin. Rin explained calmly that the best defense was always offense. They needed to strike Owlet before disaster struck. The idea left Kanagi stunned. He was then told to first visit the founders' mausoleum, the place where they had first gathered. According to Ryan, a great portal device rested there, one capable of transporting them directly to their destination. Now in the present, as their vehicles draw closer, a dazzling pillar of light pierces the sky ahead. Everyone is taken aback when Kanagi reveals that this portal can connect them straight to Natasha's planet. Normally, such a journey would take weeks, with multiple interplanetary stops along the way. The thought of a device capable of skipping all of that leaves the entire squad speechless. As they attempt to digest the revelation, Midori suddenly points toward the horizon, where countless clusters are swarming toward the radiant beam. The sight freezes the group in collective shock. Yet Kanagi remains composed. He recalls Hinoki once mentioning that the dormant monster he had fought inside the tower long ago was itself a form of cluster. Now, it seems these creatures are being drawn to the portal's awakening. Watching the horde gather in writhing masses, something inside Kanagi snaps, his energy flares to life. And in a surge of adrenaline, he channels Hinoki's power and leaps out of the speeding car. Just as he readies his 10,000 slash, he's startled to find Midori beside him, poised for battle. Determined to atone for his past, Midori looks eager to unleash every ounce of frustration in the coming fight. Kanagi gives a sharp nod, signaling Suo to drive straight into the monstrous swarm ahead. The clusters fuse together, forming a massive, writhing, tentacled abomination made entirely of entangled creatures. But rather than fear, Kanagi feels exhilaration. with his blade gleaming and a wild grin stretching across his face. He's ready to go all in, cutting down everything that stands before him. With that burst of fervor, our boy channels Hinoki's signature technique, Splitting Cloud. He launches it straight at the enormous tentacle beast. The attack rips clean through the creature's core without resistance. Everyone is left speechless, especially Midori, who can hardly believe the destructive power of that single strike. It feels even stronger than before, and Hinoki himself confirms it, remarking that the energy feels distinctly different this time. He then casts Midori a knowing glance, questioning his current state. As the squad speeds toward the battlefield, they plow through the smaller monsters that block their path. But things take a sharp turn when a colossal beast emerges right in front of them. Suo slams the accelerator, trusting the two warriors on the hood to deal with it. Gripping his sword firmly, Kanagi recalls the endless hours of training he endured under Hinoki's tutelage. Every cut, every motion, every single lesson that molded him. The moment his blade is drawn, the air hums with pressure. With a swift and precise swing, he slashes forward, and every creature before them is cleaved perfectly in two. Not long after Kanagi and Midori had both recovered, Midori paid a visit to the everlasting hut to meet with Io. There, they spoke about the ancient prophecy of the Bhagavad Gita, a book long hidden by number 0, its meanings notoriously difficult to decipher. Yet even during their talk, Midori couldn't conceal his deep disappointment in himself. He still carried the unbearable guilt of slaughtering his own people while under the enemy's control. To everyone's surprise, even Io admitted he had no clear answer for such a wound. After all, it was Midori's recklessness in that battle that led to tragedy. Still, Io encouraged him to keep fighting, to seek his redemption through struggle and survival. He needed to stop lingering in the shadows of his past and begin walking toward the light of his future. With those words still echoing in his heart, Midori now fights with renewed conviction, striving to find meaning in his pain and light within his regret as the war rages on. Suddenly, Suo spots clusters charging toward the vehicles. He shouts for everyone to protect the civilians inside. Kanagi reacts instantly, noticing one of the cars speeding straight toward him. In a blink, Midori unleashes his turbulent technique, lifting the entire vehicle high above the battlefield, shielding it from harm. Kanagi stares in astonishment, amazed that Midori wields such a fierce combat skill purely to defend, not to destroy. Inspired, Kanagi joins him, conjuring a barrier to surround the car. Then, with a twist of his energy, he transforms the shield into an offensive spell, trapping several clusters inside a blazing orb, before slamming them violently into the ground. Everyone watching, including the founders, can't help but be impressed by how seamlessly the two fight side by side, their coordination nearly flawless. Orion, however, looks utterly petrified as a gigantic, serpent-like mass of clustered monsters barrels straight toward them. Kanagi, in contrast, remains calm, quietly admiring Midori's newfound control and growth. Without the slightest hesitation, the two synchronize their movements. Their blades strike from opposite sides, colliding in perfect unison, the resulting explosion ripping through the massive creature and shaking the battlefield with violent shockwaves. As the dust clears, the civilians erupt in cheers, the wind from Kanagi's power swirling protectively around them like a divine shield. The monsters lie defeated, the civilians are safe, and with renewed purpose, the squad sets out toward their next destination, the mausoleum of the founders. Meanwhile, beneath the highway, a lone figure observes the aftermath of the battle. Hanyagi Rui, the guardian of the mausoleum, watches with relief, grateful that not a single innocent life was lost amid the destruction. Flipping open the ancient tome in his hands, he reads aloud the prophecy foretelling the arrival of Kanagi and his companions at the temple. Catching sight of Kanagi's glowing crest in the far distance, Rui whispers a quiet prayer asking him to protect the world, just as the founders once did. Not long after, the squad finally arrives at the mausoleum, where Rui stands waiting to welcome them. He introduces himself with a polite bow, but the team can't hide their surprise when they learn the true nature of his role. Rui explains that his family has tended to the mausoleum for countless generations, much like monks devoted to guarding a sacred temple. Yet with the entire structure pulsing and glowing with strange, living energy today, it's obvious that something extraordinary is happening. As they discuss the situation, Kanagi suddenly stiffens when Rui addresses him by his full name. Seeing his confusion, Rui smiles softly and reminds him of the times they used to play together long ago in the mausoleum's library. The memory clicks instantly. Kanagi finally recognizes him and asks about his father. Rui's smile fades into something gentler as he brushes the question aside, instead inviting them to follow him down the stone staircase. Though the group hesitates at first, Rui reassures them that, according to the ancient text, the stairs lead directly to the hidden portal beneath the temple, and promises to guide them safely to its depths. Back when Kanagi and Rui were children, they would spend hours tucked away in the library together, reading the old tales that Rui's father loved to share. One of their favorite books was The Crest of Nothingness, a mysterious tome that fascinated them both. Rui's father often spoke passionately about the founders, and those stories became some of their most cherished memories. Returning to the present, Rui quietly reveals that his father passed away not long ago. He died protecting the mausoleum from grave robbers, one of whom turned out to be a monster much like the ones Kanagi had just faced. Though a hunter eventually slew the beast, it was too late to save his father's life. Hearing this, Ryan realizes that the clusters must have been drawn by the lingering energy of the Crest of Nothingness, setting a deadly trap near the temple, one that tragically claimed Rui's father as collateral. Kanagi feels a wave of guilt crash over him, but Ryan gently reminds him that none of it was his fault. The clusters were the true culprits. Noticing the heavy tension, Rui quickly shifts the mood with a faint, nostalgic smile. He explains that his father's ancestors admired the founders so deeply that they eventually married into the Hanyagi bloodline. Because of that, Rui was raised in a strict, emotionally distant household, an upbringing that molded him into the calm, composed man he is today. As the conversation flows, the group finally arrives at the massive gate leading to the innermost chamber of the mausoleum. The moment the heavy doors groan open, a blinding radiance floods the hall. Everyone, especially Kanagi, stands frozen in awe as an enormous portal comes into view, its surface swirling like molten light. Rui explains that the portal was forged through the combined might of the Crest of Nothingness and the founders themselves before anyone can lose focus. Hinoki brings them back to reality, reminding them that their mission to save the planet remains unfinished. Kanagi nods firmly and steps forward to activate the gate. Rui tells him that only awakeners can channel their crests to open the portal, meaning he must stay behind to maintain its stability. Just as Kanagi prepares to enter, Rui stops him, his eyes glistening with unspoken emotion. He pleads for Kanagi to avenge his father, since he himself no longer has the strength to fight. Kanagi grips his hand tightly, promising with unwavering conviction that he'll destroy every last cluster responsible for this suffering. With that vow sealed, the squad steps into the radiant portal. The light engulfs them, pulling their bodies through a torrent of rushing energy. In an instant, they are swept away, soaring through the void toward the world of Alit. Kanaga's mind burns with purpose. This time he isn't fighting merely to save a world, but to avenge his fallen friends and end the tyranny of the clusters once and for all. In what feels like the blink of an eye, Kanaga's squad reemerges, arriving upon the surface of Alit. But what greets them is nothing like the idyllic paradise they had seen in Natasha's memories. The towers have reduced the once majestic planet to smoldering ruin. Even the royal palace has been overtaken by vile clusters. Fury surges through the group, but Kanagi feels something deeper, the burning wrath of the founder himself awakening inside as he gazes upon the planet's devastation. Akin suddenly gasps in disbelief, for despite the carnage, she spots faint movements, signs of survivors still clinging to life. As the squad tries to decide their next move, they sense a powerful presence rapidly approaching their position. Without hesitation, Princess Natasha dashes ahead, determined to rescue the survivors before danger can reach them. Seeing her charge forward, Kanaga's squad immediately follows. Meanwhile, within the hidden refugee camp, the people are struggling, starved, exhausted, and desperate for hope. Their only prayer being for the princess's safe return. To their utter astonishment, that prayer is answered. Natasha appears before them, apologizing sincerely for arriving so late. Her words bring instant relief, faces light up with joy and disbelief. The refugees begin chanting her name, their voices trembling with newfound hope. Overcome with emotion, Natasha's eyes glisten, but she steadies herself and proclaims that she has returned. And from this moment on, she alone will take responsibility for their safety. Just as her declaration rekindles their spirit, a massive cluster worm slithers up behind her, ready to strike. Fortunately, the mage reacts instantly, freezing the creature solid before it can move an inch. Hinata follows up with a devastating kick, and the squad quickly combines their spells, unleashing a brilliant explosion that obliterates the monster in a flash of light. With a bright, relieved smile, Natasha turns to the survivors, proudly introducing the Kanagi squad as their powerful allies. Seeing the gratitude and admiration in the survivors' eyes fills the squad with determination. They're ready to give everything they've got to protect these people. But just as that hope begins to settle, Kanagi suddenly senses something sinister. A lone armored knight appears in the distance, mounted on a black horse and cloaked in a suffocating dark aura. Natasha instantly freezes, recognizing him at once. It's her brother, Mihail. Yet something about him is horribly wrong. He's been corrupted by the clusters, black liquid dripping from his eyes as he glares at them. Despite the horrific sight before him, our boy Kanagi stands his ground, ready to face whatever Mihail has become. Meanwhile, deep inside the ruined palace, Natasha's corrupted parents dine grotesquely at a lavish table, awaiting their daughter's return for what they call a family reunion. Outside, Mihail greets his sister with a chilling mockery of warmth, the twisted reunion leaving the entire squad in stunned silence. Claude, noticing their confusion, quickly explains that Mihail's body is being controlled by the same entities that ravaged this world. These parasitic creatures have learned to conquer through possession, hijacking the bodies of rulers to fulfill their grotesque, world-devouring purpose. Mihail proudly confirms his allegiance, declaring with arrogance that being one of them feels far superior to living as a worthless human. With a sinister grin, he taunts Natasha, suggesting she should join their kind as well, even extending the same twisted invitation to the entire Kanagi squad, offering them a chance to rule the planet together. But before his manic laughter can echo any longer, our boy Kanagi darts forward in a flash. In an instant, his blade is pressed firmly against Mihail's neck. Witnessing this, Hinoki chooses to let Kanagi determine on his own what sort of enemy stands before him. Without hesitation, our boy unleashes a thunderbolt, striking Mihail's horse with precision. He immediately follows up with a swift blow using the Hinoki sword style. Yet to his shock, Kanagi realizes Mihail's spear remains completely unscathed, untouched even after taking the full force of his spell. Mihail quickly regains his footing and retaliates by summoning his clustered tentacles, attempting to ensnare everyone at once. Kanagi instantly recognizes the danger. If those tentacles make contact, they'll nullify all their spells. Mihail wastes no time pressing his assault further. He begins to draw raw energy from a nearby tower of destruction, charging himself up. Then with blinding speed, he hurls a lightning spell directly at Kanagi. As their weapons clash, our boy feels the overwhelming power radiating from Mihail. Being of knightly lineage and now wielding the prince's spear, Mihail's weapon is truly formidable. Watching closely, the mage founder discerns that Mihail himself is a lightning user. Yet he holds unwavering faith in their own boy, Kanagi. As the prince surges forward once more, Kanagi channels the seal of truth into his sword, instantly erasing every trace of Mihail's lightning. The prince's eyes widen in disbelief at the sudden counter, but he refuses to back down, rapidly charging up another spell. Their weapons collide again, triggering a tremendous shockwave that topples every surrounding tower. Despite the destruction, both warriors emerge completely unharmed. The possessed prince steadies himself to strike once more, when his gaze catches the enormous dark squid above the palace beginning to glow ominously. Realizing it's his mother calling, Mihail abruptly halts and excuses himself mid-battle, vanishing toward the palace in a flash, while mockingly inviting them to continue the fight there instead. Our boy notices it too, Natasha's parents standing by the palace window, watching silently as if waiting for their arrival. Meanwhile, Kanagi's founders prepare for the final confrontation, urging the boy to advance and strike the castle. Before the cluster's invasion, the palace was once filled with peace and warmth. Natasha lived happily with loving parents who cherished her despite her quirks. She was often drowsy, sometimes even falling asleep during dinner. Her father would simply laugh and say, "Kids will be kids." Her mother, seeing much of herself in Natasha, would smile fondly. Natasha trained under Elit's renowned swordsman, Karol Zakharov, though her lazy nature made her an unmotivated student. While her mother dreamed of her becoming the next queen, Natasha had no such ambition. She only wished for a simple, easy life filled with naps. Instead, she urged her brother to take the throne, though he reminded her their lineage followed a matriarchal rule, expressing his absolute faith in her. He often reassured her that, no matter what, she would one day make a fine queen. But Natasha's only real wish was to have her brother by her side forever. Their bond was pure, strong, and unbreakable. Yet now, in the present, everything feels like it's crumbling apart. After Mihail's departure, everyone instinctively lowers their guard. Our boy turns toward Natasha, asking what their next move should be. Akin hesitates, assuming their captain should make that decision. But Kanagi insists Natasha take the lead. After all, it's her family they'll be confronting. The weight of responsibility sinks heavily onto her shoulders. Natasha reflects on all those who have suffered because of the chaos her family caused. At last, she resolves to face them directly at the castle. As they reach the towering gates, a strange, almost living energy fills the air. The group pauses, uneasy under the eerie atmosphere surrounding the castle. Then Suho spots something. A tall, broad figure standing guard before the gate. To Natasha and Claude's shock, it's none other than Karol, their former sword instructor, now completely consumed by black matter. Yet despite his corruption, he still recognizes the princess. But within seconds, he lunges at Suho with frightening speed, shouting for everyone to get out of the way. Natasha's family, standing at the window, simply watches, their cold amusement angering the founders who witness it. Hinoki demands to seize control of Kanagi, ready to end the chaos himself. Meanwhile, Akin steps forward, requesting permission to engage. Natasha gives a firm, quiet nod. This battle is for the sake of her people. Acting swiftly, she casts her spark light spell, encasing Carol in a freezing ring of radiant ice. Our boy then shifts into his Hinoki form, his energy surging as he moves in for the decisive strike. With one clean, powerful swing, he cuts down their former teacher in an instant, the dice slash, reducing Carol's body into countless fragments. As his form begins to fade, the old teacher's voice echoes faintly to the princess, jesting that it's been a long time since he last chased her for skipping sword lessons. Natasha's expression softens as she raises her hand to grant him peace. Before she can release her spell, he makes one final plea for her to save their kingdom. She nods gently, promising she will. A burst of icy light from her spell engulfs what's left of him, ending his life with quiet mercy. Watching this, Midori comes to a grim realization. Those claimed by the cluster can never return to who they once were. Above on the terrace, Natasha's family silently withdraws into the castle, their expressions cold and distant. Kanagi wastes no time rallying his squad to advance, and before passing through the castle gate, he slashes at the enormous black squid that guards it. Yet the energy wave scatters instantly. The squad stands frozen, the creature is acting as a living shield. Without breaking it, they have no path forward. To resolve this, Rin steps forward and asks Hinoki for control, explaining that with the gate open and unguarded, she can directly target the throne's chain. Hinoki grants her the lead and she takes over. She turns to Akihina, asking about the massive squid. He explains that the creature can sense any hostile presence and will accelerate the hatching of its offspring when threatened. The team stiffens at the mention of hatchlings. Anata elaborates that the towers drain the planet's energy, merging it with living beings to create grotesque life forms. Kanagi warns everyone that such entities can merge with anyone, himself and Midori included. Their first mission is clear: disable the barrier and eliminate every single one before it's too late. As our boy enters the Grand Castle Hall, he finds Mihail already waiting, his aura overflowing with unimaginable power. Hinoki steadies himself, ready to take control once more. But before she can proceed, Calces suddenly interrupts. With calm confidence, he remarks that since the opponent wields a spear, this battle should be his. He doesn't even need a real weapon, for his will alone will suffice. Without a second of hesitation, Calces takes control of Kanaga's body just as Mihail charges in, his weapon sparking wildly with lightning. In a blur of motion, Calces seizes a nearby flagpole, transforming it into a makeshift spear, and meets Mihail's strike head-on. The impact rocks the entire hall, yet Calces doesn't so much as flinch. Everyone freezes in awe, astonished that he managed to block Mihail's attack so effortlessly. Mihail himself stares in disbelief, sensing the sudden and immense change in the air surrounding the boy. Even his horse trembles uncontrollably, aware of the overwhelming might of the Spearmaster, now residing within Kanaga's body. In the recorded Chronicles of the Founders, the very first chapter recounts the tale of the Spear Founders' maiden battle. Centuries ago, a devastating war erupted between two great forces, one side fighting only for the faint hope of returning home to a peaceful life. Among them stood a formidable warrior named Shimmer Calces, a spearman towering beside a weapon 3 times his own height, his presence as imposing as his spear. The commander of that army longed to see his men survive and return home. Yet deep in his heart, he knew the cruel truth: most of them would never make it back. Desperate for counsel, he turned to Calces for advice. Calces, who had emerged from a lifeless forest and joined their ranks seemingly out of nowhere, simply replied, saying that all he wanted was for the war to end. He told the commander that the enemy they fought was merciless, burning, destroying, and slaughtering everything in their path. They were the same monsters who had annihilated his village. And now, this war was his one chance to put an end to that cycle of destruction forever. Hearing his words, the commander pointed toward a distant mountain that loomed behind the enemy lines, where the opposing general stood tall beneath his own banner. He told Calces that if that general fell, the war would end, but before the commander could even finish his sentence, Calces was already gone. In the blink of an eye, he tore through the enemy's front lines at lightning speed, vanishing deep within their camp. Moments later, he calmly reappeared, announcing that the general had been slain. Soon after, chaos erupted throughout the enemy's ranks, spreading like wildfire across their encampment. The soldiers quickly realized what had just happened. When the commander peered through his telescope, he saw the enemy general truly fallen, and the battle ended in an instant. Only one casualty was recorded that day, a miracle by every account. After the war, Calces returned to his forest home. Resting peacefully in the lap of his wolf mother, he assured her that their land was finally safe again. But just as peace seemed within reach, the sky darkened without warning. From above descended the Tower of Destruction, obliterating everything in its path, his forest, his home, and all he held dear. Now in the present, Calces carries the same fierce resolve that once drove him, fueled by a burning desire for vengeance against those who had destroyed his family. While the others advance up the tower to complete their mission, Calces stands firm, ready to confront Mihil head-on. Consumed by fury, Mihil unleashes his lightning storm domain, transforming the entire hall into a violent tempest of roaring thunder and blinding energy. Calces observes with unshaken composure, quietly impressed by Mihil's sheer speed and power. Yet behind his calm eyes lies the heavy burden of remembrance. The countless innocent lives taken by the cluster's cruelty. He isn't alone in that pain. Every founder carries their own scars, their own stories. Some endured by blaming themselves, choosing to remain within the mausoleum of founders, waiting endlessly for the one who would bear the crest of nothingness. And now that bearer is Kanagi. Reflecting on it, Calces silently thanks the boy before turning his focus back to the duel. Mihil, fully empowered by his storm domain, moves with the swiftness of pure lightning, launching himself at Kanagi with lethal precision. But before his strike can land, Calces drives his spear straight through him in a single blinding motion. The battle ends instantly, decided in one decisive blow. The founders' hatred for the cluster burns absolute, each of them yearning for their chance to strike back, to release all the anguish they've held for centuries. Kanagi, understanding their pain, silently vows to give them that chance. As Mihil's strength fades, his expression softens. In his final moments, he finds a sense of peace, gazing upon a spearman far more worthy than he ever was. Watching him take his last breaths, Kanagi quietly asks if he has any final words. Mihil, trembling, reaches out and offers a small chain, asking Kanagi to deliver it to his sister. Our boy accepts it with a solemn nod. With one swift motion, he sends Mihil's fading body crashing into the rubble. In his final breaths, Mihil gently praises his faithful horse, whispering that he wished he could have witnessed his sister's coronation. To him, she has always been the true princess. With that final, unfulfilled wish hanging in the air, his body dissolves into dust. As the echoes fade, Calces steps back from Kanagi's body, his spirit gradually fading away. Then Rowan steps forward, volunteering to face the next opponent. His sudden offer stuns the other founders, as this man rarely ever takes the lead. Meanwhile, Kanagi's squad finally reaches the Grand Theater Hall, where Natasha's father sits before a grand piano, playing the same gentle melody he once performed back when he was still human. As they draw near, he speaks, calmly deducing that his son has perished. Then his serene composure cracks, twisting into something unsteady and grief-stricken. 3996. Midori steps forward, preparing to confront him. But as he extends his hand, a violent surge of torment floods his mind. The horrific memories of his merciless killings flash before his eyes in unbearable clarity, dropping him to his knees. It turns out to be a lingering curse left behind by Number Zero, a curse that now forbids him from ever laying a hand against humans again. While everyone struggles to comprehend what just happened, Natasha's father suddenly, abruptly lunges toward her, his movement fueled by twisted, unnatural laughter that no longer sounds human. Realizing immediately that this is the cluster's influence, Natasha reacts without hesitation, unleashing her spark light spell. Yet to her disbelief, her father evades the blast with effortless precision. Even Sue can't manage to land a single blow on him, as the man gracefully flips through the air, landing solidly before anyone can react. He then sneers at Natasha's display, mocking her abilities and demanding to know where she could have possibly learned such techniques. Though she refuses to disclose the full truth, she boldly declares that one of the founders taught her. Her statement leaves everyone in utter astonishment. Just as her father charges in again, Claude dashes forward, sliding in at the last second to shield her from the incoming strike. That intervention only fuels her father's fury even further, and he explodes into violent, uncontrolled frenzy. Yet what he remains unaware of is that the dragon throwing technique is already in motion right behind him, its jaws stretching wide, ready to end his rampage. Rowan's founder ability grants him the power to summon and reanimate the might of ancient dragons themselves.